What's up, guys? Don't forget to smash that like button, drop a comment, hype up the video, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe and join the family. The story begins 3 years after Earth suddenly entered an era of resurgent spiritual energy, when people began exploring this new power while some awakened extraordinary abilities and were treated as heroes for confronting alien creatures. Amid the chaos of the city, Li Xiaotong is called a stinky girl by a boy while she spits blood, and she keeps the dagger stuck in him while commenting that the life of a spoiled little dog is really difficult and asking whether he didn't lose his life because of that. A blonde young man approaches, asking how she is doing and whether she has finished the game, and Xiaotong recognizes Jiang, someone's brother, saying that she stopped playing a long time ago and was waiting for him. Jiang then tells Lin Tian that he has eliminated everyone else on the team and now it's his turn, asking whether, before being finished off, he would like to say anything. Lin Tian replies that they won't have a happy ending, and Jiang laughs, saying he doesn't know whether there will be a happy ending or not. He's only sure of one thing, that Lin Tian will be eliminated now, kicking the young man while below them lies a sea of monsters. The protagonist thinks it was his own fault for leading his companions to their deaths and wishes that, if there is another life, he will never again let a beast in human skin escape, vowing that those two will pay with plasma until he plummets directly into the mouth of a creature. The system then notifies that the Supreme Martial Arts System has been activated after detecting that the host is in an existential crisis, initiating a temporal spatial rollback and warning that, due to lack of points, the return will be random before beginning the process. Elsewhere, a game is playing on the television when Tian wakes up confused, wondering what is happening and how he is still alive after what those two bastards did. He looks at his cell phone as the system informs him that the Supreme Martial Arts System has been bound to the host and that he may choose an attribute to begin cultivation. Lin Tian questions whether he not only reincarnated but also received the legendary system, vowing that those two will pay with blood. Observing the situation, he realizes he has returned to about a month before the manifestation of spiritual energy, when no one yet had any idea what was about to happen, although the resurgence had already begun silently. After that event, not only humans but plants and animals would be affected, resulting in mutations and the emergence of countless super-spiritual fruits capable of granting extraordinary powers, as well as bizarre celestial phenomena such as rainbow pillars resembling the aurora borealis, strange constellations in the night sky, divine flames falling, and heavenly thunder erupting. And whoever could take advantage of this would obtain immense strength. The protagonist believes that a month is enough time to develop to the maximum and decides to check the system's functions, receiving welcome notifications and descriptions explaining that there are 4 functions in total, including attribute cultivation and attribute fixation. Lin Tian first chooses the fire attribute, the most offensive, wanting to see what techniques he can obtain, while the system announces the extraction of fire attribute techniques and congratulates him on receiving a purple fire technique, the Burning Heaven Flame Art, the first purple technique acquired by the host. Tian becomes excited upon seeing that it is a technique of such quality, remembering that in his past life, even a blue technique already caused a sensation, and now he possesses a purple one. He then absorbs the energy as a fiery aura surrounds his body and states that this is fire attribute energy, vowing that in this life he will become strong and will not allow himself to be belittled again, until his cell phone begins ringing, showing Li's name. He thinks he almost forgot about her and answers the call, while Xiaotong says she saw a purse she wants, but is short about 20,000 yuan and needs him to transfer the amount through chat immediately. Tian tells her to disappear and to go after her rich second-generation sugar daddy, asking her not to call again. Somewhere else, inside a car, Li realizes he hung up and becomes indignant, asking how he dares do that and talk to her that way, while Jiang asks if there was some problem with Alipay. Xiaotong replies she doesn't know what got into him. Maybe he ate something spoiled. Jiang then asks whether she isn't going to coax him, and shows that he bought her an outfit for her to wear and show him later, while Li laughs and says he's very naughty. In another place, the protagonist is exhausted and thinks that had he known what would happen, he would have asked Yu Qing which hospital she was admitted to at that time, since he went through 3 different hospitals. He remembers the moment he was beside a girl and she commented that her father thought she was sick and stuffed her with tonics that made her gain a little weight and even harmed her spiritual energy of the ice element. In the present, Tian promises that in this life he will not only protect her, but also ensure she carries no regrets when the resurgence of spiritual energy begins. In the hospital, voices echo as doctors surround a patient's bed, and one of them questions why, despite the body being normal, her temperature simply will not rise. The man begs them to save his daughter, and the elder says he will first feel her pulse, then asks where the young woman has been recently. Old Sue explains that last month, to celebrate her acceptance into Tsinghua and Peking University, he took his daughter to Iceland, and since last Wednesday she has been like this. The elder states that the girl has been invaded by yin energy and needs something extremely yang to dispel it, then prescribes a list of medicines, warning that they cannot afford delays. The man thanks him, and the elder says he will do his best, but the girl's resistance depends on fate itself. At that moment, the protagonist appears telling them to stop, and Mr. Sue asks who he is, while the doctor asks if that is Elder Li's disciple, who replies that he has never had a disciple. The doctors move toward Lin Tian, asking who let that stray cat or dog in, and whether he realizes he is in the emergency room. Tian states that the man's daughter is not sick, but has awakened the extremely rare ice spiritual energy, and if they try to tamper with her, they will not only damage her body, but also ruin her future achievements. The doctor argues that the boy has been reading silly novels and scrambled his brain. The elder interrupts and asks how he knows about ice spiritual energy and who he really is, and the protagonist replies that this does not matter. What matters most right now is waking the patient. The elder says that then he must know how to solve the problem, and Lin recites the necessary measures: ginger 2 qian, aconite 2 qian, cinnamon 5 qian, and codonopsis 1 qian. The doctors are surprised, thinking he is far too young to possess such deep knowledge, noting that this is exactly the same prescription given by Professor Li, and suspecting he simply copied it. The elder states that his prescription is identical to his own and will not be enough to cure the patient. But Tian replies that he is not finished and asks why he is being interrupted, explaining that a crucial ingredient is missing: stardew flower. Elder Li says that although following the complete prescription would indeed allow the young woman to wake up completely unharmed, the stardew flower is practically impossible to find in the current world. The doctor doubts him and asks whether the elder truly believes that boy can cure the Su family's daughter. The old man asks how much the flower costs and says his family has enough money, requesting only a place where he can buy it, but the elder explains it is not for sale. He describes that the stardew flower has blue star-shaped petals, with a silvery glow in the center, lightly illuminating the night like stars, and that its juice has healing properties, capable of quickly regenerating wounds and relieving pain, but reminds them that such a flower existed only in the era when Earth still possessed spiritual energy, making it impossible to find now. Mr. Su then asks if his daughter will remain like this forever, and the protagonist assures him not to worry, as he said he could save Yuqing completely unharmed. The elder asks if he is saying he possesses the legendary stardew flower, and Lin confirms. The doctor tells them not to listen to the boy's nonsense, calling the protagonist a penniless loser and claiming he must have peeked at the prescription through the surgery room monitor, asking how a mere child could have greater knowledge than him. The elder then asks how he explains the part about the stardew flower, and the doctor insists it is nonsense and sounds like a game item. At that moment, Tian sees the system opening the point exchange interface and selects the stardew flower, while the system notifies that the host consumed 5 points and obtained the flower successfully. Tian tells them to stop arguing and pay attention, showing what he brought. Elder Li observes in shock and asks if that is truly the stardew flower, questioning whether the young man possesses a legendary spiritual medicine. The protagonist asks if he can now believe that Yuqing's condition can be cured, and the elder admits he was hasty earlier, asking him not to take offense and to treat the young woman carefully. Lin approaches her, thinking that in this life he will never allow Yuqing to be hurt again. The flower begins releasing a gentle energy around them, and Tian brings it close to the girl's face as the doctors notice that her temperature is finally rising, rekindling their hope. Yuqing slowly opens her eyes and asks who he is, and the protagonist simply tells her to rest well, assuring her that they will meet again soon. He informs her father that the young woman has already recovered and only needs to eat properly to strengthen her body, and Mr. Su thanks him deeply. Elder Li asks if, should he have time, he would like to have a cup of tea with him, but Lin explains that he has urgent matters to deal with and that they can talk on another occasion. The elder comments that he still does not know his name, and Tian answers while walking away, stating his name before leaving. At night, the protagonist is at home using the computer and remembers that in his previous life, there was a post explaining some of the cultivation realms after the resurgence of spiritual energy, finding exactly what he wanted. In that life, the resurgence was so abrupt that, by the time it ended, he had only reached the third realm, the Iron Vein. The next day, sitting near the water with his eyes closed, Lin thinks that the blazing heaven flame art is truly impressive, and promises that in this life he will devote himself seriously to studying, becoming a powerful cultivator in the realm of the Emperor Lord. In a building, someone asks if Elder Li is saying he found a young man who possesses the stardew flower and also awakened spiritual energy, and the elder confirms it to Director Lu. He adds that he is certain the young man is a cultivation genius, and, if he grows, will surely change the world order, handing Lin's photo to Zhao Yue and ordering her to investigate the boy's past. And she agrees. Director Liu states that if all of that is true, the elder has made a great contribution. Meanwhile, in another place, tremendous energy surges through Tian's body, who comments that, as expected from a purple quality technique, he has already reached the second stage of the spiritual awakening realm in his first cultivation session. The protagonist notices the dirty water and complains that he has gone a day without bathing, getting up hungry and needing to find food urgently, deciding to go to the nearest convenience store. Elsewhere, Yue watches him from above holding his photo and promises not to disappoint the director before throwing something that explodes and summons a beast. Tian states that the mutations have already begun as the pressure rises, pinches his nose and says the dog reeks too much. The beast charges and Lin dodges, and when it turns to attack again, Tian leaps, releases flames and injures it, surprising Yue as she observes everything. The protagonist crashes to the ground heavily and finishes the monster, calling the creature an insolent fool before hurrying off, saying that punch only increased his hunger and he needs to buy food quickly. Yue continues watching and wonders how that is possible, who he is, and whether he really eliminated a first-order mutant beast with a single punch, also questioning that fire attribute and whether he awakened the most offensive element. Analyzing the carcass, she notices the tail was broken and understands that the crack she heard was not one of the boy's bones but the monster's tail. Wondering how powerful his body has become and concluding she must report this immediately. The next day, in a building, Tian brushes his teeth, feeling his body sore as if he had been beaten, and decides he must continue cultivating, until the television displays urgent news saying that morning the temperature at the top of Purple Cloud Mountain reached a rare 81 degrees, warning tourists not to believe rumors about heat reducing humidity and asking them to trust science, explaining that the issue would be a damaged ozone layer. The protagonist thinks that if his memory is correct, it is not the ozone layer that is broken, but a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy awakening at the mountaintop, and he must hurry there and absorb this powerful energy. Before leaving, he widens his eyes upon seeing Tong in front of him, asking for 200,000, saying she needs to buy a purse, and Tian, irritated, responds that she must be crazy, and asks if he didn't tell her yesterday to stop bothering him. Tong claims she knows he does that on purpose to make her more interested, but warns that if he does not obediently hand over the money, she will no longer give him attention, and the protagonist walks out telling her to disappear, and that it's better not to bother him anymore, saying that just looking at her makes him feel sick. In the mountains, many people are gathered while guards keep them from advancing, warning them to never cross the warning line, explaining that the temperature inside is 81 degrees and not a joke, and that anyone who enters will become dried meat. A young man doubts this and says it is exaggerated, but a corn cob is thrown and instantly turns into popcorn. People grow indignant, saying it really is that hot and telling others to stop trying to force their way in, stating that it will roast anyone to completion, while Lin confirms that everything is exactly as he imagined, recognizing an extremely powerful fire attribute energy that, if fully absorbed, would raise his strength to a new level. Tian then leaps forward and crosses the warning line, making the guard shout that some people truly do not fear death and ordering him to return immediately, warning that he will be burned alive. The pressure around the protagonist is overwhelming and he thinks that fire attribute energy is truly devastating, causing intense pain as if every cell were being incinerated. He promises that in this life, he will become truly strong. People watch in fear, asking what is wrong with that guy and whether he has evolved, questioning why his eyes look like they are spitting fire. The protagonist thinks he cannot attract so much attention and must leave quickly. The crowd begins calling him a deity and asks who recorded the divine apparition, while others pull out their phones to film. The guard comments that he does not understand what is happening and why, if it was so hot before, the temperature suddenly stopped rising, wondering if that young man is really a deity. At night, in a building, a voice reports that at noon, a mysterious young man appeared at the top of Purple Cloud Mountain, stabilized the abnormal climate conditions, and vanished before everyone. Director Liu orders them to suppress the news about Purple Cloud Mountain to avoid panic and asks whether Yue really saw the boy defeat a first-order mutant dog with a single punch the previous night, and she confirms, saying the monster's attack did not even harm the boy's body. The director comments that they seem to have found 2 geniuses in just 2 days and concludes they cannot allow other factions to approach first, needing to recruit Lin into the organization as soon as possible, asking Yue to go and introduce him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the protagonist absorbs energy, and his eyes emit light as he looks at his own hand, celebrating that he has finally entered the bubbling spring realm. The system congratulates him and grants a new attribute ability, explaining that the host can add a new element for synchronized cultivation and activate the enchantment function that allows him to permanently bind one of the body's elements to a weapon, with durability depending on the material used. Lin concludes this means he can now create his own elemental weapons, commenting on the magnificent transformation he will be able to achieve until he hears someone knocking on the door. Surprised by a visit at that hour, he opens it and asks who the visitor is, and the director introduces himself as the president of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, explaining that the girl beside him is his subordinate, and that they came to talk about cultivation. Tien thinks about the association and recalls that in his previous life, after being saved by them, he thanked them, and a red-haired woman said it was nothing, and that he should be more careful, leaving afterward for another mission. In the present, the protagonist decides that although that association supposedly helped him in the past, he does not intend to form ties with them in this life and asks how they found him. And Liu replies that it was Elder Li responsible for treating Miss Su, who talked about him, adding that Yu Qing has already joined the association. Tian notices they do not seem to have bad intentions. In the same place, the director asks whether he would consider joining the organization, and the protagonist replies that, for now, he has no intention of joining any institution, and intends to cultivate alone until spiritual energy fully recovers. Yue comments that she knows he has become a first-order awakened being, but explains that he only reached the spiritual awakening realm by pure luck, and that without guidance or an association, it is uncertain whether he can even reach the bubbling spring realm. She states that Earth will go through drastic changes, and that spiritual energy cultivation will be the only way out, reinforcing that the association's guidance is essential. She reveals that she was just like him, believing she could advance alone and refusing the invitation, and that it took her almost 3 years just to reach the spiritual awakening realm. After joining the association, she reached the spiritual awakening realm in less than a year, and with their support, became a powerful cultivator in the second-order gushing spring realm in only 3 years. The protagonist asks about those 3 years and how old Yue is, and she replies that she is almost 21, making Lin conclude that her talent is really weak, but he decides not to say anything that would damage their rapport and simply comments that he considers her a genius. Yue replies by asking who within the Cultivation Association is not considered a genius, saying that genius is the minimum requirement to join the organization. The director states that if he joins the association, it will be of great help until his phone rings and he says he needs to answer it. Upon answering, a voice informs him that a second-order mutant beast has appeared about 30 kilometers from their city, and Liu asks if it is truly second-order and what its attribute is. The voice replies that the nature is unknown, but they suspect it is related to the poison attribute, describing the creature as a giant python. The director says he understands and orders the area to be immediately isolated, stating that he and his subordinate will go there at once, ending the call. Liu then apologizes to the protagonist, saying he must take care of the urgent matter and that they will talk another time, and both leave. Tien watches them through the window and thinks that in this life he must become stronger to prevent the regrets of the previous life from repeating. He evaluates that his current strength is at the early stage of the bubbling spring realm, and that leveling up will not be so simple from now on, starting to wonder where there might be some fire attribute spiritual energy. His phone rings and Lin wonders why Kui Tianpeng is awake at that hour, and the voice on the other side begs for help, saying his residential area is haunted. Tien asks what kind of haunting he means, and Peng insists he is not lying, reporting that thunder has been echoing behind his house all day without raining even once. The protagonist wonders if this is possible and concludes that perhaps that boy really possesses a rare lightning attribute awakening ability, asking for specific details about the thunder in the area. Peng explains that it is completely dark and the thunder does not stop, begging him to save him. Tien recognizes that this is exactly the scene of a lightning attribute spiritual energy awakening. He thinks about the 3 levels of spiritual energy, which include common attributes such as water, fire, wind, and earth, rare attributes such as ice, light, darkness, and lightning, and legendary attributes such as void. Still on the phone, Lin says he will go there immediately and asks Peng and his family to surround the mountain, preventing anyone from entering. And Peng asks if anyone could really show up at that hour. Elsewhere, someone approaches 2 boys and orders them to join her on a mission, and the blonde boy asks where they're going, and the red-haired woman explains that a mountain has awakened powerful lightning attribute spiritual energy and that they must gather all of it before disaster spreads. Soon after, Tien arrives at the location with a flashlight, observing the intense lightning in the sky, recognizing that it is indeed lightning spiritual energy and believing he is facing a great opportunity. He accesses the system, which informs him that the lightning attribute is rare and requires double the spiritual energy of a common attribute, asking if he wishes to confirm, and Lin confirms. The system begins extracting the lightning attribute cultivation technique and congratulates him on obtaining the blue lightning cultivation technique. Lin comments that, as expected of a rare attribute, even a blue rank technique possesses immense power as lightning spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the redhead and the two boys approach the lightning, and the blonde asks if they can really handle something like that, and the other boy agrees, saying he does not know if that thermos bottle is really that sturdy. The redhead tells them to stop talking nonsense and to hand it over already. She sighs and extends the bottle as the lightning rushes toward the container and becomes even more intense, making the two boys praise her skill until the bottle begins to crack. The redhead is shocked, asking how that is possible and whether the spirit collecting device cannot handle such energy, until an explosion occurs and they all fall to the ground while the lightning continues violently. The redhead orders them to run, saying the spiritual energy is out of control, but they soon hear a sound, and one of the boys asks what it is. When the redhead looks toward the bushes, she sees Lin Tian and wonders how an ordinary person could be there, asking if he likes hiking and telling him to run, saying that place is not for normal people. Tian smiles and walks toward the source of the lightning, and the boys say he is done for, believing he is doomed and asking if he is that desperate. The lightning concentrates solely on the protagonist, who remains still, leaving the two stunned as they wonder if he is really that resistant, and whether they are witnessing a deity. The redhead tries to understand why the boy is unharmed, and whether he has awakened the extremely rare lightning attribute spiritual energy. The lightning keeps striking the protagonist, and Lin says he will not bow to anyone. In this life, he will not allow the heavens to blind him, nor the earth to suppress his determination. He wants all beings to understand his will, and even Buddhas to turn into smoke, vowing that he will become strong. The lightning begins to weaken, and the protagonist remains firm until he absorbs everything, saying it is not bad at all. The system congratulates him for obtaining fire and lightning spiritual energies, and asks if he wishes to fuse them to create the legendary Thunder Flame spiritual energy, and Lin orders it to synthesize immediately. A powerful energy envelops his body, and he states that it is a legendary energy whose power is evident. Elsewhere, under rain, 3 people stand before a gate, and one of them reports that it has been confirmed the mutant creature is a giant python with a dark attribute, and Yue says she understands, recognizing that the dark attribute is troublesome. She gives them a jade pendant and explains that in case of danger, crushing it will create a light shield to save their lives, stressing that the main mission objective is survival, and they must never force themselves beyond their limits. The mission begins, they enter cautiously, and Yue notices something before an explosion erupts. A monster appears and they retreat while attacking, freezing the python. They smile, but Yue orders them to run, and the monster breaks the ice, releasing something from its mouth that leaves the boys dizzy. Yue covers her mouth and reports to headquarters that there is a giant python, but ends up fainting as the monster approaches. Elsewhere, the director shows the protagonist the computer and says only he can resolve the crisis. Tian examines the file and comments that the attributes are dark and another rare one, thinking that if he had more attribute slots, he would definitely choose that one too. Liu states that Ling's fate is unknown and that their only hope is the young man who awakened the fire attribute, and the protagonist asks how he discovered that fact. The director explains that he asked his subordinate to monitor him and that he himself defeated a mutant dog, and Lin concludes that the dog was released by them, asking if the director sent people to watch him. Liu replies that he did it for public safety, and Tian says he can go to the factory to defeat the giant python, but demands the director promise he will not be monitored anymore. Liu agrees and asks how many people he needs, but the protagonist states he will go alone. At the factory, Yue wakes up disoriented as one of the boys is swallowed by the python. She watches in horror, concluding that the monster is evolving by devouring cultivators, and that she cannot allow that to continue or the entire region will face disaster. The python charges again and releases another substance. Yue strikes, but the ice breaks apart and she falls injured to the ground, realizing the monster evolved more than expected and thinking everything is over. At that moment, someone approaches, saying he only realized where he was when he reached that spot, remembering that this horrible factory was where he worked as a cheap laborer after high school, and that the boss still owes him a month of salary. Yue recognizes Lin Tian, and the protagonist says the director sent him to escort her to the exit and asks where the others are. Yue tells him to run because he is no match for the giant black python that has already evolved to third order. The protagonist replies that he understands and that the rescued animals just need to stay still and not run away, making it clear he wants to show what he is really capable of. The python charges and Yue, even more worried, begs him again to run. Lightning appears mixed with flames, and Lin says to scatter the darkness with thunder. Tian strikes the creature and sends it flying with a single blow, leaving Yue shocked as the snake hits the ground. Yue says they cannot let it escape. The protagonist draws his sword and says she need not worry because the creature is not going anywhere today. He takes his attack stance and uses lightning, striking again with a tremendous power that shatters the beast. Lin says it is done. Yue, astonished, asks how he awakened dual attributes. Tian thinks that, as far as he remembers, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association never did anything wrong and always helped ordinary people overcome difficulties, so telling the truth should not be a problem. He replies that he awakened the fire and lightning attributes. Yue thinks that this guy will certainly be extremely strong in the future. Elsewhere, a voice says that Lin admitted it personally. It is Yue explaining that he truly awakened fire and lightning attributes. The director comments that now he understands why he wanted to cancel the surveillance and that someone with such talent must join the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Yue asks if they will no longer monitor him. Liu comments that she needs a boyfriend. In another area, several people are gathered, and someone asks whether they should announce to the public the resurgence of spiritual energy. He says that many recent incidents made it impossible to hide the situation, and asks if they could claim everything was an accident. An elder reacts, asking if he is insane and if he understands the chaos that would arise from revealing something like this so hastily, saying it would not be solved with a few scoldings. The young man retorts, asking how he dares to say that after yesterday because if they had announced the spiritual energy situation earlier, they would have evacuated the citizens during the factory incident. The old man asks whether the problem at the factory wasn't solved after all. The young man asks if it was him who solved it and if it wasn't the boy they called, telling him to handle it properly. The old man asks what he just said. The director orders them to stop arguing and everyone goes silent. Liu says he's right. If Lin hadn't saved the day the previous night, not only would he have lost his own daughter and his subordinates, but the residents of the nearby villages would also have suffered. Even so, as another member mentioned, irresponsibly revealing the resurgence of spiritual energy would cause massive social unrest. A proposal is then presented. The marked locations are areas where spiritual energy has recently resurged and can be used as pilot programs, promoting the surrounding regions as tourist attractions to observe how things progress before the next steps. He asked what they think. The young man says they will first test according to the director's wishes. The old man comments that it was expected for the director to present such a clever solution. The director says that if there are no objections, they will move to the next item. Everyone witnessed the young man's strength the previous night, and they want to recruit him into the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, making him captain of a team of cultivators, and he asks what they think of that. The old man says he does not oppose his entry, but questions whether giving such an important position right away is too much. The young man asks who suddenly gets a deputy leader position out of nowhere, and says he should start at the bottom. The director says that everyone saw the boy awaken the fire and lightning attributes, and he fears that if they give him a very low position, they may displease him, or even offend someone with such potential. The young man answers that since the director put it that way, they should arrange a test for him. The old man agrees and tells them to schedule the examination, reminding them that to become captain of a team of cultivators, being good in combat is not enough. Liu adds that this is what they themselves said and that they shouldn't regret it later. The next day, the protagonist is still in bed when a sudden noise echoes. Lin wonders if a thief broke into his house and thinks he's so broke that he can only afford the cheapest instant noodles, saying to himself that he keeps stealing from himself and that when he catches this thief later, he'll make sure he truly understands his mistake. He orders the thief to surrender immediately, but the one there is Yue, leaving Tian embarrassed as he asks why she is in his house and if they didn't agree yesterday that she wouldn't monitor him anymore. Yue replies that she's not there to watch him but to live alongside him and asks where the trash can is, leaving the protagonist speechless. Soon after, still in the same place, Lin asks if she wants him to participate in that test and Yue confirms. He thinks that, judging by the timing, there's little left before the full manifestation of spiritual energy and that he cannot waste time with a trial, saying he's not interested. Yue says she knows he's probably thinking the test will delay his cultivation, but explains that this trial was specially prepared by the Association for Cultivators and that not only new members will participate because spiritual energy has recently resurged at the test location. Although the level is not high, there may be fortuitous encounters. Tian thinks he remembers her mentioning that Yuqing also joined the organization and asks if Yu will participate in this trial. Yue responds yes, and the protagonist thinks he remembers her saying she found a great opportunity there and becomes curious to know what it is. He decides to take a look this time, saying that by coincidence he needs to find Yu, so he will go to the trial. Elsewhere, the director states that everyone may be used to a peaceful life, but warns that the world will soon be anything but peaceful, as demise will become the norm. He says that later he will introduce a powerful spiritual energy cultivator who will be the team captain and guide them in the trial. The redhead wonders where that person went and remembers telling a partner that she really saw an awakened individual surrounded by lightning, but the old man says that's absurd and asks how such a powerful cultivator could exist. In the present, he asks what she's thinking about, and the redhead replies, "It's nothing. She's just curious what kind of person the captain will be when he arrives." The old man says it will probably be some rich second-generation heir who just came to relax there, and adds that when the boy arrives, he's going to give him a taste of his own medicine to show who's boss. The redhead warns that he'd better behave and not cause trouble. Yue introduces the members Tian will lead, 5 people in total, 2 women and 3 men. The protagonist observes that, aside from Yuqing's ice attribute, the others are quite ordinary. Yue says he needs to pay attention to Tianfang, who used to be a subordinate of a triad, accidentally awakened the wind attribute, but kept the same uncontrollable personality. The director announces that the captain has arrived. The protagonist approaches. Yu wonders if he is the same mysterious person her father said saved her, remembering that it was this boy who was struck by lightning on the mountain that day. Liu introduces Tian as the captain and asks if Tianfang has any problem. Fang asks how strong he really is and tells him to show some skills, saying that otherwise, when they go in later, they will have no reason to listen to him. Lin asks how he wants him to show it, and Fang responds that of course it means sparring with each other. Tian states that this trash in the spring realm is not worthy of facing him. Fang, irritated, says he is looking for death and charges forward. The protagonist asks if that is all. The director blocks the attack and asks how Fang dares to disobey the organization's orders. Fang says he didn't mean it that way, but claims that to be captain, he needs great ability, asking if the others are not convinced. The two agree and say that in the world of cultivation, strength is fundamental, and if the new captain doesn't show what he is capable of, it will be hard to win everyone over. Liu says they don't need to worry about the younger brother's strength, since he was the one who defeated the giant python alone days ago and rescued Yue. The redhead asks if he really did it alone. Fang says he bets the kid just got lucky and questions how a single person could have defeated such a powerful black giant python. The director orders everyone to stand at attention and warns that anyone who disrupts the discipline of the trial will be immediately expelled from the association and must behave, before beginning to read the trial content and saying that everyone must listen carefully. The objective of this trial is to deal with a creature known as the Thorned Beast. According to the association's information, this creature not only has a human-like form, but can also move freely. Before starting the trial, the director reminds them that although they thought the world was safe before, when walking the path of cultivation, death will accompany them at all times. In the forest, the protagonist wonders if that is the location mentioned in the trial, but finds it strange that he cannot see the monster and wonders if it buried itself underground. Yu asks if they should go there. Lin notices that the spiritual energy intensifies as they approach the big tree and wonders why they cannot find the monster the director mentioned, saying that to ensure safety, they should not get too close to that tree and that they will continue searching for traces of the monster in the area. Fang asks if he is chickening out and if he is afraid that the giant tree will rise from the ground to attack him, making the warriors beside him laugh. Tian answers that he already warned them, and if they insist on ignoring the advice, they will face the consequences. Fang says he wants to see what the hell is there, and claims that the huge tree must be some kind of treasure since it has extremely powerful spiritual energy. One of the boys comments that the energy there is so abundant that if they cultivate in that spot, they will surely level up. Fang thinks that if he absorbs all that spiritual energy and advances to the 3rd level of the stagnant source realm, even Leng will have to listen to him, and he orders them to start cultivating immediately while the energy is abundant. They sit on the ground and begin cultivating. Qing asks if they will be okay, and the protagonist tells her not to worry, saying he will intervene if something goes wrong. The redhead comments that a few days ago she met Lin. He asks if they have met before and says he doesn't remember, asking where it was. The redhead answers that it was on that lightning-struck mountain. Tian realizes and asks if it was her, questioning if she was having a picnic that day. Irritated, she repeats picnic and explains that she was sent to deal with the lightning spiritual energy outbreak there, all because of Captain Lin, since she ended up getting scolded by her superiors for hours. She says she told them that a man absorbed the lightning spiritual energy, but they insisted she was dreaming. The protagonist apologizes and says they should sit and cultivate too, since the spiritual energy there is abundant. Yu asks why he himself is not cultivating. Lin thinks that she is still kind, as in the past life, and replies that the spiritual energy there does not match his attribute, allowing them to keep cultivating. They are getting ready when someone screams for help. Tian asks what is happening. When they look, they see the warriors trapped by the tree's roots. Fang asks what is going on and why the branches suddenly started moving. One of the warriors, desperate, begs for help. Fang takes a fighting stance and says he will help him. He charges forward but cannot cut the tree. Surprised, he asks how that is possible. The warrior warns him to be careful. Fang looks to the side and is struck by a branch, being thrown far away as he thinks that, on the cultivation path, death truly accompanies him at every moment, and he understands why Director Liu said that. He then wonders if he will lose his life there. The tree releases a terrifying aura as the roots are suddenly cut. Fang looks in shock and sees that it was the captain who cut them. The protagonist tells him to run quickly. Fang replies that he cannot abandon his brothers and flee. Lin comments that he seems quite loyal, and Fang confirms, saying that of course he is, because they live by loyalty. Tian picks up the dagger that fell on the ground and infuses it with fire lightning attribute energy as lightning manifests. Fang asks what he just did. The protagonist throws the dagger with force, cutting the roots and freeing the other warrior who was trapped. The tree begins releasing an even more intense energy. Lin tells them to run quickly, warning that the monster is about to reveal its true form. The warriors begin to feel something strange and ask what is happening. Thinking it is an earthquake, the creature reveals itself. Stagnated Spring Realm 3, the phantasmal tree demon. They are terrified and ask what kind of monster that is. Tian asks if Fang forgot what the director and the others said, reminding him that the cultivation path is meant to be a life or death struggle, and if he fears death, he must abandon this path. The tree charges to attack, but the protagonist dodges and counterattacks. The tree stares at him and tries to hit him again. Lin, surrounded by a blazing aura, releases flames that burn the branches and then uses the fire lightning fist. The creature dodges but is struck before it even realizes it, making Fang impressed and asks if he is really that strong, while the redhead comments that that is the power of an awakened lightning attribute. Yu, equally surprised, thinks that in novels the peerless heroes ride auspicious colorful clouds and that it should look like something like this. Elsewhere, in front of several screens, a voice asks whether Lin really possesses so much strength, and the director asks if anyone still has objections to Tian's position as captain, receiving several none in response. Suddenly, everything begins to shake and a very loud noise echoes. They ask what is happening and whether it is an earthquake, and Yue wonders if it is caused by spiritual energy, while Liu states that it seems this matter can no longer be hidden, for the Earth's spiritual energy has fully resurged and the world's laws are about to change. In the forest, a screen shows the situation, and the protagonist wonders if, in his past life, Yu Qing did not say there was an opportunity there, and since she had the ice attribute, why that tree demon, clearly of the wood attribute, was involved. A terribly strong light erupts, leaving everyone shocked. The tree collapses to the ground and Lin realizes that the Earth's spiritual energy has fully resurged, which is why a powerful ice attribute spiritual energy appeared there. He thinks that, in the previous life, Yu could not absorb that energy due to lack of strength, and that was why she mentioned that opportunity. Qing says he is amazing and that his punch made the surrounding energy explode. Lin tells her to enter the cave and absorb the rising ice attribute spiritual energy, for it can strengthen her, and he thinks that in this life the two of them will become powerful and make that cursed couple who killed them in the past pay. Tian states that an extremely powerful ice attribute energy has appeared there, and since Yu has also awakened that attribute, she must seize this opportunity to cultivate quickly, and they decide to wait for a while. At night, everyone celebrates and congratulates Qing for successfully reaching the first level of the stagnated Spring Realm and directly advancing to the third level. Yu says that all of that was only possible thanks to the captain and everyone else. Fang admits he was blind and did not recognize Lin's greatness before, asking him to forgive his mistakes, and the protagonist says it is fine, because Fang did not abandon his brothers in a moment of crisis, proving his loyalty and showing he is a true man. Fang thanks him for treating someone irresponsible like him with respect, and declares that from now on his life belongs to him. But Lin says that is not necessary, and that from now on they are all brothers. Suddenly, a voice orders everyone to leave the area immediately. It is a soldier saying they are there on an official mission and must cooperate. Lin notices that soldier is not ordinary, as spiritual energy is radiating from him, concluding that he is also a cultivator, and wonders whether the matter of the spiritual energy should not be the director's responsibility, thinking they might need to wait, while also reflecting that if the spiritual energy that erupted were of Licky's attribute or others, they could use that surge to level up. The soldier stares at Lin and repeats the order to leave immediately, asking if he heard. Fang asks how he dares speak that way to his older brother and whether he knows who he is. The soldier presses the weapon against Fang's neck and says that either he leaves or he loses his life. Fang says he wants to see what the soldier can do, but the protagonist tells him to stop. 3 hours earlier, several people were gathered discussing what to do after the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy, saying they had no time to prepare and that the absolute priority was to capture the mutant dog that escaped, complaining that they had already warned it wasn't necessary to keep an eye on that creature. The general tells them to stop arguing, stating that this is no place for fights, and that the most urgent task is capturing the mutant dog to prevent innocent citizens from suffering. He says the mission will be his responsibility. The soldier stands up and guarantees he will complete the task. The general orders everyone to return immediately to the borderline because, with the complete resurgence of spiritual energy, that region will never again be as peaceful as before, and tells the little Saul that he must capture the mutant dog before dawn, asking if he understood. The soldier speaks through the communicator, telling them to speed up the evacuation of the crowd on the east side, saying the beast may appear at any moment. Then, observing a screen, the soldier notices something and wonders what that is. Somewhere else, the protagonist tells them to stop and not cause trouble for the army, and Fang agrees, while Lin orders them to leave immediately. The soldier says they should consider themselves lucky. As they move away, Tian comments that spiritual energy erupted completely that afternoon, and that from now on they will face a very dangerous world, asking Huayun not to forget to cultivate diligently, as her foundation is still unstable and they must progress slowly without excessive ambition. Someone calls him, and when the protagonist looks back, he smiles at being called grandson. The grandson says it is indeed him, and Yu asks if that is someone he knows, hearing Lin answer that that is his best friend from high school, Sun Zhengyi. Sun jokes saying he is his good father, and Lin calls him ungrateful and returns the joke by calling him a good grandson. The redhead says they will head back so as not to interrupt the reunion, and Fang agrees. Later, in the same place, Tian comments that Sun is doing well, and that his military rank received commendations for merit. Zheng says he will reveal a secret disclosed only that afternoon, and the protagonist asks if global spiritual energy has resurfaced, saying the topic has been trending all day. Sun says he knew he would doubt and reveals in secret that the roadblock is due to a powerful mutant dog that escaped into the region and that the unit is there to protect civilians. Lin wonders if the mentioned mutant dog is the same one discarded during Leng's test. A soldier approaches and informs that all civilians have been evacuated. Zheng considers this great and says they only need to wait for the wild dog to fall into the trap, while Tian thinks he will take the opportunity to assess the army's current strength level. Sun says it is good that Lin knew early about the changes in the world's rules because, with his kind nature, he would certainly suffer. He asks the soldier to later take Lin to the safe zone outside the hunting area so he can observe the unit's strength. The soldier states that no matter what the protagonist's relationship with the captain is, he must listen carefully later, and Lin thanks him. They walk to another point, and the protagonist observes that although the soldiers carry weapons, the spiritual energy they emit indicates they are all around the first level of the stagnant source realm, concluding that the overall strength is not bad. Suddenly, a soldier warns them to be careful because the mutant dog is there. A noise echoes and the creature approaches with a terrifying aura ready to attack. The soldiers open fire non-stop, but it does no damage. The mutant dog counterattacks and throws them away. Lin thinks that creature possesses at least strength equivalent to the third level of the stagnant source realm, concluding that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, monsters of that level will appear easily, and that he will need to cultivate even more starting the next day. Sun orders the regular soldiers to retreat and the members of the special force to follow him, using the Xuanwu formation to corner the beast. One of them grabs the monster's tail while the others advance and attack together. Zheng leaps with tremendous energy around him and strikes the creature, which spits plasma. The protagonist smiles, thinking that, as expected of the army, even if each member only has the strength of the second level of the stagnant spring realm, they trust one another and give their lives to each other, allowing their collective strength to surpass their individual level. He concludes that his worries were unnecessary and that it is only a matter of time before they defeat the mutant dog. The beast opens its mouth and releases a mist. Lin observes carefully as the smoke spreads, and Sun realizes the creature is trying to evolve, ordering them to stop it immediately, and saying that if it evolves, everyone will die. They try to approach but are thrown away. The smoke dissipates and the beast evolves. Zheng says it's over and confirms that it really evolved. A soldier asks what to do, and Sun replies that they will fight anyway, as they cannot allow the creature to harm the civilians behind them. They charge together, but the beast is faster and knocks them to the ground. The distant soldiers become worried about the captain. Zheng is gravely injured on the ground, believing he will die as he sees the creature approaching. But the protagonist steps in front and blocks the monster's attack. Sun recognizes his partner, and Lin strikes the beast with his powerful lightning, launching it far away with an impressive blow. Zheng, shocked, asks if he is a cultivator. Tian summons a dagger and says he will deal with the beast and then they can talk calmly, while the soldier asks if he is really a cultivator and states that to damage a level 4 mutant dog of the first stagnant realm with a single strike, the boy must be incredibly strong. The protagonist, enveloped by a frightening aura, attacks again. The beast tries to flee, and Lin asks if it is trying to run, saying that will not happen, unleashing a strike whose power pierces the monster's body and inflicts severe wounds. Sun, surprised, asks if his partner is truly such a powerful lightning attribute cultivator. The creature falls to the ground and Tian approaches, applies an enchantment to the dagger, and cuts the beast in half. The soldiers are shocked, commenting that the spiritual energy has just resurged, and he already has that strength, saying that if they give him another year to grow, they won't even be able to keep up. Jung smiles and says that was expected of his brother. The protagonist thinks that not even the army's dagger could withstand his fire lightning power, and that he needs to find a weapon capable of enduring his spiritual energy. Sun asks if he was hiding something from him and his father, and says he never imagined he was already so strong, thinking he had just been pretending before. And Lin tells him to be careful, reminding him that his previous injuries were not light. Jang orders them to drag the beast out and says he will have some drinks with his brother. Elsewhere, someone watches Lin's battle on a laptop. A woman asks if that young man is his friend, and Sun replies that they are more than friends. They are brothers who face life and the finish line together. The woman thinks that if they could recruit such a talent for the army, the military strength would increase enormously, and asks if he has tried inviting him. Jung replies that he tried, but Lin said he was already affiliated with the Cultivators Association. The woman says she will personally go there to ask about him. The next day, the protagonist enters the house and comments that he forgot she was there and didn't buy breakfast. Yue asks if he participated in the previous night's military operation, and Lin replies that it was all by chance, that he had no intention of getting involved but ended up meeting his brother asking if there is any problem. Yue says that that morning the daughter of the military commander didn't stop calling the director, insisting that he should enlist in the army. Tian asks what they answered, and Yue says the director suppressed the matter, but that the commander's daughter is not someone to mess with, and asks him to be careful in the coming days. The protagonist asks if she is trying to turn him into her son-in-law, until his phone rings and it is Sun calling. Lin answers, and a voice says it is Jung's superior. They remain silent for a moment, and the superior says there is a place with strong fire attribute spiritual energy, and asks if he wants to take a look. Tian is surprised to hear fire attribute, thinking he was precisely looking for a way to strengthen his fire attribute. The superior explains that in the beginning, during a night patrol at the construction site, they found a phantom fireball, and at the time, everyone thought it was something superstitious. So they called a Taoist priest, but unexpectedly, the priest not only failed to dispel the fire, but it became even stronger, taking over the entire site. Even with the army isolating the area, they proved powerless. Inside a moving car, the commander's daughter says that after the resurgence of spiritual energy the previous afternoon, that flame became even stronger, and that if it continues to spread, the civilians will suffer. The protagonist asks if the flame has been expanding the whole time, and the superior confirms, stating that for now all they can do is increase the isolation perimeter. The superior comments that she heard he and Yue are together. Lin tells Miss Chen not to talk nonsense, and explains that Yue is in his house only to watch over him by order of the director, but Chen says he doesn't need to rush to deny it and should just listen to the rest. With global spiritual energy fully revived, for national security they must quickly establish an army of cultivators to deal with external uncertainties, since the stronger cultivators have questionable morals, are fit for combat but cannot train new members. She says she heard Sun say that Lin's character is excellent and his strength extraordinary. Tian asks if they want him to join the army and help train these new cultivators. Chen answers that that's right, saying that as long as he agrees, all benefits are negotiable, and asks what he thinks. The protagonist says he's sorry, but he doesn't have the energy to deal with that right now, stating that he'll first focus on cultivating the relationship with the person the director asked him to look after. Chen says that's fine and thinks that it's exactly what she expected from him: a good, loyal, and upright man. The car then stops and they see a crowd contained behind a barrier, while a voice orders them not to gather because it's dangerous inside and no one should approach. They get out of the car and a voice asks what he's doing there. It's Jiang, accompanied by Tong. Lin wonders why the two are there. Jiang asks if he is her idiot and says that judging by his aura, he really does look like a strong candidate for idiot. Cameras begin filming immediately. Jiang says that although he'll never forget the past, he needs to understand that there's an unbridgeable chasm between them, while Tong says she already gave him a chance before, but he didn't value it. People get excited with the scene, calling it a spectacle and asking if the warriors of love will lose again. Tian wonders if the two of them are idiots. Chen approaches and asks what is happening. The crowd keeps filming and commenting about who that beautiful woman could be. Jiang starts drooling, thinking that having a jewel like her would make anything beside her seem irrelevant, and praises her by saying she's a beautiful lady. Chen asks if those two people are his friends, and Jiang, confused, wonders what's going on and why that woman is completely ignoring him. The protagonist answers that they are a hellish couple and asks not to delay important matters. They continue walking. People laugh, saying it's no wonder the boy didn't want that woman anymore, that anyone would trade, because that one is much better than this one. Tong, furious, thinks that the wretch dared to act superior in front of her, saying she's only pretty and will definitely find a way to make her suffer. Irritated, Tong asks the crowd if they've seen enough and tells everyone to stop, saying they've already left. Jiang says it is just a professional habit and thinks that, if not for the money, he would have ignored all of that long ago. Elsewhere, Chen reports that she has just confirmed with the soldiers that the fire inside is intensifying and that they may need to further expand the isolation cordon. The protagonist asks if it must be expanded again, and Chen confirms, saying that unless they find a solution, there is no other way, since that is exactly the place filled with fire attribute spiritual energy mentioned the previous day. Lin asks what the item she is holding is, and Chen replies that she can consider it a machine for detecting the concentration of spiritual energy, noting that they will have to expand the confinement area once more. The perimeter is being extended by 5 kilometers. A soldier asks what Lin thinks she is doing as she approaches and requests instructions, while Chen wonders whether he can really control that flame. The protagonist approaches the flames, and the system asks if it should absorb the strong fire attribute spiritual energy detected. Lin says they must absorb everything. The flames intensify, creating pressure throughout the area. Chen thinks it is an extremely powerful aura and wonders what cultivation level he has, imagining how high he will reach if he absorbs all the fire attribute spiritual energy, level 4, 5, or 6 of the stagnant spring realm. The system notifies that 100% has been absorbed and that the fire attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2, granting the reward of a chance to obtain a new cultivation technique. The system congratulates him on the evolution and enables the drawing of a new technique. Tian confirms and is surprised when notifications appear indicating that the technique obtained is the Sacred Flame Immortal Art, a golden fire attribute cultivation technique, also receiving reward points. The Sacred Flame Immortal Art allows one to store fire spiritual energy in the body and release it directly during attacks, causing widespread damage. The protagonist tells it to absorb even more intensely. A powerful aura fills the environment and the pressure rises, leading Chen to wonder what kind of monster that boy is and whether he truly intends to absorb all that spiritual energy. A soldier asks if he is the reincarnation of the fire god. When Lin finishes, he approaches, and Chen asks if he is alright. Tian says yes and thanks her for bringing him there. Something begins to beep. It is the item in her hand, and Chen immediately throws it, causing an explosion. The protagonist is faster, grabs her, and protects her, and Chen thinks she needs that man, no matter the cost. Later, elsewhere, Chen asks if he is saying that he absorbed all the fire attribute spiritual energy from the construction site into his body. Lin confirms and asks if it will cause problems for her, but Chen assures there will be no issue and asks what realm he is currently in. Tian replies that he must be at the peak of level 4 of the stagnant spring realm, almost reaching level 5, and Chen questions whether he is only level 4 with that strength. The protagonist states that his cultivation method is special and he does not know how to explain it, and Chen says all cultivators have their secrets and that if he does not want to say, she will not insist. Lin thanks her for understanding. Chen asks if he is considered enlisting in the armed forces and comments that the benefits there are better than those of that despicable association. Tian says that for now, he has no plans to enlist. Chen says she will not pressure him, but she must report the day's events so she will not have trouble explaining it to her grandfather. At night, Yue receives a message from the director, asking if she can call Lin later for a mission. Dark Night Ghost Shadow. Yue looks at the message, closes the book, and leaves. In the room, the protagonist is lying down and smells something pleasant, thinking that although Yue does not talk much, her cooking skills are truly excellent. He goes to the kitchen and comments that her breakfast is delicious, but is confused to see that the one there is the daughter of the military commander. He asks why she is also in his house and where she got the key, and Chen replies not to worry because she requisitioned the house as a secret military location through official channels. Tian says that does not seem to have anything to do with official procedure, goes to another room and tells her to show herself, asking if she cannot even watch him properly, but there is no one in the bed. The protagonist asks where she is, and Chen replies that there was no one in the house when she arrived, wondering if Yue knew they were coming and deliberately left. Lin notices something, opens a book, and wonders about this Dark Night Ghost Shadow mission, imagining whether Yue went alone. Chen asks where he is going in such a hurry, and Tian replies that his partner is in trouble and he needs to find the director immediately. Elsewhere, near the river, the water begins to move as Yue, underwater, wonders whether she is completely useless without Lin, and thinks that, in the end, she is still too weak, until she stops, releases her power, and freezes something ahead, smiling as she thinks she understood, but a sound echoes. Her eyes widen as the monster approaches with a huge mouth and continues attacking without causing damage, while roots coil around her and begin suffocating her. Yue panics, feeling her spiritual energy being drained, concluding that she cannot let the monster devour more, or it will grow even stronger. The creature moves its tail and hits her in the back, injuring her, and she wonders if she will be devoured. Then, lightning appears and the protagonist arrives, asking if she's alright. Yue tells him to leave quickly because the monster is absorbing spiritual energy. Lin grabs her, moves quickly, and tells her to hold on because he will get her out first. Tian emerges from the water and Chen says he is back, asking if he has dealt with the unusual beast. And the protagonist replies that he has not and asks them to wake Yue first. Chen says she will take her to the hospital immediately, and Lin thinks that as soon as his partner is safe, he will deal with the monster. In the hospital, Yue is hospitalized and the director thanks Tian, saying that if not for him, his daughter would certainly have been finished. The protagonist says he does not need to be so formal and asks for more details about the mission. Liu explains that the monster is called the Dark Knight Ghost Shadow, monitored for at least half a year. Tian is surprised and understands that this means that, at that time, fewer than 10 people in the world had had contact with cultivation. The director explains that they have never seen its true form and suspect it is a darkness attribute monster, hiding in the depths of the sea while devouring spiritual energy, and that after the recent resurgence of spiritual energy, it has become extraordinarily powerful and must be eliminated immediately to prevent a catastrophic disaster. He then asks if Tian can take on the task, and the protagonist says yes but needs a favor. Elsewhere, Chen is on the phone, asking why her grandfather is letting Tian take something so dangerous. The old man replies that it is a test for him and also for the country. Chen says he should not receive a mission of that level at the very beginning, recalling that in the previous Dark Knight Ghost Shadow mission, the military sent a professional team, and even the weakest cultivator was at level 3 of the stagnant spring realm, and yet they failed. The grandfather says he knows she cares about the boy but has no choice, and remembers that they sent 3 elite soldiers to help them this time, stating that the world has changed drastically with the resurgence of spiritual energy, and that if they fall behind, they will be invaded and plundered by other countries. Dark Knight Ghost Shadow is the lowest A-class danger zone they can currently control, and overcoming that category will give the country a voice in the world. Chen thinks that Lin must return alive. Elsewhere, inside a moving car, Yu calls for the captain, and Tian asks what happened. Qing asks what mission they will carry out, why only she is going, and whether the others are not going. And the protagonist explains that among the 4, only she has reached level 3 of the stagnant spring realm, and he must check whether she has not slacked off in cultivation, giving her the mission details. Yu says she will try her hardest and will not be a burden to him. Lin tells Qing not to be so nervous and to treat it as an experience, remembering that the director said the military would send people to help. Qing replies that she will do her best to bring him glory. The driver announces they have arrived at the port and everyone gets out of the car. A young man ahead comments that cultivators nowadays are getting younger and younger. And Tian thinks that level 4 of the stagnant spring realm, under the current circumstances, truly is already considered a master. He asks if they are from the armed forces. The young man introduces himself as Zhou Mu and says he hopes he will not hinder them later. Yu asks what he means and whether he knows what the captain's greatest quality is. The woman ahead tries to calm the atmosphere, saying that Zhou speaks harshly and they should not mind it since they still need to resolve the crisis together, and internal conflict now would be useless. The blonde man tells everyone to move on, and the protagonist tells his partner that there is no problem and they should not mind what others say, only do their part. Everyone enters the water and Zhou comments that something is draining the spiritual energy from their bodies. The blonde explains that it is the corrosive ability of the darkness attribute and asks for caution. The redhead says that living there for too long would shorten anyone's life. Yu says she wants to vomit and asks why the sea gives off such a rotten smell. Lin sighs, releases mana around the two of them, and dissipates the bad smell, saying that this will help her resist part of the effects of the dark attribute and that she must not disappoint him afterward. Zhou looks back and thinks that everyone should be feeling sick, concluding that Lin especially should be terrified, and wonders how they can act as if nothing is wrong. He believes they used all their spiritual energy to resist the dark attribute and will probably be unable to move when real danger appears. The blonde asks what that is and warns them to be careful when something moves quickly around them. Zhou says the monster must be close, and a creature approaches with a terrifying aura. Yu releases her power, but the protagonist tells her not to rush and to watch carefully, stating that that fish is not the monster's true form. Joe punches, causing a large impact, and tells the boy not to get distracted because one wrong step there can be fatal. Ching calls Joe stupid, saying that it is an illusion and asking if he can't see that. Joe says she's talking nonsense, until the woman beside them tells him to be careful when tentacles rise toward them. The blonde feels pain, asks what is happening and where the tentacles came from. Ahead, a giant octopus appears, and the soldier identifies it as level 5 of the stagnant spring realm. The blonde says he now understands why they failed last time. Yu uses the ice scythe waltz slash technique, but Joe says she has no chance against that thing. Ching thinks she can't disappoint her captain under any circumstances and wants to show her strength. Some parts of the octopus freeze, making Yu excited, but the monster breaks the ice easily. Joe tells them to run, but the octopus hits the blonde and the soldier spits plasma, creating an explosion. Ching fears for her life. A voice says it was a good effort and the protagonist appears, blocking the attack, telling her that next time she should be more cautious. The soldier, surprised, asks if that boy truly blocked the tentacle's attack, and the blonde asks if his spiritual energy is of the fire attribute, saying that it doesn't resemble anything he has ever seen. Joe asks how such powerful fire spiritual energy can exist and whether it comes from that boy. Lin looks at the octopus and says that it pierced his partner with tentacles during the day, so now he will pierce the monster, finding it more than fair, saying that this is a perfect opportunity to test the golden technique he just created. Tian advances quickly, moves his sword and strikes the octopus. Joe calls it foolishness and says that the body of a level 5 cultivator cannot be harmed by a broken knife. The protagonist activates the immortal art of the holy flame, making intense flames appear around the sword and envelop the enemy's body. The octopus widens its eyes before an extremely powerful explosion occurs. Joe, astonished, asks what is happening, what power that is, and says that what the commander said was true. Mu remembers when he told the commander he was giving too much credit to the boy, saying that Lin was just an independent cultivator with no resources or military training, and asked how far someone like that could go. The commander replied that he knew of his pride, but Lin's strength should not be underestimated, for to ordinary people, cultivators are like someone looking down a well, trying to observe the moon in the sky. And to cultivators of that stage, Lin was like a grain of dust contemplating the vast firmament, someone who could only be a friend and never an enemy. In the present, Joe wonders if he is really human, imagining how far he could go with such absurd talent combined with military resources, and concludes that the young woman must be his subordinate since she remains calm and serene in the face of danger, already at level 3 of the stagnant spring realm at such a young age, with an unlimited future making Joe feel old. The soldier asks if he is injured, the blonde asks why he is distracted, and Joe answers that he was just desperate to survive. The blonde says it's fine and that he only needs to buy a drink later, and Joe says he will apologize first and then they will drink until they fall asleep, thanking the boy for saving him and his companions, and admitting he was wrong earlier, to which the protagonist says not to worry, and Joe thanks him again. Yu complains that she stinks and tells everyone to go up. When they emerge, Lin notices something behind them and Ching asks what it is, but Tian says to go up first because he wants to check what is down there, swimming until he finds flowers and something shining, 2-star flowers, and thinks that both Yu and Yue will be able to use them to improve their strength. Somewhere else, Lin comes out of the river and asks where he is until a soldier calls him. Tian is surprised that he did not sense anything when the man approached and asks who he is. The young man introduces himself as Lei Nuo, the young lady's bodyguard, handing him a card and saying that a few days ago she was on a mission and they couldn't find her immediately, and that if she needs help, she can call that number. The protagonist asks who the young lady mentioned is, and Lei answers that it is Chen. Lin thinks he knew it because the only person he knows who would have such a skilled bodyguard is her, and concludes that he cannot gauge that man's strength, wondering if he is a cultivator of the Iron Vein realm. Tian asks why he was looking for him and about his friends, and Nuo replies that Miss Yu has already been sent home in a private car, and that Zhou and his 2 companions have been detained by the military, and he is there because the commander wishes to see him. Tian widens his eyes and asks if it is the commander of the armed forces, and Lei confirms, saying that he wants to talk to Lin and asks him to come along. The protagonist gets in the car and asks if he is the commander, and the man replies that he must be Lin, saying that his granddaughter hasn't stopped talking about him these past few days and asking him to sit. He comments that he heard that Lin sealed celestial fire inside his body, and Tian confirms. The commander says that in a world marked by the resurgence of spiritual energy, anything is possible, and that someone with such power appearing without military support is a blessing for the nation. The protagonist says it is just luck, and the commander says that he is exactly as he expected, neither arrogant, nor shy, nor complacent, nor impatient, worthy of the man his granddaughter is in love with. He explains that the world has changed drastically and anomalies are becoming common, which will be a catastrophe for ordinary people who had no time to adapt. Lin says not to worry because if he finds something that harms civilians, he will never stand by and do nothing. The commander says he is not trying to restrain him or morally pressure him, but hopes he improves his strength as quickly as possible. Among all attributes, the dark attribute is the most problematic because it corrupts living beings and turns them into mindless monsters. And the lightning attribute is the best to counter it, so he needs to strengthen himself quickly for his own sake and also for the country. Tian replies yes and promises to train diligently. The commander hands him a military phone explaining that it cannot be intercepted and that Lin may ask for help at any time. The protagonist thanks him and says that he actually needs help with something. That is the weapon he received from the director, and he thought that sword could withstand his spiritual energy. The commander thinks he remembers that knife was Lu's most precious item, and imagining that it was damaged like that makes him wonder how strong the spiritual energy inside that boy is, telling him to leave the weapon with him because he will ask someone to make a more durable blade in a few days, and Lin thanks him. Upon stepping out of the car, Tian thinks that there is truly no time to rest when his phone rings and he asks what happened. Liu replies that Yue is not well, making the protagonist ask what occurred. Inside the hospital room, voices say that her heartbeat is dropping continuously, and they need to find a way to remove the negative spiritual energy, while another doctor disagrees, saying that if they extract the remaining energy, she will lose control. Outside, the director has his hand on his face, blaming himself for everything, until someone arrives and says he is there. Liu states that Tian has finally arrived, and the protagonist asks how his partner is, remembering that she was fine when he left. The director asks if he knows the characteristics of dark attribute spiritual energy, and Tian replies that it can drive living beings to madness, asking if that is possible. Liu confirms, saying that Yue has always been determined since she was a child, and after Tian saved her, she began doubting her own abilities. So she went on a mission without consulting him, and he should have allowed her to accompany him before assigning the mission. The protagonist begs the system for a way to save her, and the system notifies that if he touches her body for 3 minutes, it will detect an adequate treatment method. Tian agrees and runs into the room. The doctors ask who he is and tell him to get out, but Tian says that if he cannot cure her, he should not make a spectacle and touches Yue, thinking that the system must save her. The doctor asks if he has watched too many romance stories to think he can cure someone just by holding their wrist, tells them to continue the treatment, and asks why the security guards let that boy in. The director intervenes, saying that he was the one who authorized it, and the doctor steps back, saying he did not mean to offend, only to explain that the patient is in critical condition. Liu orders them to let the boy try, saying that if he fails, the blame will be entirely his. The doctors are shocked, wondering who that young man could be for the director to say something like that. The system detects the method and displays the treatment plan. Tian says there is a way to save her, but everyone needs to step back, and when the doctor asks why, the protagonist replies that in his current state, he can guarantee only her safety, not his own. Liu orders them to obey and everyone leaves. Lin summons a flower, releases his power into the water, and gives it to Yue to drink, causing tremendous energy to spread around her, and Tian promises he will do everything to ensure she survives. Sometime later, Yue wakes up confused, and the protagonist says she finally woke up, asking her not to push herself so hard next time. She asks whether he was the one who saved her, and Tian confirms it, saying that fortunately he found 2 star flowers on the ocean floor, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to treat her. Yue asks if he thinks she was getting in his way, and Tian asks why she thinks that, saying she is a powerful level 3 cultivator of the stagnant spring realm and at that stage is practically invincible in the world. Yue says she is still weaker than him, and Tian tells her not to dwell on that, because it's not that she's weak, but that he is simply too strong, asking whether she has ever met anyone as powerful as him. Yue thinks that indeed, before meeting him, she rarely encountered opponents, and even the director believes she might surpass him in 5 years. The protagonist says that since she is fine, he will go rest because he didn't sleep all night and asks her to meet him in the forest the day after tomorrow for rehabilitation training, telling her not to be late. In the forest, a monster charges and Yue strikes it. Lin says he knew she was incredible because that mutant wolf had strength equivalent to peak level 3 of the stagnant source realm, and she defeated it with a single kick, concluding that her current strength is comparable to level 4 of the stagnant spring realm, but Yue replies that he doesn't need to flatter her because she knows her own strength. Tian says the rehabilitation training is almost finished when an extremely loud sound echoes, making Yue ask whether that was an explosion. The system notifies that a strong dark attribute spiritual energy has been detected, and they need to be careful, The protagonist states that it wasn't a simple explosion, but a wave of dark spiritual energy coming from deep within the forest. The next day, some people sit next to tents, and Jiang says he will catch a big fish later to make a huge skewer for Tong, who angrily replies that no one cares about his skewer, helping her partner set up the tent. The boy beside them asks whether Jiang is having trouble with her, and he replies that he saw a beautiful girl a few days ago, which puts Tong in a bad mood. The boy says that if Jiang is going after other girls, he should at least hide it from her, and Jiang comments that that girl was incredible, surprising the boy, who says he wants to meet her if he gets the chance. Tong pulls his ear, telling him to set up the tent immediately, and the boy says that's exactly what he was saying, and she knows he loves her very much. Jiang decides to gather firewood and elsewhere in the forest. While collecting it, notices something shining ahead and wonders what it is. He remembers the news on TV when the United Global Council announced that Earth has entered the era of global spiritual energy resurgence, and experts said several places around the world are full of opportunities. Jiang then thinks of Chen because of her purple hair and sees that the shining object is also purple. Filled with resentment, he tells himself he will crush Lin under his feet and turn him into a stray dog in front of that woman, just as he himself was humiliated before Tong. Jiang puts the object in his mouth, starts feeling sick, and screams as a terrifying aura bursts out, smiling sinisterly and saying he finally feels power, incredible power. Tong screams for help with her two partners surrounded by wolves, and Jiang charges in, asking if his girlfriend is okay. Tong tells him to be careful because they are wolves, but Jiang, while striking them, says not to worry because that pack is like ants to him now. Tong wonders what is happening, how he suddenly became so strong, and whether a human can reach such a level, while the boy says he must have become a spiritual energy cultivator like the news talked about, asking if it isn't true. Tong questions whether that is really a cultivator and thinks someone so powerful can only be a man destined for her. On the other side of the forest, the protagonist tells his partner to be careful because they are approaching that mass of dark spiritual energy, and Yue confirms she can feel it. Lin asks her to wait a moment, and they leap into a tree, watching several wolves running. Yue asks what happened to those mutant wolves, and Tian notices the wounds were inflicted by dark attribute spiritual energy. Yue asks if they should notify Director Lu, but the protagonist says they need to investigate first, otherwise Lu will send people unnecessarily. He moves quickly and says that before anything else, he promised the commander he wouldn't let those wolves enter the city so arrogantly, releasing his power and eliminating them all at once, calling Yue to move on. Elsewhere in the forest, Yue asks if someone is camping there when Jiang rushes forward, but the protagonist blocks the attack. Jiang thinks that girl is also beautiful, as energetic as the previous one, and wonders how Lin knows so many pretty women, saying she is very talented and asking what she thinks about having a drink later. Yue asks who he is and why he attacked her partner, and Jiang replies that he holds a grudge against Lin and will teach him a lesson. Yue says that if she hadn't reacted in time, that attack wouldn't have been just a lesson. Lin asks if he absorbed a dark spiritual energy treasure and became a cultivator, and Jiang confirms, saying he is now a powerful cultivator. Tian asks if he was the one who scared the wolf pack earlier, and whether he has any idea how many innocent people would have died if those wolves had invaded the city. Jiang says he became a cultivator and asks why he should care about the lives of weaklings, making the protagonist say that he isn't worth the time, and that in his current state he needs a beating, not a simple lesson. Jiang says he is no longer a cowering turtle and will show what a cultivator is, laughing while Lin releases lightning and thinks that, judging by his spiritual energy level, it resembles level 2 of the stagnant spring realm, exactly as expected after the spiritual energy resurgence, where even a single fruit can cause such a huge increase. Jiang charges to attack and Tian blocks, hearing Jiang say he does have some strength. The protagonist asks if that is all, and Jiang says he is asking to be finished. They exchange blows, and Jiang, shocked, asks how Lin can block all of his attacks, while Tian responds that he is weak, and that if he weren't a cultivator, seeing him would be like viewing the moon from a well, and being a cultivator, seeing him is like a grain of dust contemplating the sky. Tian strikes him directly, sending him flying. Jiang wonders how that is possible, and his partners run to him, worried, while Tong is shocked to see Lin so powerful, wondering if he really defeated her boyfriend and regretting having shown her cards too early. The protagonist orders them all to be detained and interrogated thoroughly to check whether anyone else obtained any advantage, and Yue says she will report to the director to isolate the mountain immediately. Jiang thinks he truly lost and doesn't understand how, when a voice asks whether he craves power. He appears somewhere else, confused about where he is, before a powerful creature, and declares he wants invincible power to crush Lin under his feet, willing to pay any price. The creature releases power toward him, and Jiang euphorically feels the surge, saying this is exactly what he wants. In the forest, Yue says They will all go with her to the Cultivators Association to give statements, but a powerful aura bursts around Jiang. The protagonist warns his partner to be careful as intense winds erupt, and the boy asks what is happening, leading Tong to beg him to stop, saying she doesn't want to die. Lin remembers the commander's words were correct, and Yue asks what exactly occurred when the monster declares it has finally returned to the world once again. Yue asks how he went from level 2 to level 4 of the stagnant spring realm at once, and Tian says to be careful because that likely isn't human anymore. The system notifies that a minor dark attribute monster, the Dark Lord, has been detected and starts a temporary mission. Defeat the Dark Lord, rewarding the first spiritual energy attribute cultivation frame. The protagonist thinks he has never seen a monster of this type, not even in his past life, and wants to know what attack methods it uses. The monster says the flesh and plasma of those humans were inferior and didn't allow it to condense even a full form. But the spiritual energy inside Lin and Yue is powerful, and if it devours them, it will recover much of its strength, saying it will start by devouring the weaker girl first. The monster charges. Tian notices and blocks the attack. The creature says it's not bad and asks whether he blocked by accident, and Tian asks what it is and where Jiang and the others are. The monster replies that he isn't worthy of knowing what it is, and must simply choose between surrendering or losing his life. Lin says it clearly doesn't intend to talk and he'll have to teach it a lesson, and the monster laughs, saying he really wants to do that and that it will let him first experience extreme darkness. The monster attacks and Yue becomes worried about her partner. The creature keeps charging and Yue unleashes her power against it, but the monster claims it is useless, that an attack of her level will not break its defense, and orders her to stop resisting and accept being devoured. Lin moves at high speed, piercing through the enemy's body and slicing part of it into pieces, asking if that was the monster's maximum effort. The creature asks if he really thinks he can fight just because he broke the seal of the dark space, and Yue says she will fight at her partner's side. The protagonist says he doesn't need help, that Yue can stay where she is without moving, because he wants to test how far his maximum strength can go. Yue asks what he means by full strength, and Lin releases an extremely powerful energy, answering that it is exactly that. Tian charges toward the enemy and releases his power at it, causing a massive explosion, and the monster asks if it is being restrained by a mere human. The protagonist asks if it is afraid now, and the monster charges forward, saying that a human dares to look down on it and is asking to lose his life. The pressure rises and Lin watches calmly, blocking the attack without taking damage, leaving the monster shocked upon realizing he came out completely unscathed. Tian asks if that is all and says it seems the monster cannot even force him to use his full power, calling the situation disappointing. The monster thinks that boy does not possess ordinary strength and that his power now surpasses its own. It then tries to flee, believing it cannot die there and needs to devour more humans, gain more power, and then return to eliminate him. The protagonist asks if he gave it permission to leave and strikes it with his powerful lightning. The monster screams in pain and abandons most of its body, transforming into a bat. Tian says that to survive, it sacrificed almost its entire body, and Yue asks if he is alright. The protagonist replies that he is, but part of the shadow monster escaped, and they need to contact the director immediately. Elsewhere, a voice announces that due to a mass of cold air, the city will experience heavy rain and a red storm alert has been issued, recommending that everyone avoid going out. The voice comments that something big will happen that afternoon and jokes about showing the classic trick of showing off and being struck by lightning. A girl walks complaining that it is absurd that the date was cancelled just because it is raining, until a noise scares her and she disappears from sight. The bat approaches to attack her but is struck first, and a voice asks if she didn't hear the news. It is the protagonist who tells her to go home immediately because it is extremely dangerous and she must not go out until the weather improves. The girl finds Tian very handsome. The phone rings and Lin answers, asking what the situation is. Yue says that the dark creature that escaped is even more troublesome than they imagined, because it seems to have divided into countless bats that began attacking people indiscriminately in the city. These bats devour human spiritual energy, and some have already reached level 2 of the stagnant source realm, evolving non-stop. Tian thinks they intend to use the entire population as an energy source, and if they reach level 3 of the stagnant spring realm and regroup into the original shadow creature, it will be nearly impossible to deal with it. The sky darkens everywhere and the monster, now in bat form, plans to devour everyone to restore its maximum strength and make the human pay a terrible price. In another area, trucks move forward, soldiers prepare, and civilians comment, asking if this is the end of the world and saying they saw a bat in person. Chen gets irritated, saying it is frustrating to see so many people posting things that spread panic, and asks if it is not enough that the monsters are already strong, criticizing how thousands of soldiers could erase millions of posts. Lei says that if they went offline, the panic would be even worse, and Chen says she knows but needed to vent. She asks if the army has not broken through the lines yet since half an hour has passed. Nuo responds that all roads leading to Tianhai City are blocked by bats around level 3 of the stagnant source realm, so they will not be able to enter anytime soon and must be patient. Chen thinks that Lin better not get himself into trouble. Elsewhere, the protagonist walks with his partner, and Fang, along with his group and Yu, recognizes him arriving. Lin asks if everyone is alright, and Qing explains that she and her sister were training when the director called them and they realized the anomaly had begun. Fang comments that when the anomaly appeared, he was eating skewers with his subordinates and barely had time to react before a mutant bat lunged at one of them, being smashed by a single punch. After that, he simply stuck it on a giant skewer and shared the meal with the group, while Tian jokes that he hopes no one ends up with a stomachache. Everyone gathers in the room and the director says that since they are present, they can begin the video conference with the military. Liu informs the commander that everyone is ready, and the commander states that with everyone from the Spiritual Energy Association gathered, they will begin discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. He explains that the main east and west highways have been blocked by swarms of mutant bats, and that a huge energetic reaction is concentrated in the Citizens Plaza to the southeast, possibly the core controlling these creatures. Everyone watches the screen in silence while the protagonist notices Li acting strangely. The commander outlines the plan. They will open a path through the east highway, create a passage, and then lead the citizens from the plaza to evacuate before heavy bombing. To speed up the process, they need the association members to find an alternative route and begin the preliminary evacuation of the population. According to the detection department's calculations, the entire operation must be completed in 50 minutes. Otherwise, the creature in the plaza will evolve into something impossible to measure. He asks if anyone has questions. The red-haired woman asks if, in case the army does not arrive in time, the bombing will be postponed, and the commander replies that it will not, because at the final moment all firepower will be unleashed to prevent the creature's evolution. She asks how he can decide that and says it would be gambling with the lives of those in the plaza, reminding that if the monster evolves successfully, not only that group will die, but the entire city of Tianhai and even Donghai province will be destroyed. She then asks if there is someone important to him in the plaza and admits that her family lives in a neighborhood nearby, leaving everyone silent. Yu tries to comfort her, saying she will help rescue her family, reminding that she has been trained harshly in the past days and her strength has increased greatly. Fang agrees and says he will call his subordinates to bring the car. The commander then states that in that case she cannot participate in the operation. With tears in her eyes, she asks why, and he replies that a soldier dominated by emotion would compromise the mission, asking if she really believes that upon reaching the plaza, she would not think first of her parents. He tells the director that to ensure success, he needs to reassess personnel assignments. A voice asks them to wait, and the protagonist mentions that there is a fatal flaw in the plan. The commander asks what it is, and Lin replies that the bombs will cause no damage at all to the creature, leaving Liu confused. The commander demands to know how he can assert that, and Tian explains that he gravely injured that monster recently, so he guarantees the plan will not work and insists that they follow his. The commander asks what plan he proposes, and the protagonist asks them to bring the weapon he mentioned days ago, saying he will eliminate that dark monster alone, and asking for the commander's opinion. Elsewhere, an alarm begins to sound, and Chen declares that, in the name of the people of Tianhai, she must deliver that to Lin. A voice announces the beginning of the anomaly suppression mission, whose path starts at the East Highway entrance and ends at the Citizens Plaza. The commander reinforces that the objective is to escort and transport the weapons, with 5 squads divided to ensure everything arrives safely, no matter the cost, for the people. Chen advances with her men, repeating that it is for the people, while the bats charge together. Gunfire begins, but some soldiers are hit, and Chen orders everyone to attack alongside her while thinking she must survive. The bats accumulate in such great numbers that they even break glass, until a devastating power erupts and the protagonist appears, commenting that if he had known the situation would become so problematic, he would not have held back when he was in the forest. Yu asks them to wait for her while more bats advance, and Qing and Yue attack together, freezing the creatures. Yue asks how many of those things still exist in Tianhai City, and Yu says she senses the bats replicating as they absorb spiritual energy. Yue comments that if it were not for the black clouds covering the sky, their number would be impossible to measure, and Yu imagines how powerful an entity formed by all those bats united would be. Lin says there is no reason to worry, saying the enemy could not defeat him in the forest and will not defeat him there. reinforcing that the most urgent task is to reach the Citizens Plaza and find Shen and the others. Chen continues with her men exhausted and injured after defeating the cave bats, but a new group advances and Jiang appears among them saying that she is his and that they have reunited. Chen confirms if it is really him, asks if he was responsible for the chaos in Tianhai, and if he has any idea how many innocent people died. Jiang replies that he doesn't know and doesn't care, stating that that scum doesn't deserve to live and that, to him, it's even an honor for them to serve as food. Chen hits him, but Jiang doesn't even move, leaving her surprised. And he comments that cultivators of spiritual energy are like wine to a drunkard. Jiang explains that if he didn't try to break through his strength, even by devouring the entire city, he would only return to his original state with half the power. But now, he can recover everything and even evolve by devouring others, stating that, just like that boy, she must also become his food. A power explodes between the two when Nuo appears, saying that the young woman doesn't like that guy and that because of that, he will have to die. The monster evaluates his energy and comments that his spiritual concentration is already at level 5 of the stagnant spring realm, stating that by devouring him, he will not only recover his peak, but become even stronger. Nuo orders Chen to take the others to meet Lin and says he will handle the creature. Chen asks him to be careful. The monster attacks trying to stop their escape, but Nuo blocks with overwhelming force and ensures he won't go anywhere. The soldiers follow with Chen as new bats appear. She thinks they are too many creatures and notices they evolved again, since ordinary ammunition no longer causes damage. She questions whether she will manage to deliver that and whether Tian and the others will reach the building, but forces herself to stop those thoughts, remembering that they surely can and that she must not doubt. A bat begins chasing her with the drool dripping, but a massive power falls upon it and crushes it. The protagonist appears saying he finally found everyone, leaving Chen relieved. He states that now that he is there, she doesn't need to be afraid and asks if she brought the object. Chen replies that her grandfather told her to deliver it and comments how heavy it is, asking what exactly it is. Lin asks if the commander explained nothing, and she says no, that he only said it was a powerful weapon. Tian takes the object and sees it is a sword, and Chen asks if that really has destructive power. The protagonist guarantees it does, saying he will show immediately and asking his grandson to step aside so he can help. Sun tells everyone to move away, saying he will make his move. Several bats advance. Lin opens the system, presses something, and the sword gains an intense aura. Tian unleashes the cross slash, destroying a large number of bats with a single movement. Everyone is impressed. Chen says that it is incredible and asks if he can teach her. The protagonist replies that yes, but explains that to achieve that effect, she will need to cultivate to at least level 4 of the stagnant spring realm. Those represent the only soldiers who managed to break through the blockade. And if all the others died, Chen recognizes the seriousness of the situation, saying that Nuo and Jiang are fighting and asking if she can go help him. Lin wonders if Jiang hadn't been devoured by the dark monster and if he really revived. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Nuo continues attacking with force, and the monster states that his energy will run out while its bats are infinite. The creatures head toward the ice spread across the ground, and Nuo realizes they are not rescuing their own but absorbing the residual spiritual energy. Noticing that some already evolved to level 3 of the stagnant spring realm, Nuo raises a barrier to block the attack, but cracks begin spreading until the barrier breaks completely, forcing him to retreat while thinking the situation is starting to become problematic. The monster comments that he's keeping a cautious distance and asks if he should interpret that as fear. Nuo advances and launches his attack again, but the enemy smiles and blocks it easily, leaving him surprised. The monster begins to laugh, saying he knew Nuo would end up cornered, and that he won't be gentle while using such powerful spiritual energy. Nuo asks if that guy is really using his spiritual energy to enhance himself, and the monster replies that he should be thankful for helping him reach his maximum potential, stating that because of that he decided to give everyone a quick end. The creature attacks with full force. Nuo closes his eyes and thinks that he is sorry until the protagonist appears in front of him and blocks the strike. Nuo tells him to leave immediately, saying that that is a full-force attack from level 4 of the stagnant source realm, impossible to block. Lin, however, stops the attack with ease and counterattacks, generating an explosion that leaves Nuo completely shocked. The protagonist asks what he just said, and, at the same time, Nuo asks whether the young woman is safe. Lin replies not to worry, explaining that she is fighting those annoying bats together with Yue and the others, and that Nuo should meet up with them because he himself will handle that and then return so they can discuss the next step. Nuo then moves away. Tian faces the enemy and comments that they have met again. Before eliminating him this time, he asks whether he would mind revealing who or what he is. The monster asks what he is talking about and claims to be Jiang, questioning whether Tian does not recognize him. The protagonist replies that since he does not want to say anything, then it does not matter, and that it will end in an instant. The monster asks whether Tian really thinks he is still the same as he was in the forest and promises to show the strength of his peak before attacking. Lin cuts the strike easily and asks whether that is all, leaving the monster surprised. A large number of bats fly around, and the protagonist observes, while on the other side the girls ask what is happening. Yue asks whether her partner also feels the energy from that black cloud, and Yu replies that the mutant bats are moving toward it as if they had received an order. Chen states that that is absurd and asks how it is possible that the numbers are like that. Qing asks what happened, and Chen explains that according to the readings of the instruments, the object in the sky might be a legendary supermutation. She then describes the classification: anomaly, lower threat level, with minimal impact and usually no need for cultivators; disturbance, light threats capable of causing small disruptions, normally resolved by low-level cultivators; danger, monsters with significant destructive power capable of threatening small cities, requiring intermediate cultivators; supermutation, creatures with enough destruction to devastate a small city, requiring several mid to high-level cultivators; catastrophe, beings with devastating power capable of threatening large cities; calamity, monsters that can destroy national defenses and that only a few cultivators can face; and finally, world apocalypse, the maximum threat that requires full mobilization of elite cultivators and defense systems. Chen thinks that Lin must survive and orders them to notify the director to send reinforcements, while she herself will speak with her grandfather, because they cannot let Tian face a monster like that alone. In another room, someone calls Captain Pan, but they cannot communicate with Squad 2 since the bats seem to be blocking electrical signals. The commander wonders whether Feifei and the others managed to break through, and another soldier comments that the bats seem to be gathering in the same direction, asking what is happening. A soldier says he can hear something and asks whether they are still alive. A voice replies that it is Squad 2's communication and that the signal has returned, informing Captain Lee that after the bats left, electrical signals returned and they can contact the Vanguard. The soldier asks what the situation is and tells them to report immediately. The captain reports that they were attacked by a large swarm near level 2 of the stagnant spring realm, but for some reason all the bats suddenly flew toward the sky, a situation also occurring with Squads 2 and 3. The commander orders them to calculate the losses when a soldier approaches, saying there is a message from the young woman. The commander asks whether she is alright, and Chen replies that the situation is bad because a super mutation level monster is about to appear in Tianhai City. Everyone is frightened, and the commander asks what nonsense she is saying. Chen states she is not talking nonsense, because those bats voluntarily left the outskirts of the city to deliver all the spiritual energy they absorbed to the super mutation level monster at the center of the black cloud. A soldier says everything is over, the city is destroyed, and so are they. Another asks whether there is really no way, while a soldier holds his head, saying that a super mutation level monster requires at least a cultivator at level 5 of the stagnant spring realm. The commander stands still, grinding his teeth, stating that he is sorry but cannot betray the country and hopes she does not hate him, because he has no choice. Chen replies that she understands and will not blame him. In another room, the commander orders everyone to prepare for a devastating bombardment, as they must contain the super mutation level monster within Tianhai City at any cost. They cannot allow the disaster to spread to other cities. A soldier asks him to calm down and at least rescue the young man first, but the commander declares that there are only generals and soldiers there, no family ties, and that their sacrifice exists so the people they protect never have to do the same. Suddenly, someone tries to adjust the communication, asking whether they can hear and how to turn that on. The commander asks whether Lin is still alive, and Tian replies that he has not even gotten his granddaughter yet, and the commander already wants his termination, stressing that he does not say that out of malice, but that the granddaughter will hate him for it. He says they do not need to drop bombs because he will handle the super mutation level monster alone. The soldiers are surprised, asking whether he's really capable and reminding him that it is a super mutation level monster. The protagonist states it is nonsense, because if he could not deal with that, he would not be negotiating with them there, and that if the commander wants the safety of the city and of his granddaughter, he must cooperate fully. Everyone remains silent for a moment until the commander asks how they should help him. Lin replies that he only needs the commander's help with one thing, and that he will take responsibility for the damage caused during the battle. Meanwhile, the monster thinks that that is real-world spiritual energy and celebrates being alive, believing that not only has he revived, but also evolved to the maximum level of existence in the stagnant spring realm, level 5, feeling invincible and stating that they will regret not eliminating him in the forest. A bat emerges from his body while he smiles, but he soon notices something. In a room, soldiers ask how that is possible as the protagonist attacks him with a powerful lightning strike, confronting the enemy. Observing through the screen, soldiers ask whether that is the legendary lightning attribute and comment that it is far too frightening, stating that someone with that kind of ability is basically already a monster. The commander thinks that Tian did not disappoint him. In another location, 2 buses full of students wait while someone tells them not to panic and to maintain order in line when a huge lightning bolt appears in the sky. A boy asks whether someone is undergoing a tribulation and says he has never seen such a strong lightning bolt, imagining that it must be a powerful expert facing the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Yu comments that that must be her partner's power, while Yue thinks that his strength is far too frightening and that believing reaching level 4 of the stagnant spring realm would put her close to him now seems like a joke. Chen thinks that that is exactly what she expected from the man she has her eyes on. A rumble echoes and the protagonist says that it is his turn. The monster attacks and Lin blocks, counter-attacking with absurd power. The monster activates a barrier, but it is destroyed and the strike hits him. Furious, he advances again while Tian dodges all the attacks. The monster states that if it were not for that sword, Tian would have lost his life long ago, and the protagonist provokes him, telling him to strike right there. The monster releases his power, saying that Tian is seeking his end, but when the attack reaches the protagonist's face, it does not cause a single scratch, leaving the enemy outraged. He states that it is impossible because that was his full power attack at peak level 5 of the stagnant spring realm, and asks how Tian came out unscathed, wondering whether he has already evolved to level 6 or even to a higher realm. Tian replies that if that is all his strength, then he will be finished right there. The monster thinks he cannot die in that place and that he needs to absorb more power to evolve and become even stronger, promising that when he reaches level 6 or 7 of the stagnant spring realm, he will return to take revenge on the boy. The protagonist states that this time he will not allow his escape, launching his powerful attack and destroying the enemy completely, causing a massive impact. The soldiers celebrate and declare that they succeeded, eliminated the super mutation level monster, and saved Tianhai City. The lightning flame is described as Tianhai City's dawn, the dawn for all humanity, and the commander orders immediate start of rescue operations, ensuring that all the injured receive proper treatment. A few days later, the director states that the crisis in Tianhai was only resolved thanks to him, and that the military and the Spiritual Energy Association plan to offer rewards, asking whether there is something he wants. Tian replies that there is indeed something he really needs and asks them to grant it, asking whether they can get rid of those people quickly since his apartment is small and they show up there every day, making it impossible to live normally, and adding that those two are corrupting Yuhu. Liu thinks that Yue is not going anywhere, and that if that is the case, Chen will not leave either. If they are not leaving, it does not matter whether Yu goes or not. He understands then that Tian is asking for another, larger mansion. The next day, a soldier announces the main theme of the meeting, discussing the reward for Lin, who made a great contribution during the crisis. The first participant suggests giving him resources to turn him into a national super cultivator, similar to the national heroes of Western countries. Another agrees and proposes making him a major internet celebrity, claiming that this kind of image inspires young people to become cultivators. An elder questions this celebrity idea and says they must be joking, because Tian is not just a hero of Tianhai City, but a cultivation genius of the Xia Kingdom, and should be appointed to a high-ranking military position and be responsible for training future military cultivators. The commander asks if there are any other suggestions when someone enters the room, saying he objects. It is Han, and the commander wonders why Han Feng has returned. Han says he heard from subordinates that the commander intends to honor a spoiled brat. The commander asks what he means by that, and Feng replies that a child who defeated a monster by luck does not deserve any reward. Soldiers protest, saying that is too much, because resolving the crisis in Tianhai City was not luck. The entire mission was recorded. Han calls the two of them trash and asks if they have the right to speak there. The commander slams the table and states that a level 5 monster of the stagnant spring realm cannot be defeated by luck alone, saying he understands the doubts about Lin, but emphasizes that rewards do not depend on Han. Han says that if they insist on rewarding him, he cannot stop them, but he will not agree. The commander says the meeting continues and asks if there are more ideas. A voice says that Lin did not help them for fame or fortune, and what he needs is not a title or internet attention. Everyone goes silent and the commander asks if he has a suggestion. The director thinks that since they have no direct relationship with the boy, he must step in at this crucial moment, because only he knows what Tian truly needs. He He says he met Tian a few days earlier and asked if he needed anything. Tian clearly answered with one thing. The soldiers mutter that it can only be that. Liu says Lin's exact words were that those people go to his apartment every day, making it impossible to live normally. The director concludes that Lin simply wants a bigger house so that living with Yue and the others won't be so cramped. Everyone is surprised, asking how they didn't think of that earlier and commenting that it is true, since they forgot basic needs: food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The commander thinks the boy is implying that Yue and the others should not live there anymore, but since his granddaughter seems to have feelings for him, he will let things develop. He asks if they have already searched for any suitable large house or apartment in Tianhai. Han then says not to worry because he knows a particularly suitable house. A soldier finds it strange, saying Han had been protesting until just now and wonders why the sudden change. The commander asks where this house is, and Han answers that it is on Qiyang Road in Haishi City. The soldiers ask if Haishi is not under lockdown, stating that according to military intelligence, the anomaly there has reached level 6 of the stagnant spring realm. Liu protests, saying the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association has never done anything against Tian and asks why make things difficult for him, reminding them that the purpose of the meeting is to reward the boy, not impose another mission. Han says he simply believes that if Tian cannot even clear out that house, then he deserves no reward. The commander asks if he is questioning his decision, and Han replies that he wouldn't dare. He just wants to personally witness whether the hero everyone praises is truly worthy of the title. Elsewhere, someone hands over a document and apologizes. It is the director, explaining that he narrowly escaped being cut off and that the military intended to reward Tian generously, but someone interfered in the process, and this was the result. The protagonist looks at the paper. It is the property deed for Green Lake Manor on Qiyang Road in Haishi City. Lin is surprised, thinking that the house must be worth tens of millions, wondering if they are really giving him something so valuable just like that. Liu says that if he doesn't like it, he can exchange it, even if it cost him his life. Tian replies that a house worth tens of millions is not about liking or disliking, but about deserving it, and that it will do. The director adds that, besides that, a level 6 mutant creature of the stagnant source realm appeared in Haishi the previous month, and the energy core of that creature is located precisely in the manor being given to him. The military has prepared a small team to accompany him to ensure a successful subjugation. The protagonist asks why complicate things and says he will go alone. Liu replies that he knows Tian defeated a level 5 monster of the stagnant source realm, but the mutant creature in Haishi is level 6, and Tian cannot act impulsively because although the difference between levels 5 and 6 is only one level, the gap is immense. He says Tian is still young and should cultivate patiently, but the protagonist says he is already at level 7 of the stagnant spring realm. Elsewhere, a car moves while a voice asks who that boy is and why he demands cooperation, adding that the brothers at the camp have made no progress in Green Lake Manor for half a month, questioning whether that newly adult boy will accomplish anything. Han answers that whether he succeeds or not will be seen when they let him show his abilities later, adding that he hopes Tian didn't get here purely by luck because whatever is inside Green Lake Manor will not let him leave alive if he did. The driver agrees, saying he believes Tian defeated the anomaly in Tianhai by luck. Otherwise, why didn't he attend the commendation ceremony personally? He claims that shows guilt. Han replies that arrogant brats need elders to discipline them occasionally. A woman intervenes, asking him not to let personal feelings interfere with the mission, as retaking Haishi's territory is the highest priority. Han answers that she does not need to tell him how to do his job. Elsewhere, the protagonist stands before the gate when the woman approaches, saying she is the secretary of the commander of the Haishi mayor's office, and that the two men beside her are Han and the second lieutenant, responsible for dealing with the mutant creatures in the city. Han asks if he was the one who faced the level 5 stagnant source realm monster in Tianhai, and Lin confirms, asking what about it. Han replies that it's nothing. He just imagines someone as tough and experienced as the Camp brothers, but didn't expect to find a handsome young man. Tian asks if they think monsters will go easy on them just because they are burly. Han says that if Tian only knows how to talk nonsense, he may not leave the mission alive. The protagonist tells him not to worry because he is a practical person and prefers acting to talking, adding that if they are afraid of losing their lives, they don't need to enter. The secretary says that although she does not know whether they get along, she hopes they agree on one thing. After entering Green Lake Manor, they must help each other. As no one says anything, she assumes they agree and begins explaining the mission details. After the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, a powerful dark spiritual energy suddenly appeared in Green Lake Manor, which became occupied by some unknown creature. According to detector readings, the mutant creature in Green Lake Manor is at least level 5 of the stagnant source realm. When Haishi's death toll reached 68, they managed to contain the monster inside the manor. She explains that this is all she can say and the rest depends on them, asking them to be cautious during the mission. Lin states that if she is done, they should go. The lieutenant asks if the boy is crazy for rushing in without even planning a battle strategy, and Han says to follow him and not let him escape. They keep walking while Tien observes the system and notices it is another dark attribute monster, the third he has encountered in a few days. In the previous mission, he received a new attribute as a reward and wonders whether he should choose the dark attribute, but instead selects the light attribute. In his previous life, he never reached the power he has now, so his understanding of light and darkness was shallow. To prevent what happened to Yue and the others from happening again, he chooses light and hopes it grants some healing ability. The lieutenant brings up again that he rushed in without a plan and asks if he had any idea. The protagonist answers no, but says planning makes no sense without seeing the situation firsthand. The lieutenant questions how reliable he is, and Han simply tells them to be careful. Suddenly, a wolf lunges and Han intercepts it immediately. The wolf retreats, and Han asks his partner if he is all right, receiving thanks from the lieutenant, who thinks that the strength of mutant creatures in the outer area exceeds his own and that the center of the manor must be even worse. Han warns them to be careful because that mutant dog is already level 4 of the stagnant spring realm and keeps attacking. The lieutenant observes that it is expected of their leader, who can fight on equal footing with a mutant dog of that level. The blows continue until the wolf is injured, and Han stares at it with killing intent. Lin asks if he has finished playing around and if they can continue through the manor. The lieutenant replies that the dog reached level 4 and asks if Tien thinks that is easy. Tien draws his sword, aims at the opponent, and eliminates the wolf with a single strike, leaving Han surprised. The protagonist says he will enter first and that they can take their time. Han remains stunned, thinking that he cut in half with a single sword the monster that fought him nearly to the end, which means the lieutenant asks if they offended someone they shouldn't have, and Han orders them to apologize immediately to the little brother, since they cannot offend someone like that. Lin enters the mansion and quickly notices something wrong. He wonders why, if 68 people lost their lives there, he can't see a single corpse. He asks Han if the military units removed the bodies, and Han replies no, saying they did what they could but only managed to contain the creatures inside the mansion, never advancing that far. Tien comments that if that's true, he fears the creatures inside aren't only at level 5. Han asks if it's possible that all the corpses were devoured, but the protagonist says mutant creatures prefer consuming spiritual energy, not flesh, and that in any case, they must be careful. He says they should split up and search and asks who wants to go upstairs. Han says they will follow him. Lin decides to go up while the two check the basement. Tien climbs the stairs without finding anything in the hallway but stays alert, thinking something is wrong because even if the monsters had devoured the bodies, at least some bones should remain. He decides to test the new light attribute spiritual energy. Around him there is dark energy, and he keeps observing until he finally finds something. Meanwhile, in the basement, the two walk and the lieutenant comments that the place feels strange. Han says to be cautious and ready to fight at any moment. An energy shifts and they look startled before a sudden explosion. The two take combat stance and ahead, a terrifying monster appears. Both charge at the same time. The monster opens its mouth and releases its power, causing their impacts to clash violently. Han states that the creature's strength is immense. The lieutenant moves in to attack, hits the monster, but doesn't cause even a scratch and asks how that's possible, saying the creature's skin is far too thick. The beast opens its huge mouth to devour him, but Han charges in, saying he won't let it hurt his brother. He is struck by the creature and thrown far away, creating violent impacts. Worried, the lieutenant runs toward the beast while Han yells for him not to do that. Suddenly, an overwhelming power is launched at the monster, destroying it. Surprised, the lieutenant looks and sees that it was the protagonist who attacked with crushing force, asking what the two are doing and if they really can't defeat even a weak dog. Han asks if he eliminated the Green Lake Manor monster with a single strike and what his strength is now. Lin replies asking what he's talking about, saying they haven't even seen the monster's face yet. Han insists that was the mansion's monster, but Tien says no, explaining that it was only a shadow avatar. Since explaining is too troublesome, he decides to show them directly and says he'll show them the real world. An intense light is emitted, reflecting in their eyes, and when they realize it, they're in another place where dogs devour people. Han observes in shock as the dogs notice their presence. He thinks that battle had taken great effort from him and his partner, and that there are still so many people there. The lieutenant asks why there are so many people in that place, and the protagonist says what nonsense he's talking about. And if Green Lake Manor is the monster's den, it's not unusual for many of them to be there. Han tells them to retreat, that he'll summon the troops and order an artillery bombardment, because otherwise they won't be able to enter. The lieutenant agrees. Lin asks if that mission isn't part of his reward and how he intends to live there if they blow everything up. He says there's no need for so much trouble because dealing with this kind of weakling only takes an instant. Then Tian makes a single move, releasing an overwhelming power accompanied by intense lightning that hits all the monsters around. Han and the lieutenant watch in shock, asking what level of power that is and if they were all wiped out with a single strike. The nearby monsters are destroyed. Han says he is incredible and that the Green Lake Manor problem is solved. The lieutenant agrees, saying he thought he would lose his life and didn't expect him to resolve everything at once. The protagonist responds no, explaining that the mansion's monsters haven't completely disappeared because those were just the least dangerous ones. Outraged, Han asks if he's really calling those powerful creatures inferior and what that makes them, who fought so hard. He says he must be joking, because last month during military reconnaissance, the strongest signal source was equivalent to level 5 of the stagnant spring realm. Lin says that means that this month the monster evolved into something even stronger. The lieutenant asks what the chances of victory are and Tian says not to worry, instructing them to stay behind him and not run around as he will handle the remaining anomalies. They keep walking while the protagonist eliminates all the monsters he finds. Han asks if that is the strength of a spiritual energy practitioner, and the lieutenant comments that he eliminated them so fast they look like bots leveling up. Han observes that in less than 10 minutes, all the monsters on the first floor were eliminated by him. Lin defeats the last one there and senses an aura, concluding that it's in the yard. He says he'll check and asks the two to be careful, and both say they'll go with him. In the yard, a terrifying aura dominates the environment. Tian looks to the side and asks what that is, seeing something gigantic surrounded by oppressive energy. The protagonist also releases a powerful aura and thinks that thing must be the mansion's leader. The lieutenant tries to say something, but Han interrupts, telling him not to speak because the older brother is gathering strength. The lieutenant asks what he's trying to do by accumulating so much power, and if that would be the supreme monster of the mansion. Han says he has only felt an aura like that from one person, the president of the Haishi Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, a powerhouse at level 6 of the stagnant spring realm. He says that is a battle between kings. The creature moves its hand and Lin launches his power against it. The monster, now visible, is a bird. Han says that it's over and asks what they should do now and why such a powerful monster exists. Tian smiles and says he finally found someone with real strength. The bird stares at him and attacks, but the protagonist dodges. The monster insists, releasing power from its mouth, and Lin says it can come. Then Tian releases his overwhelming power and hits the creature head-on, making Han and the lieutenant comment that he is incredible. The bird begins to retreat and the protagonist asks if it thinks it will simply escape. Lin leaps and attacks with his extremely powerful sword. The bird lets out a shrill cry and falls to the ground. Instantly, without wasting time, Tian charges in and cuts it repeatedly. The lieutenant watches, saying that it's way too intense, and Han asks if he saw that, saying Tian is simply incredible. The protagonist says that apartment is his now. The fallen creature roars in pain as Lin raises his sword and announces he will send it away. With a final strike, Tian eliminates it. Han exclaims that it's incredible, but the protagonist says those weren't the creature's movements and that another presence is there, ordering it to appear because he can feel the flow of spiritual energy. An energy manifests and someone is summoned, saying that since Tian defeated him, he asks if he could spare his life. Han recognizes him as Wang and asks what he is doing there. Lin asks if someone knows him, and Han explains that he is Wang, president of the Haishi City Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, and a powerhouse at level 6 of the stagnant spring realm. He adds that the young man before them is a Tianhai cultivation genius, someone the military invited to help resolve the problem at Green Lake Manor. Wang says that if that's the case, he hopes they spare the monster because he would like to study it. Han says of course, but Tian says no, stating that Wang has no right to decide the creature's life or end, nor to dictate what he should think. Han reminds him that Wang isn't only the president of the Cultivators Association, but that the military reclamation of Haishi City depends heavily on his support. The lieutenant adds that it's true that he is kind and used light attribute spiritual energy to save many soldiers in the military district, being truly a good person. Wang says that although the monster committed serious sins, perhaps it would be better to reform it and turn it into a friend instead of eliminating it, stating that all things in the world have consciousness, and they must use love to enlighten all beings. The bird keeps its eyes open. A power is launched and Wang covers his face because of the light. An attack advances toward him. He activates a barrier, blocks and counterattacks, causing a huge explosion. Wang thinks that Boy's power is immense. He asks what Tian means by that and if he's trying to be his enemy or humanity's enemy. The protagonist says that if he wants to know the reason, then he will tell him, First, that monster eliminated people in the village and must pay for what it did. Second, he never allows others to dictate his actions. Wang has no right to give him orders. And third, and most importantly, since it appeared that monster's spiritual energy has become abnormally strange. Han asks what he means by strange spiritual energy. Lin replies that the monster fears Wang, fears him even more, and that the fact Wang wants to save it is worse for the creature than someone trying to eliminate it. Wang retorts that in the eyes of the monster, they are both human, and that besides that, he sealed its movements with a cage of light, so it is natural for it to fear him. Tian says that if that is the case, he will use his special ability to see what memories are inside the monster's mind. Wang is confused. The lieutenant asks if he also possesses such an ability, and the protagonist explains that he accidentally acquired it after the last monster subjugation in Tianhai, allowing him to directly read a creature's memories through contact with spiritual energy. Wang thinks the boy must be trying to trick him. Lin releases his power over the monster, which screams. An energy spreads around the creature and causes an explosion, leaving everyone surprised. Tian comments that the moment should have been a little earlier. The way the energy was injected should have been different. Wang stares at him and launches his power, believing he was deceived. The protagonist counters and their blows collide. Han and the lieutenant ask what Wang is doing. Wang replies that since Tian discovered that, he has no choice but to eliminate him. Lin then asks if that giant bird monster was created by him there in the mansion. Han asks what nonsense Tian is saying, and the lieutenant confirms, remembering that Wang himself led the military against that monster before. Tian questions this, saying that if it is true, how that thing could have survived until he arrived there. Han suggests that maybe they did not advance so deeply in the previous battle, but the protagonist asks if he really believes what he is saying, stating that the monster started trembling the moment Wang appeared, as if he had done horrible things to the creature. Wang says Tian is very intelligent and asks if he does not know that smart people do not live long. Han asks if the boy is telling the truth. Wang admits that he created the monster in that house using spiritual energy, but corrects himself by saying he did not create it to eliminate humans, but to protect them. The two soldiers become furious and ask if he knows how many brothers they lost trying to retake Haishi. Wang responds that the endings were significant because they allowed the monster to evolve from level 3 of the stagnant spring realm to the maximum level of strength, level 6. The lieutenant accuses Wang of using the soldiers' lives as experiments. Wang states that mortals will never understand the thoughts of high-level people like him and explains that by cultivating that monster, he could use it to eliminate other creatures and save human soldiers, while also studying its evolution to understand how cultivators can better adapt to the resurgence of spiritual energy. He says the monster is completely under his control and that he has said enough, so it is time for them to leave. Wang releases an extremely powerful energy, and the system notifies that a potent light-type energy has been detected, asking if Tian wishes to absorb it. The protagonist says he must absorb it and begins immediately. The soldiers advance in alarm, thinking he's being attacked. Wang moves his finger and hits them as well, telling him to let him enjoy their screams of agony. The two soldiers are struck and begin screaming while Wang states that this is the price for crossing his path. Tian, however, releases a powerful energy around him, and the system notifies again. The protagonist comments that that energy was well worth it, not only for giving him a free apartment, but also for increasing his strength level. He jumps and attacks, freeing the two soldiers, and Han thanks him for saving them. Tian tells them to wait there, as it will be over soon. Wang, confused and irritated, asks how he can move freely and why he was not trapped in the light barrier. Tian asks if he truly thought he could imprison him, and tells him to be grateful for making him stronger, because he will give him a quick end. Wang asks if a brat dares to judge him and says he wants to see what his power is. He releases his energy and Tian blocks with overwhelming force. Wang grits his teeth as Tian appears behind him. Wang wonders how this is possible, astonished at the boy's speed, unable to dodge. Then blood splashes and someone falls to the ground. It is the protagonist standing, saying that level 6 peak of the stagnant spring realm is nothing special. Wang, wounded on the ground, says Tian is seeking his end. He stands and begins emitting extremely powerful energy, stating that he has been deeply angered and will show his true level 6 peak power. A magic circle is invoked. Tian comments that even trying his hardest, Wang will only manage to annoy him for a while longer. Wang moves his hand and launches his power through the magic circle. Tian blocks it. The opponent moves quickly, leaping with a sword and causing a tremendous explosion, but the protagonist says his speed is far too slow. Lin attacks him from behind and sends him flying. Wang states that even if he loses his life, he will never lose to him. An intense power rises around his body as he strengthens himself again. Surrounded by mana, Wang advances, saying he will show his full strike. Tian responds for him to come, as he will see which is tougher, his head or the sword. The protagonist raises his weapon, emitting immense power. They both charge at the same time, and Wang says this is impossible before a tremendous impact fills the entire area. Wang falls to the ground at the brink of death, asking how Tian's power can be greater than his and if his strength is beyond level 6 peak of the stagnant spring realm. Lin replies that he just reached level 6 and asks if there is any difficulty in that. Wang, shocked, wonders if it is possible he has already reached level 7 and how much time has passed since the resurgence of spiritual energy for someone to attain such a level. Tian says he has other matters to take care of and that it is time for him to go. Wang thinks he cannot die there, but the protagonist raises his sword and says he must pay for what he did. With a final strike, Lin ends him and comments that trash will always be trash. The lieutenant asks if that brother can defeat peak level 6 opponents one by one. Tian simply says to go check the condition of the giant bird. They observe the fallen creature and Han says to eliminate that evil monster and leave. The protagonist answers that it is not an evil monster, just another victim. Lin releases his power over the bird and it begins letting out a booming sound. The lieutenant asks him to be careful, but Tian says he is not like Wang and does not want to harm it, only help it. The creature remains still as he releases a light-type energy. Then, it transforms into an owl. The soldiers are shocked, and the owl lands on Lin's shoulder. The lieutenant asks what the hell just happened. Tian pets the owl and says he does not know either, since his initial intention was only to heal its injuries with light spiritual energy, but he did not expect it to transform like that after treatment. The lieutenant asks if he cannot see the past and if he can show what happened to the owl. The protagonist explains that that was just something he said to fool Wang. Han asks if they did not see images earlier, and Lin responds that those were condensed from his memories with light spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not have known what to do at that moment. He says the problem is solved and that they will return, because later he will need someone to assess how much it will cost to repair the house. The soldiers ask, astonished, if he intends to keep the owl as a pet, but Tian explains that he had not thought about that. The owl is well behaved and would be great for guarding the house, and asks if they cannot request the military to increase the budget. Han responds that that will not work, that the military budget is limited, and, besides that, it is the spiritual beast Lin saved with so much effort, asking how they would be qualified to raise it and saying it will be better following Tian than under military discipline. The protagonist says he does not need to be so nervous, as he is being serious, but Han tells him to stop joking and asks how they dare try to steal his spiritual beast. Lin asks what he thinks about taking it back and letting the people who are occupying his house take a look. If any of them complain, then he will send it to the army. Later, elsewhere, papers are thrown and a soldier is called a bastard. A voice asks what kind of people make up his spiritual energy association. It is the commander saying that the Haishi Association's practitioners not only create monsters but also use soldiers as test subjects. The staff member tries to justify himself, saying that everything is a misunderstanding and that he had no knowledge of Wang's actions. He claims that Wang was the most competent and experienced professional in the association, someone whose ability was undeniable, and that he himself would not dare offend him. The commander asks if he does not dare offend Wang, but dares offend the military. The staff member says he does not dare offend any of them, that he is just an ordinary person, and that most matters of the association are handled by the cultivators, leaving him powerless in daily operations. The commander repeats "powerless" and asks if he intends to use that as an excuse to evade responsibility. The staff member replies that Wang is a peak level 6 practitioner, and that an ordinary person like him would have no way to provoke him. He says that, being ordinary, he has no means to oppose either the association or the military, and begs for mercy, asking for a chance to live. The commander asks about that way to live, and if he knows how the soldiers killed by the monsters met their tragic ends. When their families cried in despair, were they not also begging for a way to live? The staff member is left speechless. The commander states that from that day forward, all members of the Spiritual Energy Association will be thoroughly investigated by the military and tells them to cooperate, otherwise they cannot blame him for enforcing military law. The employee immediately says he will cooperate with the investigation and begs for leniency, asking that the association's reputation not be completely ruined, otherwise the practitioners would destroy him. The commander orders him to leave and tell the professionals to behave. Elsewhere, the protagonist opens the door. Yue asks if he is okay and Chen says he's back. Lin thinks that perhaps this is what it means to have a real family, and that to continue living like that, he needs to become even stronger. Chen asks why he is daydreaming, and Tian responds that the matter has been resolved and that he also brought a pet for her. Yue asks about a pet, and the protagonist whistles. The owl flies and lands on his head. Both think it's very cute, and Chen asks where he got the owl, saying it's adorable. Lin replies that he found it on the mutant village property. Yue comments that to survive in a place like that, the creature's will to live must be really strong. The protagonist says it is indeed very strong, as that creature was a mutant beast at the peak of level 6 of the Spring Stagnant Realm. The two are shocked and ask what he just said. Lin repeats that the owl is a mutant beast at the peak of level 6. The owl just looks at them. They are scared, and Chen asks if it really is a level 6 mutant beast and whether it could peck them to death. Yue tells them not to move, as a beast of that level could shred someone with a single claw. Tian says not to worry, as it is very docile and would have attacked already if it wanted to. They should be more concerned with when they will surpass that level. Yue says they also want to improve, but strength cannot be increased on demand. Chen asks if he thinks everyone is a genius like him. The protagonist tells them to train hard because if they encounter a crisis like last time, he might not arrive in time to save them, and says he will rest. Elsewhere, 3 soldiers are talking while eating. One asks if they heard that the strongest practitioner in Haishi City was eliminated. The partner replies that he killed so many comrades that he deserved to die. The soldier asked what eliminated means, since he was a practitioner at the peak of level 6 of the Spring Stagnant Realm, questioning how he could have lost his life. The partner comments that it must have been a powerful mutant beast. The blonde says not to talk nonsense, as if there really were a level 7 mutant beast in the Source Stagnant Realm. But the partner insists, asking then how he could have lost his life. The blonde looks around to see if anyone is listening and says he heard that he was eliminated by a powerful practitioner from Tianhai City who also resolved a major crisis there in the past. The two are surprised and ask if practitioners from Tianhai are really that strong. Han approaches, asking what they are whispering about. The 3 quickly stand up and the blonde says they just came down for a drink and a chat. Han says that talking is allowed, but under no circumstances should they reveal any specific information about that Tianhai practitioner, or they will be punished for leaking military secrets. They agree and leave immediately. Han thinks they have no idea how powerful that boy really is, and mentions having heard that he is now a presence capable of influencing the international standing of the Summer Realm. The next day, Chen is sitting at her laptop, checking the most discussed topics. In first place is the mysterious and powerful cultivator Lin, who defeated monsters and helped the army reclaim Haishan City. Chen thinks he has become one of the most talked about subjects. People comment that the boy is truly fierce, exterminated monsters alone and reversed the course of the disaster. They say all this publicity is not just for show, speaking of him as if he were a god, and suggest releasing the development process for more information. Others comment that it is a dog chasing dragonflies, drawing attention for the controversy. Another says he is a cultivator from Xihong City, peak level of the stagnant source, and asks if he should be considered a strong contender among them. Others comment that the above cultivator is very confident and ask if, should Lin be defeated, he will not be exposed. They also say it's all interesting as the martial arts competition is about to start, and then they will find out if Tian is truly genuine. Chen watches the comments and gets annoyed, asking how that cultivator from Xihong City can be so rude. Yue asks what happened and why she is muttering to herself. Chen replies that there is an internet user called Pico from Xihong who claims to be a level 7 cultivator of the Spring Stagnant Realm and is threatening to challenge Lin in the martial arts competition. Yue asks what competition that is, what kind of tournament it is, and how she has never heard of it. Chen replies that she also just found out and that her grandfather said the military is organizing a national martial arts competition for cultivators, aiming to encourage practitioners from various regions to dedicate themselves to cultivation and protect national security. She says she absolutely needs to win the championship and silence everyone. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells the owl to eat everything, saying that this is the most expensive bird feed, nearly 10 yuan per jin, but the owl does not want to eat. Lin gets annoyed and says it is trying to cause trouble, arguing that even ordinary birds are lucky to get millet and asking if it knows how much a jin of millet costs. Yue tells him not to worry and asks if he heard about the martial arts competition. Tian responds that he is not interested as he has other things to do. Yue asks why, and Chen also wants to know what is so important. Then the protagonist, clearly irritated, responds that of course he will soon renovate the house to which Haishi City sent him, and that he needs to move as soon as possible before they turn his old residence into a hotel. Elsewhere, some people ask about Lin, wanting to know whether he will not come and what is going on. Lei comments that, from what the young woman explained, it seems he is busy with renovations and shows no interest whatsoever in the martial arts competition. The young man beside him says that this is great and considers it good news, stating that if he does not come, many problems will be avoided. The commander asks what exactly he is talking about. The young man replies that this is a truth he learned after more than 10 years as an officer, explaining that regardless of the type of event, the fewer participants there are, the fewer problems will arise. The commander orders him to shut up and states that this competition is not only meant to allow cultivators from various regions to train and improve their skills, but above all to form a reserve of talent for the next national competition, adding that without geniuses like Tian, he questions how they will be able to compete with cultivators from other countries. A soldier comments that he knows Lin's personality well and says that he normally does not care about fame or honor, which makes it difficult to persuade him. The commander asks whether they are simply going to give up and states that if a talent like Lin does not participate, it will be an enormous loss for the country. The partner beside him suggests offering some rare cultivation resources as a reward, saying that there must be something capable of arousing Lin's interest, and asks whether the armed forces do not possess some low-level mutant spiritual energy zones. He adds that Tian should already be at level 7 of the stagnant source, and that he might truly not care about such low-level mutant zones. The director says that he has had a great idea. The commander replies that if he has already thought of it, then he should stop playing games with himself. Liu comments that he remembers that it is not only the Green Lake Mansion that constitutes a dangerous mutant zone in Haishi City. The commander asks what he means by that. The director explains that since this martial arts competition will gather the strongest cultivators from across the country, why not take the opportunity to deal with that super mutated level anomalous zone that exists in Haishi, stating that if they succeed, they will not only fully reclaim the city, but also shock foreign cultivators. He adds that no country has so far managed to repel a mutant zone of that level. The soldiers agree, saying that the idea is excellent. The chubby man immediately reacts, saying that there is no way he agrees, and questioning whether they know how much responsibility this will bring, asking why this would not cause problems in other cities. He adds that he thinks Jihong nearby would be a much better option, since it is already old and he can no longer stand watching it cause so much trouble. The commander asks him not to get so agitated and says that the old man's proposal is indeed bold, but not impossible as long as the armed forces adopt comprehensive protection and prevention measures in advance, ensuring that the situation will not get out of control or cause any problems. The chubby man asks what those preventive measures would be and says that in recent years all he has heard are exactly those words, questioning why the same thing always happens. He states that the more solemn the guarantees are, the greater the chaos at the end, begging them to leave him in peace, saying that he is already old and just wants to lie down and rest quietly because he can no longer handle problems. The commander responds that he is the president of the Spiritual Energy Association of Haishi City, and that this matter is of extreme importance to the country, allowing no retreat whatsoever. The chubby man sighs and says that he already knew that when these people make a decision, no one can stop them, so he ends up giving up and states that they can do whatever they want. He concludes by saying that he has already said everything he needed to. The commander declares that the director's proposal is excellent and states that the matter is decided, determining that from now on, the old man will be responsible for planning this martial arts competition and assisting the relevant personnel with logistical preparations. Liu thinks that perhaps news about the parents will emerge soon. Elsewhere, the protagonist is cultivating in his room, an impressive energy being released around his body as he concludes that he has finally reached level 9 of the stagnant source, lacking only one final step to enter the Iron Vein realm. The next day, still in the same place, Lin is reading a book when he hears someone open the door and wonders who could appear at this hour. When the door opens, a woman approaches and comments that it has been some time. Tian recognizes that it is Secretary Chen and asks whether there is any reason for her to have come to his house so early. Chen replies that she is mainly there that day to deliver some rewards and to have some documents signed. The protagonist tells her to come in. The secretary sits down and begins organizing some papers, explaining that these are the rewards prepared by the military, including the property transfer documents for that house, the reimbursement form for renovation expenses, and some additional housing allowances, requiring only that he log in at the indicated places. Lin takes the papers and comments that it is a very thoughtful gesture. Chen adds that there is still an important matter that needs to be discussed with him. Tian asks whether it is about the martial arts competition, and the secretary confirms. The protagonist says that she can speak, since Ling and the others only heard rumors on the internet, so he did not take it very seriously nor pay much attention. The secretary explains that, in fact, the location of the martial arts competition is a super mutated level anomalous zone located in Haishi City. Lin asks whether there is another super mutated level zone, and whether Haishi City is really that dangerous. Chen replies that Haishi is located at the junction of spiritual veins, and that since the recovery of spiritual energy, the city has developed many dangerous anomalous zones due to excessive activity of that energy. Tian comments that being at the confluence of spiritual veins, it is not surprising that so many problems appear. The secretary agrees and says that if Haishi City can be successfully reclaimed, this will be something beneficial for all cultivators in the country. According to the available information, that anomalous zone contains an extremely pure lightning element. The protagonist asks about the lightning element. The secretary confirms, explaining that the concentration of lightning-associated spiritual energy in that zone is extremely dense, and says that the detailed information is there. Lin comments that she really put in a lot of effort to convince him to participate in the martial arts competition. Chen asks him not to misunderstand her. Tian says that it is fine, that he did not get angry, and that he will analyze the information first before making a decision. The secretary thanks him sincerely. After that, the protagonist arrives carrying bags and tells everyone to eat. Shen approaches yawning, along with Yue, who asks what that is. Lin replies that they are the materials sent by the military for the martial arts competition that morning, as well as the rewards from the last mission. Shen says she will check what rewards her grandfather granted and asks whether there will be any military rank or official title. Tian replies that it is nothing as exaggerated as she imagines, explaining that it is just the house transfer documents and the reimbursement form for renovation expenses. Shen complains, asking why her grandfather is so stingy, saying that he only gave a broken house, and comments that she will ask him whether he cannot grant another piece of land. The protagonist tells her to go wash her hands and eat obediently. Yue looks sideways and notices several papers, wondering what they are, and whether that is not the anomalous zone where her parents disappeared back then. Noticing that some pages are missing, she wonders whether the military hid this on purpose, why they would be hiding it, and whether they do not want her to discover the truth herself. Lin observes from the side and thinks that she probably noticed something, and that it is better that she does not know this. Outside, Tian is leaning while observing one of the papers, on which is written, Super Mutated Level Anomaly Zone, Lightning Labyrinth, 4th Exploration, Team Members Leng and Heng, Duration 7 days, Contact lost on the 5th day, Between Life and the End, Yue, daughter of Leng and Heng, adopted by Lu and currently a spiritual energy cultivator. The protagonist speaks on the phone with the secretary and says that he has decided to go to that anomalous zone, but that he is very dissatisfied with the way the armed forces handle things. The secretary asks what he means by that. Lin replies that she knows that Yue's parents are connected to that anomalous zone and that he cannot simply ignore this fact, so they are trying to force him to act. The secretary says that this may just be a misunderstanding or a coincidence, and that there was no such intention. Tian asks whether she really thinks he will believe that. The secretary replies that she will faithfully report his intentions to her superiors. The protagonist says that excuses are enough, that no matter what the military's plan is, he is extremely dissatisfied with this investigation, and that they should tell the armed forces that this will be the first and last time. Lin walks around the place, observes his partner sleeping on the sofa, and ends up noticing something she wrote and left beside her. Tian carefully covers her and thinks that she does not need to worry because he will certainly find her parents. The next day, the protagonist steps out of the car and several soldiers run toward him, urging him to hurry to receive the welcome. Everyone bows before him. Lin asks them not to do that, saying he is feeling a bit embarrassed. One of the soldiers says that it is more than deserved because if he had not eliminated that beast, they do not even know what kind of suffering they would have faced. Tian replies that it is fine and asks them to stop flattering him, saying that he only did what needed to be done. The soldier comments that the incident involving Wang deeply affected the armed forces and that everyone there is genuinely grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Another soldier says that he heard Lin defeated Wang with a single sword and asks if that is true. The protagonist replies that the guy was not that hard to deal with, just a bit annoying. The soldiers say that this was to be expected of him and call him amazing. Lin asks everyone to quickly disperse and not crowd around him. Shen comments that he should get used to it because from now on it will always be like this. Tian says it is fine and asks who made him so popular, then asks whether Commander Han knows where the president is, since he needs to talk to him about something. Ahead, among several military tents, Lu is sitting, reflecting on the unpredictable dangers of the anomalous zone. Lu thinks that it will be necessary to carefully check the list of people who will enter. The protagonist approaches and says that it has been a long time. Liu asks if he really came, tells him to sit down, and asks what he wants to discuss. Lin replies that the secretary said he was the one who arranged the matter of the anomalous zone and asks if that is true. The director confirms it and says that he knows this will make him unhappy, but that he had no choice. He explains that although Yue is usually well-behaved and sensible, she often cries alone at night. Before meeting Lin, he tried to help her find her parents using both the army's resources and his own, leading teams to the site at least 5 times, but without success and with many human losses. He says that he wants Lin to participate in the martial arts competition to inspire other practitioners to grow stronger, but above all, he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to help Yue find her parents. He adds that if he offends Lin because of this, he is willing to bear all the consequences, but he begs him not to hold any resentment toward the girl because she knows nothing. The protagonist replies that next time, he could have spoken directly without so many detours. Liu asks what he means by that. Lin answers that he and Leng are friends, and that he does not need many reasons to do something for a friend. The director thanks him sincerely. Soon after, outside, the commander officially announces the start of the martial arts competition. He says that this is not just a contest, but also a great challenge, and that what he is about to say involves important matters regarding the anomalous zone. He explains that the main venue of the competition is a super mutated level anomalous zone in Heishan City, located at the junction of spiritual veins, containing extremely powerful lightning spiritual energy and an extremely high degree of danger. At that moment, a young man approaches Lin and introduces himself as Mo Chu, a cultivator from Jin City. Tian greets him, and Mo comments that he never imagined the Sword Saint would be so approachable. The protagonist asks about that title, and Chu explains that it emerged after the story of Lin defeating Wang with a single sword spread among cultivators. Lin thinks that fortunately it has not spread around there, otherwise it would be extremely embarrassing, and asks if Mo needs something. Chu says he almost forgot the reason he came over and asks whether, when they enter the anomalous zone, they can go together. Shen asks if he wants to accompany them, and Tian asks why he wants to go along, reminding him that this is Jin City. Chu asks for secrecy and explains that although he was sent by Jin City's Spiritual Energy Association, he is only filling a quota and practically has no strength at all. The protagonist is surprised and asks how it is possible for a cultivator to have no strength and whether he is not afraid of embarrassing himself by participating just to make up numbers. Mo asks what would be embarrassing about that and says that no one there cares if he embarrasses himself because they only need to meet the personnel quota. He comments that he is just an inexperienced cultivator, that they thought he looked pleasant and sent him over without much ceremony. Lin says that he really does look pleasant, and asks if he came all the way there without any shame, commenting that Jin City's Spiritual Energy Association is really interesting, then asks if he wants him to take him along. Chu replies that that is exactly what he wants, saying that Lin is so strong that at least by his side there is hope of survival. Shen calls him a useless turtle man, and says that it is precisely because of spineless people like him that their international reputation is so bad. Yue asks Shen not to talk about him like that in front of him. Shen asks whether talking behind his back would not be even more despicable, and says she only agrees if Yue can guarantee that he will not be a burden. Mo starts repeatedly saying that he will not be a burden, promising to obey orders and never cause trouble for anyone. Yu Qing asks why they do not take him along. Yue agrees and says that he does not seem to pose a great threat and that maybe they can let him go with them. The protagonist decides that since he is so sincere, he will take him along, but makes it clear that he must remember not to act on his own. Mo thanks him repeatedly and guarantees that he will not cause any problems. At that moment, they sense something different, and a sound echoes around them. The commander announces that the first national martial arts competition for temple cultivators officially begins. The pressure around them intensifies and everyone advances, leaping over rocks. Shen asks whether Haishi was not a city and what could have happened to it. Yue replies that the mutant creatures within a super mutated level, anomalous zone, can alter the original terrain and seem to prefer this kind of environment. Yu asks what they should do next. Suddenly, everything begins to shake like an earthquake, and everyone asks what is happening. Mo shouts for help, and the protagonist warns them to be careful because anything can happen inside a secret realm. Soon after, monsters begin to appear, emitting strange sounds. Lin orders his team to prepare for battle. Someone attacks with flames, sending several monsters flying. They look to the side and see a warrior enveloped in an impressive aura who asks if he is Tian. The protagonist asks who he is. The man replies that he is Song Jinggang, the strongest cultivator of Zhihong City, and says that he left a message online a few days ago. Shen asks if he is that peak expert from Zhihong. Song confirms it and says that he came there to challenge him. Lin states that he has neither the time nor the interest, and that if he came only for that, he should leave. Jinggang shows disappointment and says that it seems the story of Lin killing Wang with one sword was just military propaganda, commenting that he can come back when Lin has the courage to face him. Shen calls him a bastard and says that if he has the guts, he should come down there and she herself will teach him a lesson. Tian tells them to move on, saying that there are much more important things to do. Mo tries to smooth things over, saying that that idiot was on the same flight as him and did not say a single word to him, which made him furious. The protagonist says he did not take it seriously and states that now they need to head toward the mountain peak, reminding everyone to be careful along the way. They continue advancing until Lin notices a hole in the ground and they enter a cave. Yue comments that there must have been a battle there, and that everything indicates it was fought by a fire attribute beast. Tian says that since they are already there, they will go in and take a look. Further ahead, they see several warriors fighting a huge monster, being constantly struck down. The creature begins to spew flames while the injured scream for help. A boy sees Lin and begs him to save them. Tian assesses that the monster's strength is at the 4th stage of the Flowing Spring Realm and decides that it is a good opportunity for training. He orders Yue and Qing to use the ice attribute to gain real combat experience. Both reply that they understand and advance. The monster spits flames, but Yu creates an ice wall that blocks the attack. Yue releases ice at the creature, hitting it directly and making it let out a thunderous roar. Then Yue advances again and cuts the monster, while Qing also releases her ice, striking the beast once more. The creature begins to fall apart before everyone's eyes. The people around are completely shocked and comment that it is far too incredible, saying that it was as if a goddess had descended onto the battlefield. The protagonist thinks that the two of them are also experiencing the feeling of being applauded, and then notices something different, wondering what that is. He recognizes it as a fire attribute spiritual crystal and thinks this is excellent, since that crystal can help her advance even further. At that moment, someone tells them to wait and claims that the elemental crystal belongs to him, it being Song. Lin asks if it is him again. Jingung demands that they hand over the items or not blame him for acting rudely. Tian asks where that loser came from. Song replies that he was hiding while they fought the monsters, but appeared as soon as the treasure showed up. The protagonist questions why he is showing off, but Song tells him to shut up. Jingung then releases intense flames, causing the people around to panic and retreat. The flames are extremely violent, and everyone thinks he is truly strong and that they have no chance against him. Song states that whoever is not afraid of being finished can talk to his sword. The people watch in silence, full of fear. Jingung starts laughing loudly and says he thought they would have courage, but now they just look like a bunch of cowards. He says he is taking the fire element crystal and asks if anyone has a problem with that. The protagonist calmly replies that the crystal is his. Song asks who he thinks he is and comments that this is strange, saying that earlier he looked like a coward. Lin replies that since he is looking for his own end, he should not blame him. Tian steps forward and attacks with incredible power, piercing through the enemy's body. Song spits blood and falls to the ground, leaving everyone shocked because it was just a single punch. Jingung gets back up, releasing even more flames, and shouts that he is asking to be finished. His aura suddenly increases, leaving everyone confused. Someone explains that he is a fire attribute cultivator, and that in that cave the energy of that element is extremely abundant, making his strength there even greater than usual. Some wonder if he would be invincible in that environment. Mo asks whether Lin will be at a disadvantage, but Shen tells him not to worry, saying she has never seen anyone put him in trouble. Jingung declares that in that fire element cave, he himself is a god. The protagonist asks whether a mere dog at the peak of the 7th stage of the Flowing Spring Realm dares to bark in front of him. Song becomes completely enraged and releases even more flames. When he tries to approach, Lin blocks him effortlessly and says that this is far too weak. Tian counterattacks, causing a violent explosion. Jingung screams as he is hit, falls to the ground, and accuses him of daring to cripple him. The protagonist calls him ungrateful trash and says he did not bother with him before because he had more important matters to deal with. He states that today's injuries are only a warning and that he is sparing his life out of consideration for the military, but that next time, no one will be able to save him. Song admits he was wrong and begs for his life, saying he is willing to bow, though he thinks that one day Lin will still pay the price. The people around comment in shock that Lin is absurdly strong and that he defeated Jingung with a single blow. Mo calls him an idol, while several girls comment on how powerful he is. Tian tells his partner to take back the fire element stone and absorb its energy. Shen asks whether that is normal and whether he is also a fire attribute cultivator. The protagonist replies that this is no longer very useful to him. Shen kisses his cheek and says he is too good for her. Lin then asks if they know why they came there. Yue replies that it would be because of the martial arts competition. Tian says he has no interest in that at all and that he came to help her find her missing parents. He explains that he saw mission records mentioning her parents. Yue asks if he was the one who hid the missing pages from the mission data. Lin confirms, saying he was afraid she would overthink it, The records indicate that her parents came to that anomalous zone when she was still young, in search of something, and ended up disappearing there. He asks if she remembers anything they said before leaving. Yue replies that she does not, explaining that she was very young and that if Uncle Lu had not kept the photo, she might not even remember what they looked like. Tian tells her not to worry and promises that this time, without fail, he will help her find her parents. Yue thanks him and says that the depths of that anomalous zone are extremely dangerous, and that if they rush in recklessly, they may end up facing unpredictable risks. The protagonist interrupts her and tells her not to worry, stating that no matter what exists in that anomalous zone that day, he will destroy it all. He asks the others to stay there and not go any deeper, because he will take Yue into the anomalous zone to check the situation. Shen asks if he intends to go in alone with her and emphasizes the danger of the depths. Lin says there is nothing to worry about, claiming that an anomalous zone of that level is as easy for him as an amusement park. He then asks whether Mo will come with them. Mo replies that he does not intend to deliberately put himself in danger. Tian says that in that case, he will entrust the safety of the two of them to Mo and adds that if anything happens to them, he will settle accounts with him later. Chu asks them to wait and nervously comments that he himself already said he is just a useless person sent to make up the numbers. Then, already inside the cave, the two walk together. The protagonist asks Yue to relax and not be so nervous until he notices something ahead, an extremely powerful energy. Yue asks what that is. Lin replies that he detected a rare spiritual energy attribute, explaining that it is high-level fire attribute spiritual energy, a pure lotus flame. He thinks that he struck it rich this time by finding such rare spiritual energy and decides to move closer to observe it better, wondering why the flame produces neither smoke nor heat. Tian begins to absorb that high-level fire attribute spiritual energy, feeling his understanding of this attribute gradually increase. At that moment, Yue notices something strange and asks what that is. Sharks appear ahead, roaring and charging to attack. Yue runs forward and warns him to be careful. She attacks first, landing a direct strike and a powerful kick. Ling exchanges blows with the sharks and manages to defeat both, then asks if her partner is all right. The protagonist replies that he needs a few minutes to completely absorb the flame and asks her to prevent other monsters from disturbing him. Yue assures him that she will not let anything approach. Soon after, a monster appears with an enormous mouth, charging forward and causing a violent explosion. Yue tries to block the attack but ends up being hit. She releases ice energy, yet the monster remains intact, making her panic. The beast spits a strange liquid, and Yue manages to dodge, but the monster advances again, trying to strike her with a violent tail sweep. Ling creates a defensive barrier, but the creature breaks it and hits her. Yue falls to the ground coughing blood, realizing she can barely move her body. The monster approaches once more, triggering another intense explosion. At that instant, the beast is injured by a sudden attack. It is the protagonist who appears, asking how that creature dares to touch him and whether it is asking to be finished, a mere beast acting with such arrogance. The lizard opens its huge mouth and begins to change shape, becoming even stronger as it charges to attack again. Lin draws his sword and cuts off the creature's tail, but the monster remains standing. Tian comments that this is to be expected of a magical beast at the 7th stage of the flowing spring realm, since it possesses considerable strength. The creature lets out a thunderous roar, and the protagonist says that enough playing around, declaring that it is time to end this. He states that he will test the true power of the pure lotus flame. Lin attacks, releasing an overwhelming force that spreads crushing pressure all around, and the monster is cut in half, being defeated instantly. Tian asks if his partner is all right. Yue replies that it is a good thing he was there because otherwise she might have been finished. The protagonist says that it was just a lizard and warns her to be more careful next time. Yue replies that she understands. Soon after, another sound echoes through the area. Lin orders whatever it is to appear and stop hiding in the lake. The water begins to churn violently, and a gigantic monster emerges. The dragon declares that it has finally come out of the hole at the bottom of the lake. Yue asks if there is really a dragon in that anomalous zone and whether it can speak. The dragon replies disdainfully, asking how she can still be surprised, given that it is in existence at the 9th stage of the flowing spring realm. Tian feels that the dragon's aura conveys an extreme sense of danger and decides to try to talk, asking whether it was the one who created that anomalous zone. The dragon replies that the zone was not created by it, but rather for it. Yue asks what that means. The dragon explains that more than a decade ago, it was cultivating in that lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in order to break its bloodline and reach a higher plane. However, during that period, 2 cursed humans invaded the place and, joining forces, managed to subdue it, not only sealing it at the bottom of the lake, but also attempting to absorb its power. Yue asks if the dragon remembers the appearance of those two people and what happened to them afterward. It replies that it only remembers a man named Ling Chuan and a woman named Xue Heng. Yue says emotionally that they were her parents. The dragon starts laughing loudly and says that this truly is fate, stating that the one who freed it is their descendant and that, according to tradition, it should give thanks. The protagonist asks whether that thanks comes together with ingratitude. The dragon questions what he calls ingratitude and says that this is the law of the jungle, declaring that she will pay the price for what her parents did. Lin tells Yue to leave immediately. She replies that she cannot abandon him and that she needs to discover the truth about her parents. The dragon begins to release power and declares that none of them will escape. Energy spreads violently and Tian tells Yue not to worry, explaining that she is no match for the dragon at the moment and that she can leave it to him. Yue refuses, saying that even if she is weaker, she cannot let him face it alone. The dragon comments that such camaraderie is touching but useless, because none of them will leave alive. Lin tells her to stay calm and says that this dragon is his problem, ordering her to go look for information left by her parents. Yue hesitates, but Lin insists, saying that he will handle the situation. She thanks him and moves away. The dragon attacks, saying that she is not going anywhere, but Tian blocks the strike and says that it is being too confident. Yue keeps running until she notices something shining ahead. Yue asks what that is and sees two people frozen, trapped within a block of ice. She recognizes them as her parents and says she will save them at once. Yue releases ice spikes to break the ice, but cannot even scratch it. Shocked, she begins to cry, asking why this is happening. The dragon declares that her execution will be the first step of its revenge and releases extremely powerful energy. The protagonist blocks the attack and says that it is unworthy. The strike is cut apart and the dragon admits that Lin truly has some strength, stating that since he seeks his own death, it will grant it to him. Lin replies that it is very weak and blocks another attack, generating a violent impact. Tian remains unscathed and asks whether that is all the dragon's strength, questioning whether an existence at the 9th stage of the flowing spring realm is really so weak. The dragon reacts, saying this is impossible, and asks how he managed to block 80% of its power. The protagonist states that he will give it one last chance to use its strongest technique, otherwise it will lose its life. The dragon replies that he asked for this and releases all of its power in a devastating attack. Lin blocks it with ease and asks if that is all. He then advances rapidly and cuts the enemy. The dragon says that without that sword, it would have already reduced him to ashes. Surprised, Lin tells it to try again. The dragon releases an even greater amount of power. The protagonist blocks and counterattacks with even greater force. The dragon is shocked and asks how a mere human can withstand the dragon wave with his bare hands. Lin replies that they are both at the 9th stage of the flowing spring source and asks why it cannot block, stating that the dragon is merely an obsolete existence. He says that since it has used all its cards, now it is his turn. The dragon panics and says it cannot die because it is one step away from the Iron Vein realm. Tian asks if it is trying to flee and says that it is already too late. The protagonist attacks with overwhelming power, forcing the dragon to escape. Then Lin goes to Yue and touches her shoulder. Tian says that he will take a look at that crystal. As he approaches, he notices that the runes emit a terrifying aura and asks the system to scan them. The system informs him that the analysis is complete, identifying the energy as runic energy and explaining that the host needs to reach the Iron Vein realm to absorb it. The protagonist says that he understands and concludes that he cannot break the crystal at that moment. He thinks that if he cannot break it from above, he will start from below. Lin plunges his sword into the ground. Yue asks what he is doing. Tian replies that he is going to dig out the crystal. He releases an enormous amount of power, excavating the ground with brute force until he finally manages to remove it. Lin sighs in relief and says that at last he managed to dig out the crystal. Ling asks what they should do now, and Tian replies that they need to move immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, the dragon shifts, thinking that that human dared to injure him and that as soon as he recovers, he will surely seek revenge. Elsewhere in the cave, some people comment on how incredible the protagonist's sword strike was, saying it was far stronger than Song's. One tells them to speak quietly because he is still nearby, while another says it does not matter since he is just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Song thinks that if he had not lost an arm, he would have already eliminated everyone there. Suddenly, everyone senses something approaching. A dragon appears, releasing its power and taking down several people ahead. The survivors watch in terror and try to gather their strength to attack the blue dragon, launching flaming strikes, ice attacks, and water bullets. The dragon comments that this is true power, true dominion, the feeling of being a ruler. Song realizes that this is a monster he cannot defeat and decides to flee immediately because he cannot lose his life. However, the dragon notices him and asks if he is trying to escape. Song understands that he has been discovered. The beast asks whether he truly thinks he can flee its claws. Song begs not to be killed and says he will do anything to survive. The dragon asks what a cripple who lost an arm could do for it. Song replies that he can help it wipe out those cultivators. The people around call him a bastard, saying he is betraying everyone just to save his own skin. The dragon says that still is not enough because killing them is far too easy. Song then says he can free it from that anomalous zone. The beast asks if he truly can do that. Song explains that he can use the abundant spiritual energy of the anomaly to break spatial limitations and allow it to go to the outside world. An energy begins to surge intensely. Yu calls him a traitor to humanity, while Shen says he is an ungrateful beast. Song asks what ingratitude is and says he is wise enough to know when to switch sides. The dragon laughs and says that was well said, stating that it will give him a chance to prove his worth. An energy wraps around Song, spreading through his entire body. The girls watch in anger as the dragon orders him to prove his worth. Song regains a new arm and replies that he understands. Qing says they cannot allow that traitor to succeed. Shen agrees, stating that they must stop him, even if it costs their lives. Song mocks them, asking if they really think just the two of them can stop him. Chu tries to intervene, asking them to talk and not fight among themselves. Yu tells him to get out of the way. Qing releases ice chains, but Song says that is far too weak. Shen attacks from behind, but Song grabs her leg with force, making her cry out in pain and draws his sword. Shen thinks she will not be able to dodge until someone blocks the attack. Song is startled by the strange sensation. It is Yu, ordering him to release his sister. The chains fall apart and Shen is freed. Qing warns them to be careful of his attacks. Song says their luck has run out and slams his sword into the ground, causing a violent impact that opens a huge hole and knocks both of them down. Shen struggles to her feet, calls to her partner, and realizes her injuries are serious. Song approaches and asks if she understands now the difference in power. Shen replies that he is a disgrace to humanity and says that when her partner returns, he will pay for everything. Song says he does not care and attacks again. Shen, holding her partner, thinks she owes her partner an apology. In the next instant, someone blocks the attack. Shen looks up in shock. Chu sighs in relief and says that was far too scary, that he almost could not explain it to his brother. Shen is stunned to realize it was Mo who intervened. Song asks if he was the one who interfered before. Mo replies that he is truly formidable and that his tricks did not fool him, then asks what he thinks about letting it go for that day. Song thinks he has never heard of that boy's ability before and concludes he needs to be careful, asking what he means by that. Chu replies that in other words, he should hurry, take the blue dragon out of the anomalous zone, and after that, they should pretend nothing happened. Shen immediately objects, saying that if that dragon leaves the anomalous zone, the military outside will be completely unprepared and countless people could die. Mo explains that he and her partner are severely injured and need immediate treatment. Otherwise, he will not be able to explain the situation to his brother when he returns. He adds that he only came to the competition to fill a quota and did not expect to go through that, asking them to listen to him, because even if those two escape, they will not cause major trouble. He says Song has already been defeated by her brother, and that a few minutes would be enough for him to be dealt with again when Tian returns. Song becomes furious, releases his power, and says that Chiu is asking to be killed. Mo blocks the attack and comments that it is terrifying, saying that Song's aura is almost suppressing him. Flames spread and Chiu continues defending, asking them to drop it, claiming he is a pacifist. Song replies that if he has the courage, he should fight head-on and not use despicable tactics. Chu asks if he is angry and says he has always been frail and hates direct combat, but that does not mean he is weak. Then Mo attacks with terrifying power and injures Song. A huge explosion occurs and Song falls to the ground, asking what kind of ability he awakened. Chu replies that no one reveals their own trump cards and weaknesses, and tells him to grab the blue dragon and leave, because fighting like that makes no sense. Song charges, saying he will not lose to a cynic like him. Mo blocks and says Song's attacks only end up hurting him even more. Song is struck repeatedly and begins to doubt, realizing that that man's ability is extremely strange. Shen wonders what kind of power that is and whether he is really that strong. Even so, Song tries to attack again, saying he does not believe Mo can also absorb that flame. Song slams his sword into the ground, spreading flames everywhere. Mo blocks while Song keeps releasing fire until he drops to his knees, asking why he lost. Chu replies that the farce is over. At that moment, the dragon approaches and comments that it was all a grand show. Mo looks back but has no time to react and is struck from behind. Shen is extremely worried. The dragon declares that by relying on the spiritual energy of human cultivators, it not only healed its injuries but also reached an even more powerful realm. It throws Chu to the ground and announces that it will leave the anomalous zone to seek revenge against the humans who imprisoned it, making everyone pay for it. Song begs to be taken along, saying he wants to serve it and help it conquer the world. The dragon replies that his performance was acceptable, but that it does not need a cripple, and squeezes his head. Song begs, saying he gave it everything he had, but the beast ignores him and crushes his skull, stating that now it will be its turn. Shen watches in terror. Mo asks her to come closer, saying he has something important to tell her. He explains that when the dragon attacks, a spatial rift will appear that leads to the exit of the anomalous zone, and that she needs to take her partner immediately. Shen hesitates, asking about him, saying he cannot stay there alone. Mo replies that his brother entrusted the two of them to him, and that he needs to send them out safely. The dragon advances, and Chu says now. The rift opens, and Shen carries her partner, asking him to survive. The two of them enter the rift while the dragon strikes him, saying that since he wants to be a hero, he will die first. Mo asks if it really thinks it will be that easy to kill him. Elsewhere, the protagonist comments that he is exhausted and that it is very heavy until he notices his partners and asks what happened. Shen explains that Mo was severely injured by a powerful dragon while protecting them. Lin concludes that the blue dragon escaped and orders them to leave with the crystal. Yue says she will go with him and asks if the dragon has already reached the Iron Vein realm. Tian tells them not to worry, saying that he himself will bring it back. Both of them think that he needs to return alive. On the other side, Mo is thrown to the ground and comments that it hurts a little. He tries to open another spatial rift, but cannot due to the lack of spiritual energy, realizing that his strength is reaching its limit. The dragon says that the reason Mo cannot open the spatial rift is not a lack of spiritual energy, but because he used his own energy to close it, asking how it feels to wait for execution. Mo replies that, honestly, it does not feel very good, but that it is not the first time this has happened. The dragon continues attacking and says it will beat him until he begs for mercy. The beast opens its enormous mouth and hurls him away. Mo is gravely injured and comments that the hardest part of the enemy is its mouth, saying that that fire is not working. The dragon advances, releasing even more flames, but someone stops it. Turning to the side, the beast sees the protagonist, who thanks his partner and says he owes him one. Mo asks him not to use signal traps, saying he does not want to lose his life yet. Lin replies that he has already done enough and can leave the rest to him, explaining that he did not eliminate the dragon earlier because he was worried about Ling's safety, but now it will not escape. The dragon asks who he thinks he is and says that it has already evolved into the Iron Vein realm, while Lin is only at the peak of the 9th stage of the Surging Spring realm, claiming that killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Tian replies that if it thinks itself so powerful, it should prove it. The protagonist advances, and the dragon releases flames, saying that this is nothing but a trick. Lin slashes the dragon with his sword and realizes that the defense of the Iron Vein realm is indeed difficult. Tian unleashes incredible power, and the dragon uses the Dragon Wing Storm technique, smashing him into the wall. Lin remarks that the Iron Vein realm is nothing special. The dragon asks why he has not been finished yet and uses the blazing flame explosion slash, causing a massive impact and striking Tian again. The beast declares that this is the difference between them. The protagonist replies that, as expected, fighting someone in the Iron Vein realm while only at the peak of the 9th stage is truly exhausting. The dragon tells him to watch his tone, saying that it seems he is suppressing his own power. Lin confirms that he is indeed suppressing his strength. The dragon grows furious and wonders if he really has the potential to reach the Iron Vein realm, saying that a human should never be able to reach such a level. Tian thinks that he had been suppressing his spiritual energy to break through in a safe place. He says that now that all the cultivators have been eliminated from that anomalous zone and the others have escaped safely, it no longer matters what happens. The system asks whether he wishes to advance to the Iron Vein realm. The protagonist confirms. An overwhelming energy begins to spread around his body. The dragon watches in shock, feeling a trace of fear in the face of that aura. Tian asks what is wrong and questions whether the dragon is now afraid to attack. The beast replies that he is merely a product of borrowed power and promises to show true power. In the next instant, the dragon realizes that Lin's sword is already pressed against its neck. Lin saying that he just broke through and does not yet fully control his strength, nearly killing it in one strike. Lin adds that he will not let it die easily after what it did to his partners. The dragon gathers power and attacks, but Lin counterattacks immediately. The beast wonders how he can be so fast and whether he truly entered the Iron Vein realm. The blow grievously injures it. The protagonist warns that in the next strike he will aim for the dragon's left side and tells it not to move or it may be killed by accident. The dragon smiles and uses the wind claw technique. Lin responds with a flaming lightning slash, causing a violent explosion. Tian appears behind it, and the beast tries to attack, but he dodges and plunges the sword into its body. The dragon wonders how that is possible. Lin says that he has already avenged his partners and that now it is Mo's turn. The beast thinks that this human is extremely vicious, that it can no longer face him head-on, and that it must find a way to escape, using Chu's life as leverage to flee. The dragon releases its power toward Mo. Tian senses the danger and blocks the attack, but in that instant, the dragon manages to escape. The protagonist asks if his partner is all right. Mo replies that he should not worry and says they cannot allow that dragon to escape. Lin states that it will not happen and says he needs to keep secret the ability he's about to use. Chu answers that he understands. Tian begins to release his power and an absurd energy spreads around him. Mo wonders if that is the true power of the Iron Vein realm, and whether Lin truly possesses spiritual energy of 3 attributes. The protagonist channels his energy into the sword and unleashes a terrifying, extremely violent power. The dragon wonders what kind of aura that is, only to be struck head-on, plasma scattering through the air. The dragon is finished. Mo watches in shock, thinking that it is terrifyingly powerful, wondering if that is truly the strength one can reach in the Iron Vein realm, and whether Lin has fully entered that level. The protagonist replies that, in truth, Mo is also very capable, and says he did not expect him to push the blue dragon into such desperation. He says that Chu clearly possesses enormous power and asks why he pretended to be weak outside. Mo explains that he was afraid of losing control because the ability he awakened is spatial cutting, an uncontrollable power with unimaginable damage. Lin says that this is immense power and must be used with caution, but adds that if he can master it, he will be able to use it to protect people. Elsewhere, a voice reports that the blue dragon inside the anomalous zone evolved into the Iron Vein realm, and that Lin and Mo are fighting to hold it back. The commander is shocked and asks if there really is a dragon, and what happened to the other cultivators. Shen replies that all of them were killed by the blue dragon. The commander is stunned, recalling that they were cultivators around the 7th stage of the Surging Spring realm. Yue explains that the blue dragon evolved into the Iron Vein realm, and that its power far exceeds imagination. The commander asks what kind of existence that realm is. Shen insists that they must immediately organize a team to enter the anomalous zone and support Lin. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yue agrees and says that if they do not act quickly, the 2 of them may lose their lives inside. The commander states that he will organize an elite team immediately. In front of the cave, soldiers gather and orders are given to check ammunition and reconfirm tactical plans. The captain warns that they absolutely cannot allow the blue dragon to enter the outside world. At that moment, the protagonist approaches carrying Mo. Shen says that him being alive is great news. Yue asks if Lin is injured. He replies that he is fine and tells them not to worry, then asks why there are so many soldiers there. Shen explains that they came to help eliminate the blue dragon. Tian calmly replies that this is no longer necessary. He states that the blue dragon has already been killed. Everyone is shocked and asks if he truly defeated an Iron Vein realm blue dragon. The protagonist confirms and says that there is no more danger inside the anomalous zone. He adds that they can enter to check for survivors and that the dragon's body is inside, no longer posing any threat. After hearing this, the commander orders the soldiers to enter the anomalous zone to search for survivors. Soon after, he sees something and asks what that is. Ahead lies the body of a defeated dragon. The soldiers are stunned, saying it is the first time they have seen a dragon and commenting that Lin is absurdly strong. They say that the traces of the battle are more terrifying than nuclear weapons. The commander thinks that Tian truly killed an Iron Vein realm dragon, something he believed existed only in novels. He then orders them to search for survivors and provide immediate aid to anyone alive. Later at the hospital, Mo is being treated by nurses, who say that the wound was handled correctly, that there was no major loss of plasma, and that there is no immediate risk to his life. The protagonist asks how he is feeling. Mo replies not to worry, saying he will not be finished anytime soon and asks them to keep his strength secret for now. Lin replies that he understands and says that since he does not want it publicized, he will not tell anyone either. Chu thanks him. Tian comments that since Mo is out of danger, he will go check on Ling's parents. On the other side of the hospital, the protagonist asks how the research is progressing. The director becomes excited when he sees him, and Yue replies that they still have not found a way to break the crystal. Liu says that the crystalline seal is extremely resilient, that they have already tried several methods, but seem unable to break its structure. Lin thinks that he remembers the system warning that once he reached the Iron Vein realm, he would be able to absorb the power of that rune. And now that he has finally reached that realm, it is a good moment to try. He says that he can attempt to open the crystal and asks everyone except Yue to leave for now. The director replies that he understands and leaves together with the doctors. Ling asks what he is planning to do and whether he needs help with anything. The protagonist replies that inside that crystal there is an extremely powerful sealed energy, highly unstable, and that it is precisely because of it that the crystal became so strong. He explains that he intends to absorb that energy and guide it entirely into his own body through spiritual energy, and that in this way the crystal's seal will be broken. Yue asks whether he is really going to absorb that energy and whether it will not harm him, saying that that power is far too immense and questioning whether he can withstand it. Lin tells her not to worry, stating that this amount of energy is nothing to him. However, through this situation, he realizes that his growth is still very slow, and that the dangers they will face next may be something he might not be able to endure easily. Ling thinks that he is advancing far too quickly since it has only been a few months since they met and he has already reached the Iron Vein realm. The protagonist says that while he absorbs the energy contained within that crystal, he plans to simultaneously transfer part of his spiritual energy to her in order to increase her strength and prepare her for future risks. Yue asks if he is going to transfer spiritual energy and wonders whether he has once again awakened Ice Attribute spiritual energy. Lin replies that he has not, saying that he only possesses thunder, fire, and light spiritual energy. Ling then asks how he intends to transfer it to her, stating that her body simply cannot withstand spiritual energy of other attributes. The system congratulates the host for successfully evolving to the Iron Vein realm and sends the rewards, among them a spiritual energy pill which, once consumed, grants a new spiritual energy attribute to the body. The protagonist tells his partner not to worry, saying that he has just found a perfect treasure for her in the anomalous zone, and Yue asks what it is. Lin shows the item, and she questions whether it is not the spiritual energy pill mentioned in ancient texts, explaining that this type of pill is extremely precious, and, according to records, could only be refined by alchemists of antiquity, being impossible to find something like that in the present day. Tien comments that since she recognized it, there is no need for further explanation and tells her to swallow it right away. Yue refuses, stating that the item is far too valuable and that she cannot accept it, suggesting that he keep it for himself because it will certainly be useful in the future. The protagonist tells her not to overthink it, says that there are many ways to become stronger and that he does not need this pill, also explaining that she must take it because it is the only way for her to withstand the power that is about to come without suffering consequences, otherwise her body would not be able to handle it. Yue finally agrees, says that it is fine and accepts it, swallowing the pill while commenting that the spiritual energy is so powerful that she feels her body at its limit. Plasma begins to trickle from her mouth as an intense energy envelops her entire body. Lin tells her to calm down and not resist the flow of spiritual energy, stating that he will help her guide that power. Yue lowers her head, and Tian begins to emit lightning while extending his hand toward her, particles moving all around. She asks what he is doing, and the protagonist replies that from that day onward, she has also become a dual attribute cultivator. Yue widens her eyes, wondering internally whether he is truly capable of turning her into someone with two attributes, while the lightning continues to fill the area. Lin touches the ice stone and then touches her, stating that from that moment on, that power belongs to her. Then Tian enters his house and finds Shen waiting for him, who welcomes him and asks whether Ling's parents were rescued. The protagonist replies that yes, they are in a coma at the hospital and should wake up in a few days. Shen asks about Yue, and Lin explains that she is fine, but has just awakened a new ability, which is why the hospital recommended observation to check for possible side effects. Shen asks what this new ability is and which attribute was awakened, and Tian replies that she can ask Yue directly because he will not say anything else. At that moment, Shen's phone begins to ring and she finds the call strange at that hour, asking whether something happened. The protagonist asks who it is, noticing her surprise, and Shen explains that it is a good friend, Chu Mengyao, who rarely calls on her own initiative. Shen asks what the news is, and her friend replies that there is a martial arts practitioner from Jincheng City named Mo Chu, who went to participate in a competition, asking whether she saw him. Shen notices the strange tone and asks what happened, and her friend explains that Jincheng suffered a super mutant-level disaster, with the military and cultivators being completely wiped out. Shen asks about the situation, whether she is all right and where she is now, and the reply is that she is safe in an underground shelter, but that the situation is desperate since all cultivators died in battle and the army was massacred with no idea what to do. Shen tells her not to panic, saying that she will notify her grandfather immediately and that there will certainly be a rescue. Her friend says she did not have much hope and only called to ask that Mo Chu not come back. because he is far too weak to survive, stating that she will live with her from now on since Jin Cheng has turned into hell. Shen calls her partner over, and the protagonist comments that the time needed to resolve the crisis in Jincheng depends only on how long it will take to get there by plane. Shen assures her that she will do everything possible to rescue her. Her friend thanks her, and the call ends. Lin tells her not to worry, says that he will handle everything personally, and asks her to prepare a helicopter because he intends to find Mo Chu and discuss a specific action plan with him. Shen replies that she will make the preparations immediately. At the hospital, Mo Chu is drinking water when Tian appears, asking whether he has recovered enough. Chu replies that he cannot take much more and fears that his time is running out, commenting that the nurse in black stockings who examined him earlier said something similar. The protagonist then reveals that Jin Cheng was attacked by a super mutant-level disaster, that almost all cultivators in the city's army were annihilated, and that Shen's best friend, Chu Mengyao, called asking for help. Mo asks whether Chu is in trouble, and Lin asks if he knows her, to which Chu replies that she is the daughter of the president of the Cultivators Association, and that everyone in the association knows her well. Tian wonders whether he has feelings for Meng Yao, and says that they need to go there immediately to rescue her, explaining that he needs a guide who knows the city's terrain well. Chu tells him not to worry, explaining that he can guide them there even with his eyes closed. Elsewhere, the protagonist states that he needs a laptop capable of connecting to a satellite, because it will be necessary during the trip. The soldier replies that everyone recognizes his contributions, but that there is confidential information on military laptops that cannot be taken out of the armed forces without authorization. Lin says that this is an order and not a discussion. The soldier retorts that he should not go too far, stating that the armed forces have rules, and that despite his exceptional battle achievements, he does not have the authority to take confidential equipment as he pleases. Tian questions those rules and asks whether, in the face of a super mutant-level disaster in Jincheng, it still makes sense to talk about that now. Everyone is shocked and asks whether such a disaster really occurred and how it is possible that they were not informed. The protagonist replies that this happened because the military forces in Jincheng were completely annihilated. Lin then takes the laptop and says that he will take the equipment. Shortly after, the helicopter lands. Mo asks whether they really lent it to him, and Tian replies that the device contains a lot of confidential information, but that since the rebirth of spiritual energy, those documents considered secret have become trash. Che-yu agrees, saying that times have changed and that materials once invaluable are now nothing more than old paper. Shen approaches and tells him to be careful. The protagonist tells her not to worry, joking that he is just going to buy soy sauce and will be right back, and Shen replies that even at a moment like this, he still makes such jokes. The helicopter begins to take off, and Shen watches as it gains altitude. Lin thinks that he hopes it is not too late and asks his partner how many cultivators there originally were in that city and what the highest level was. Mo replies that it is a medium-sized city with about 5,000 cultivators, most at the 6th stage of the impetuous Spring Realm, with around 20 people at the 9th stage of the surging Spring Realm, the strongest being, as far as he knows, Chu, probably at the peak of that 9th stage. As for the military forces, Jincheng was protected by an elite force of 1,000 soldiers, equipped with many conventional weapons, but all were exterminated. The pilot warns them to prepare, saying that they have arrived in the airspace above the city and that below them the scene is one of complete destruction. They observe everything in ruins, monsters roaming everywhere, and wonder what happened there. Numerous monsters wander through the area, and the protagonist wonders whether this is once again dark attribute spiritual energy. The pilot asks where they should land, and Lin replies that there is no need to land, just open the door. The pilot informs them that they are currently at an altitude of 6,000 meters, and Tian repeats the order to open the door. As soon as the door opens, Tian says that he will go down first to eliminate some monsters. Mo comments that he really does not like doing things the conventional way. The protagonist then jumps. The pilot asks if he has gone mad, saying that at that height of 6,000 meters, he will be turned into minced meat. Chu questions that statement and says that he is underestimating the Iron Vein realm. Flames are released, causing an explosion that hits many zombies. Those who survive look to the side and see Lin landing on the ground with an imposing aura. Without thinking twice, the zombies rush toward him. Tian comments that they are asking to lose their lives. The protagonist swings his sword and eliminates several at once, while others continue to advance. Lin asks whether they still have not given up, and the zombies keep charging at him. Tian says that since they want to lose their lives so badly, he will fulfill their wish. The zombies continue attacking, but the protagonist dodges with ease, and even comments that they are very slow. The zombies observe as Lin swings his sword at them again, asking whether they are afraid. Those still alive freeze in place, seized by terror. Inside the helicopter, the pilot asks whether he is a monster and says that no matter how strong he is, he will eventually succumb to exhaustion and lose his life if he keeps fighting like that. Mo questions this idea of collapsing from exhaustion and dying, asking whether he is still underestimating him. Tien continues fighting countless zombies, and even so, more creatures keep advancing until the protagonist begins to release a surreal energy around his own body. The pilot asks what that is, and Lin activates the Flaming Thunder Annihilation skill, triggering a gigantic explosion and releasing an extremely intense light. Frightened, the pilot questions whether something like that can really be done by a human being. Mo asks them to find a place to land, saying he needs to regroup with him. The pilot asks whether he's not going to jump as well, and Chu replies that if he does, he will turn into minced meat. After all, he is still human. Later, already in the city, Cho drives the car while thinking that the destructive power displayed is far too absurd, wondering whether that really corresponds to the Iron Vein realm until they finally meet up with him. Mo asks if he is all right and whether he suffered any injuries, and Tian gets into the car saying that those monsters were not enough to force him to use his true strength, telling them to get straight to the point. He asks for the exact location of the shelter mentioned by Chu, and Chu explains that it is on the outskirts of the city. Mo shows the map and says that the shelter is there, explaining that it used to be an abandoned factory and was later used as a refuge for cultivators during that period. The protagonist orders them to head there because they need to save Chu first. He comments that the scale of that disaster is strange, and Chu asks what he means. Lin explains that even if it were a common disaster involving the emergence of a super mutant, it should not have reached that point since the number of monsters is enormous, and their distribution is far too widespread, making it seem less like a sudden event and more like something planned. Mo asks if he is talking about people, and Tian replies that very likely. Chu thinks that Mengyao must be safe. Soon after, they stop the car, and the protagonist realizes that the place is far too quiet, not resembling a shelter, but rather an abandoned trap. The two advance cautiously, and as he looks ahead, Lin feels that something is wrong because he sees no defensive installations, wondering whether there was no time to set them up or whether they were destroyed. They climb the stairs on alert and find Mengyao lying on the ground. Mo panics and rushes to her, begging her to wake up and telling her not to be scared. Chu states that she is seriously injured with chaotic energy fluctuations and needs immediate treatment. The protagonist senses danger and tells them to be careful, but despite moving quickly, Chu and Mo end up triggering a trap and are imprisoned inside a cage. A voice then asks whether the little puppy came to save the goddess, and Mo immediately recognizes who is speaking. A young man approaches, revealing himself to be Gao Tianlin. Chu asks why he's there, and Gao replies that he intends to use Chu to lure Shen, the granddaughter of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and through her control the entire military high command. Mo asks why he did this, and what the Cultivators Association did to him, reminding him that he was once sentenced to execution, and that if it were not for the awakening of spiritual energy and the abilities he gained, he would still be waiting for his death. Tianlin questions this idea of execution, saying that Mo is still living in the past and that the current world no longer needs that, because this is an era where the strong make the rules and the weak are destined to be eliminated. Mo asks whether he thinks he can act without limits just because he became strong, ignoring human lives and turning Jincheng into a hunting ground. Gao responds by asking what is wrong with that and what right the Cultivators Association has to give orders, stating that everyone died because they were weak and that it was deserved. Qiyu explodes in anger and asks if he has any idea how many people sacrificed themselves along his cultivation path, saying they could have abandoned him and survived, and that Mengyao was severely injured just so he could increase his own strength, yet he still attacked her. Tianlin replies that everyone was willing to make useless sacrifices, calling that foolishness, and asks whether true giants would sacrifice themselves for ants. Mo grits his teeth, and the protagonist comments that this is interesting. Gao says that he has been standing there for a while and asks who he is. Lin replies that he is Mo's friend and states that everything he said sounds extremely naive. Gao asks how someone can be so naive, and Tian responds that if he believes the strong dictate the rules of the world, then he should consider that someone even stronger can also decide whether he continues living or loses his life. Gao asks if that is a threat, and the protagonist replies that he is merely reminding him that he is still not strong enough. Enraged, Gao charges to attack him, saying that he is asking to lose his life, while Mo warns him to be careful, explaining that the enemy has also awakened lightning attribute spiritual energy. Lin draws his sword and counterattacks, making Gao's eyes widen in shock, as the system notifies that powerful lightning attribute spiritual energy has been detected, and that after absorbing it, the host's lightning attribute can be increased. Tian remarks that he did not expect to receive an unexpected bonus, moves his sword and orders Mo to take Mengyao and leave first. Mo says he does not understand why, but his abilities are not activating, and Gao laughs, saying he would not let them escape so easily, explaining that the iron cage is made of special materials designed to imprison cultivators, rendering those inside as weak as ordinary people. Lin tells him to come down from there. Chu is confused, and Tian says he will test just how durable that cage really is. With a single sword movement, he cuts the structure apart, leaving Mo stunned and Gao filled with rage. Chu picks Chu up in his arms and says that once he gets her to safety, he will come back to help, but Lin states that he would only get in the way. Mo then escapes with her through the opening. Gao complains that he talks too much and asks if he thinks he can do whatever he wants in front of him. And Tian replies that he is simply stating a fact, that he is still not qualified. Gao tells him not to think himself invincible just because he destroyed a cage and releases all of his power, declaring that he will now show the strength of a true cultivator. He charges at high speed, but the protagonist observes and dodges easily, commenting that he does have some skill. Gao asks how long he thinks he can keep dodging, and unleashes a barrage of attacks, taunting him, and saying that before he was arrogant, but now he cannot even fight back. Lin continues evading effortlessly, and Gao keeps provoking him, saying that now he is the one being beaten. Tian comments that this is disappointing and asks if that is all the strength he has. Furious, Gao releases even more intense energy and declares that he will show the power of a specialist at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Source realm, attacking with everything he has, yet Lin still dodges calmly and says that he is far too slow. Gao shouts for him to take the attack, explosions resound, and Tian says that he has strength but no brain, explaining that now he will show the enormous difference between the two of them. The protagonist advances instantly, declares that it is over, and releases a terrifying power, striking Gao head-on and filling him with fear. Gao asks how that is possible, stating that he is at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Source realm, and Tian asks whether that level is really that high. Gao asks if he is also at that stage, saying he does not feel any powerful aura coming from him, and the protagonist replies that he was before, but now he is at the 1st stage of the Iron Vein realm. Gao repeats the name of that realm in shock and asks if he really reached it, while Lin asks whether he is afraid. Gao then begins to beg, saying he was wrong, that he was blind before, asking them to spare his life and promising absolute loyalty. Tian replies that the strong command and the weak obey, asking whether he did not say exactly that to Mo a short while ago, and questioning why now, having become the weakest, he wants the rules to change. Gao claims that he is not the mastermind, that he was forced and merely following orders, and the protagonist asks whether he was not the strongest cultivator in the city. Gao answers that he was not, explaining that the true strongest is someone else, that the entire crisis was that person's plan, that he does not care about the city, and that everything was nothing more than a test. Lin asks about experiments and whether he is treating the lives of the city as experimental material, and Gao confirms, saying that he does not care about anyone, not even the military, who are just pawns in a game. Tian asks whether he then knows that person's level of strength, and Gao replies that it is a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm. The protagonist says that he understands, and Gao asks if he is not going to kill him. Lin then raises his sword and Gao begs him to wait, saying that he has already told everything he knows and that they promised to let him go. Tian asks when he ever promised anything, and at what point he said he would let him live, and Gao insists that he cannot kill him, but the protagonist delivers the finishing blow, making Gao realize he truly is about to be executed. Lin remarks that with the rebirth of spiritual energy on Earth, the rules of the world did indeed change, but regardless of that, anyone who does wrong still has to be punished. Gao asks who he thinks he is, asking if he believes he is the embodiment of justice, calling him an idiot for thinking he can win without knowing who the real opponent is, claiming that he will lose his life soon, and that he is no match for someone at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm, asking if he really thinks he can win. Tian replies that he does not need to worry about that because he will soon be alongside him, and Gao is decisively executed. The system notifies that lightning attributes spiritual energy has been detected, and asks if he wishes to absorb it as Gao collapses to the ground and the energy begins to leak from his body, being absorbed by the protagonist. The system then reports that the level of lightning attributes spiritual energy has increased, reaching level 2, and Lin observes, saying that this is already the strength corresponding to the 2nd stage of the Iron Vein realm. Outside, Tian meets up with his partner and Mo asks if he is alright and where Gao is, receiving the answer that there is nothing to worry about because he has already been killed. Chu is surprised and comments that he died far too quickly, even though he was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Source realm. And Lin explains that once someone reaches the Iron Vein realm, they can kill that level just as easily, then asks whether the person dear to him is safe now, and comments that he was unusually agitated when he saw her faint, since he is normally cowardly and would not put himself in front of anyone. Tian asks how she is, and Mo replies that her vital signs are relatively stable, but that her consciousness was sealed by dark spiritual energy, and if the seal is not removed quickly, she may enter a vegetative state. The protagonist tells him not to worry, explaining that lightning attribute energy neutralizes negative spiritual energy and that it should be able to dispel the seal. Then begins releasing energy onto her forehead, an intense energy spreading through her body. Chu groans as the energy flows until she finally wakes up, startled, and Tian thinks she does not seem very smart, wondering internally if he likes that kind of girl. Chu sits up, recognizes her partner, and asks what he is doing there, and Mo explains that they received her distress signal and rushed back immediately from the other city. Mengyao asks if he came back specifically to save her and calls him crazy, saying the city is extremely dangerous and that he, someone who cannot even face her head-on, dared to come back, asking what the difference is between that and seeking his own execution. The protagonist asks whether she is calling weak someone at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Source realm, and Chu asks who is at that level, suggesting that her partner might be dragging others into danger and saying that the city is not a place for him now. Mo replies that it was not his decision, that they received the distress call and could not ignore it, explaining that the city's terrain is complex and that he only knows the roads, which is why he had to guide them. Mengyao confirms with him, and Chu says it is true, and she concludes that since it already happened, there is no point blaming him, saying that she does not know the name of his friend, but thanks him for risking himself to come rescue her together with that idiot. The protagonist realizes she also seems to have feelings for his partner and says it was nothing more than a small favor, while Mengyao insists they need to leave immediately because if they wait any longer, they will not be able to escape. Lin asks what exactly happened to the city, and Chu explains that after Mo left for Tinhai, it started raining and the rain lasted several days, at first seeming like a normal climate change with no sign of stopping. Over time, everyone who came into contact with the water from the rain began turning into zombies, which shocks Chu, and Tian asks if it happened to everyone. Mengyao confirms that in the beginning no one noticed anything strange. Some people even played in the rain, but then they began having violent convulsions, as if something were infecting their bodies, then going mad, their eyes turning black, their skin rotting, and everyone transforming completely into zombie-like creatures. They attacked indiscriminately anyone around them, sparing not even their own family, and when everyone realized what was happening, it was already too late, because the rain kept falling, and almost everyone who went outside ended up infected. The military and the Spiritual Cultivators Association tried to contain the situation, but they did not know exactly what those creatures were, and even spiritual energy attacks had limited effect. Mo asks whether Jincheng turned into a city of the dead, and Chu confirms it did. The protagonist asks whether the military and the Cultivators Association also turned into monsters, and Mengyao explains that not all of them did, because a small portion was immediately infected by the rain and transformed completely, while most managed to hide in time. Lin asks where they went, and Chu replies that they disappeared. Chu asks what that means, and Mengyao explains that at Jincheng's central tower, an extremely strong energy signal was detected, seeming like a focal point of abnormal spiritual energy and likely the cause of the disaster. The leadership of the armed forces and the association decided to send teams to investigate, but everyone who went disappeared. The protagonist asks what that disappearance means, and Chu explains that there were no bodies, distress calls, or signs of fighting, as if the city had swallowed them whole. Lin comments that this is interesting and reveals that he has information that can clarify the mystery, saying that before arriving, he made Gao reveal the mastermind's identity. Mengyao asks if he killed Gao and reminds him that Gao was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Source realm. Tian explains that before dying, Gao said that the anomaly in Jincheng was not an accident, but something caused by a human, and that the person responsible is at least a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm. Chu asks how that is possible, saying that Gao was the strongest in the city, and Mo agrees, asking if he did not lie to save his own life. The protagonist replies that Gao had no reason to lie at that moment, so they should all think about it. Suddenly, Mengyao notices something and warns that it is raining, urging them to leave quickly because the rain is starting again. They head for the car, and Lin senses someone's presence. Thinking the true enemy may have noticed his subordinate's death and come personally, Mo tells him to get in the car, and Tian comments that he already said there was a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm. Someone taps his shoulder. Chu warns him to be careful, and the protagonist asks if he is the one responsible for the Jincheng disaster, then strikes him and sends him flying with a single blow. Mo is shocked and realizes it is someone from the armed forces with a terrifying aura. Tian watches but cannot see the enemy clearly until an absurd energy approaches from behind, confirming it is the third stage cultivator. Mo shouts a warning, the protagonist reacts, and Chu activates his spatial generation ability, allowing Lin to barely escape and get into the car, while Mo floors the accelerator and asks what exactly that is. Chu says the monster has still not been killed, and the energy transforms into a leopard that begins chasing the car. Chu watches and asks if it can really transform, while Tian asks where the signal tower is. Meng Yao finds the question strange, and the protagonist explains that that rabid dog was sent by the third stage cultivator to hunt them, that he is the true one behind everything, and that if they kill him, both the anomaly and the pursuit will end. Chu asks if he has gone crazy and reminds him the enemy is at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, but Lin tells them to keep going about 15 kilometers along that road, then turn left at the commercial area where the signal tower can be seen near the buildings. The car speeds on as the beast keeps pursuing until they announce they have arrived. The vehicle stops, the creature leaps, and the protagonist moves in an instant, attacks, and kills the beast. Lin then orders his partner to take Chu and leave Jincheng immediately. Mo insists on fighting at his side, but Tian tells him to stop being reckless, take Chu and leave, explaining that against a third stage Iron Vein realm cultivator, they would only be a burden. Chu says he needs to come back alive. They move away from the area, and Mo thinks that if he were stronger, he would never have let his partner face such danger alone as the car disappears into the distance. The third stage cultivator arrives at the site, the energy begins to churn, and the beast rises once again. The protagonist senses it and decides to intervene, charging forward to strike it head-on and driving it back before advancing again. The surrounding energy starts to distort, and a little girl appears in the middle of it, crying out for help. The protagonist states that it is nothing more than a trivial illusion, and, without hesitation, attacks, striking her directly. The girl screams as he continues releasing his power, unleashing violent lightning until she is completely destroyed. He comments that now he will see how strong a cultivator of the third stage of the Iron Vein realm truly is. Then he opens a passage and walks toward a reservoir of liquid filled with a terrifying energy, observing it for a moment and realizing that this water is the same rain that previously created the monsters. A man approaches, saying he did not expect to encounter a specialist at the second stage of the Iron Vein realm and that the execution of Gao, a useless man, was more than deserved. Tian asks if the Jincheng disaster was his doing, and the man confirms it, introducing himself as Jiang Tiancheng, a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm. He explains that the pool contains spiritual water formed from corrupted resentment and the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city. He claims that under his will, this water can create all kinds of immortal and indestructible creatures, because he is the god of that land. He adds that in the era of the resurgence of spiritual energy, very few reach this level and proposes that they join forces, offering him the position of second in command beneath only himself. He promises absolute power, infinite wealth, and beautiful women, and together they would reshape the order of the world. The protagonist asks if he has finished spouting nonsense, stares at him, and begins gathering energy while Tiancheng releases an oppressive aura. The two collide in devastating exchanges, and Tian moves at high speed to counterattack. Tiancheng praises his initiative and declares that since the offer was refused, he will lose his life there. The black water rises and begins to move, and the protagonist understands that all those who disappeared were refined and transformed into that dark liquid. Jiang orders him to die under the dominion of his army, and Lin replies that he will free them all soon, advancing with his sword and causing a colossal impact. Furious, Tiancheng vows to tear him apart and unleashes an overwhelming attack, but the protagonist narrowly dodges, questioning whether that energy can truly suppress the thunder flame. Jiang asks if he is afraid and warns him not to think of fleeing, as he intends to torture him to the end, releasing even more power. Lin blocks and tries to counterattack, realizing that the energy not only suppresses but corrodes Thunderflame spiritual energy. As he retreats, he hears Jiang declare that the energy of the inferior tide can corrode any attribute and gives him one last chance to kneel or be executed. The protagonist realizes he needs an immediate solution when the system notifies him that inferior tide spiritual energy intrusion has been detected, and informs him that it is possible to fuse fire attribute spiritual energy with light attribute spiritual energy to create Yang Flame, capable of neutralizing this dark energy. Lin recalls the light attribute spiritual energy he obtained earlier, and recognizes its value at that moment. A terrifying energy begins to circulate around his body as he lowers his head, and Tiancheng asks if he has already given up, mocking his apparent lack of power. With his eyes still closed, The protagonist releases a gigantic explosion that creates an absurd impact. Jiang, shocked, asks what kind of spiritual energy that is, and Lin replies that it is a flame capable of purifying darkness. Tiancheng insists that it is impossible, claiming that no one can purify his spiritual energy, and tries to advance again but is blocked, hearing that if he has no other tricks, this farce is about to end. Enraged, Jiang declares that a mere second-stage Iron Vein cultivator dares to face him like this, and announces that he will now show his true power, changing his appearance and saying he did not want to use that move but was forced to. Tiancheng becomes even more powerful and charges without hesitation, and the protagonist asks if he really thinks he can win just by turning into a beast, saying he is practically begging to be executed. Jiang tries to strike him but misses and hits the wall instead, shattering stone, declaring that he will beat him into pieces and continuing to attack frantically. Then, he raises his head and releases an enormous amount of power from his mouth, until suddenly a light appears, which is actually an attack from the protagonist that strikes Jiang. Lin remains unscathed and comments that if that is all the strength he has, then he should lose his life right there. Tian advances again and Tiancheng screams that this is impossible, that his black water cannot be purified, but an explosion occurs and Jiang changes appearance once more. The protagonist asks if that is his true body, and Tiancheng replies that he never imagined being pushed this far, confirming that he abandoned his human body long ago when he evolved into a higher life form. He claims that he will now show the full power of a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, and that he has become truly invincible. Lin questions this supposed invincibility and whether he truly knows who he is facing, then releases a completely overwhelming power. On the other side, inside the car, Mo asks if they still cannot make contact with anyone outside, and Chu replies that there is still no signal. An extremely powerful explosion occurs, and light and sound shake everything around as even more structures are destroyed. Meng Yao asks what that was, and Chu answers that it must have been the partner's finishing blow, stating that Jin Chung is saved and that they no longer need to flee and can return to find him. However, Jiang still remains alive and declares that it is evident he is a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, questioning how someone at the second stage managed to defeat him. The protagonist responds by asking who said that a second-stage cultivator could never defeat someone at the third. Tiancheng begins to fade, saying they will not let him go, that he has no idea who he provoked, and that he will wait for him in hell, while Lin senses that there seems to be someone behind him. At that moment, Tian notices something strange and wonders what it is. Mo approaches and asks if he is all right, receiving confirmation that he is. Chu watches in shock, wondering internally how strong that man is and whether a human can truly reach such an absurd level of destructive power. Lin explains that he has just dealt with the one responsible for the Jincheng disaster, saying his name is Jiang, and asks if she has heard of him. Meng Yao is stunned upon hearing the name and says it is impossible, stating that Jiang was already executed and asking how he could still be alive. Tian asks what she means and whether she knows him, and Chu explains that before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Jiang was a condemned man executed for more than a dozen heinous crimes, and that she herself served in the military and personally witnessed his execution on the day the spiritual energy resurfaced, so he should have died long ago. Tian remarks that apparently he truly was at the end, and that it would not be wrong to say he was executed once again, then shows that after his death he found an object at the site and asks if that was what brought him back. Meng Yao recognizes the symbol and says it is the mark of the Church of the Dawn. Lin asks what this Church of the Dawn is, and Chu explains that in the early days of the resurgence of spiritual energy, a group of cultivators with congenital mutations secretly formed this organization. They believed that the mutation of spiritual energy represented the ultimate evolution of humanity, and that ordinary people were merely a burden, aiming to establish a new order ruled by the strong based on the law of the jungle. Tian concludes that in any case, the specialist at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm has been executed, and that the Jincheng crisis can be considered resolved, saying they can discuss these conspiracies another time, because he has not slept for an entire day and needs to go back to rest. Meng Yao thanks them for saving their lives and tells her partner to hurry up and give proper thanks, while the protagonist replies that it was nothing, just a small favor for someone who asked for help. Chu asks who asked, and Lin answers that someone knew she was in danger and ignored his own injuries. Meng Yao asks if he is injured and when that happened, and Mo becomes embarrassed, explaining that it was her best friend and asking if she does not remember the call asking for help. Chu then realizes she completely forgot to call and say that they were safe. On another day, in another place, soldiers are gathered and a voice announces that on the previous morning, Jin Chung suffered an unprecedented spiritual energy pollution. resulting in a dark disaster. The investigation revealed that the incident left more than 80% of Jincheng's urban areas in an uncontrollable state, with civilian casualties far exceeding acceptable limits, and the commander asks how the cleanup efforts in the city are progressing. A soldier stands and reports that the main roads have already been cleared, and that citizens who were trapped by the zombies managed to return to their homes. And the commander states that the relatively low losses only occurred thanks to Lin. The soldiers agree and comment that if Brother Lin had arrived even a little later, they cannot even imagine how many lives would have been lost, because before they believed he was only a bit stronger than the others, but now it is clear that his strength is on an entirely different level. The commander slams the table and says that the Jincheng disaster served as a warning, because even without understanding how the Church of the Dawn managed to resurrect the deceased Jiang and turn him into a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, it is evident that they possess a hidden power beyond imagination. He orders the military to intensify surveillance of the Church of the Dawn, especially in the city of Sibai, and determines that the Spiritual Energy Association must fully cooperate with the operations. A soldier reports that Zibai is the core region of the Church of the Dawn and where its activity is most intense, explaining that the Spiritual Cultivators Association has already sent elite teams there multiple times and none returned, making it clear that the association alone may not be sufficient. The commander replies that he understands the situation and will request direct cooperation from the armed forces because he needs to clarify the details of the Church of the Dawn as soon as possible, adding that Lin's identity must be classified as top secret and that no information about him may leak within the armed forces, stating that as long as Tian is alive, the country will never fall. At night, inside a house, the protagonist carries several boxes and asks his partner how many delivery orders she placed, while Shen raises her glass and proposes a toast to her husband, hugging him, and Lin comments on how much she has already drunk, saying she smells of alcohol and deciding not to argue with her in that state. Yue explains that she tried to stop her, but Shen would not listen, and asks what is wrong, and Lin replies that she should smile more in the future. He says that such a beautiful face would be a waste if it were always frowning, making Yue wonder if she really does not smile much. Tian takes a slice of pizza and asks how her parents' recovery is going, and Yue replies that they are recovering well, and that in 2 or 3 days they should be completely off life support and enter the recovery phase, thanking him and saying that all of this was only possible thanks to him, while the protagonist responds that she does not need to be so formal, explaining that without her help he would not have been able to advance to the Iron Vein realm. He then takes the opportunity to ask whether she can already control the spiritual energy of the second attribute well, to which Yue responds with a smile. Later that same night inside a church, several hooded and masked figures are gathered, and one of them reports that the spiritual guide tower of the High Priest of Jincheng was destroyed and that Jiang Tiancheng was executed, causing shock among those present, until a figure with his back turned asks who was responsible. The man answers that it was a cultivator named Lin, and the masked figure states that it is audacious for a mere cultivator to oppose the Church of the Dawn, calling it not only provocation, but blasphemy against God, declaring that all who defy God must pay the price. Everyone raises their hand and repeats that he will pay the price, and the masked figure says he will take responsibility for it, declaring that Tian must lose his life. The man bows, stating that he will obey the divine decree and that Lin will lose his life. The next day, Yue takes her stance, and the protagonist says he wants to see how much she has improved. She lowers her head and moves swiftly, demonstrating her strikes, which Lin avoids with ease, praising her performance and saying she has not forgotten basic physical training, then asking to see how her dual attribute spiritual energy fusion is progressing. Yue releases one attribute in each hand and attacks, and Tian blocks, explaining that this is not fusion, but merely the consecutive release of 2 different waves of spiritual energy. He instructs her to calm down and, instead of releasing, to first think about intertwining. Yue closes her eyes as energy moves around her body, the flows begin to merge, and she advances with a strike that causes an intense impact, immediately becoming worried and asking if her partner is all right, saying she did not want to hurt him. The protagonist shatters the ice without suffering any damage and remains intact, while Yue instinctively steps back because of the intense light surrounding his body. And Lin comments that it was excellent, saying that she finally managed to turn it into real power, telling her to memorize the sensation of that moment and use the same rhythm of spiritual energy in future battles. The training ends there for the day. She says she will visit her parents at the hospital, and he comments that he will go eat something, to which Yue replies that it is fine. Later, elsewhere, hooded men from the church ask whether Lin lives there, and one of them confirms it while showing a photo, questioning whether that seemingly lazy man could really have eliminated the useless Jiang, while the others say that Tiancheng was never a match for your excellency, reminding that he is a powerful fourth-stage Iron Vein cultivator, and saying that within the Church of the Dawn, no one is unaware of the name White Yama, adding that the military and the Spiritual Energy Association are blind for calling someone who looks like he never trained the strongest cultivator. They then quickly hide. Outside the house, the protagonist thinks about what to eat, considering noodles with meat but feeling a strong craving for barbecue, and when he goes down the stairs, the men rush him together. Tian immediately activates his energy and defeats them effortlessly, making them fall to the ground, then tells the rest to come out because he knows they are still there. A hooded man appears and comments that it was not unfair for Jiang to have lost his life that way, and Lin asks if he also belongs to that church, receiving the answer that yes, he is the White Yama of the Church of the Dawn, responsible for eliminating all who oppose the church, stating that this is the day Lin will lose his life. The man releases an ice attack toward him, but Tian blocks it without even moving, leaving the opponent shocked, who asks how that is possible and whether he really withstood the attack. The protagonist counters by asking if he is tired of living, and the other replies that this is an insult to the glory of the Church of the Dawn and that he will pay the price. An explosion occurs, and the hooded man states that this is an erosion wave that even Iron Vein specialists would not dare block directly, then advances, while Lin comments that it is merely flashy without substance. The man says it is already too late to beg for mercy, and that the day of execution has arrived. Tian extends his hand and releases an intense and overwhelming power, making the enemy ask in terror what kind of spiritual energy that is. Receiving the answer that it is a power capable of eliminating him, the man realizes that this is no ordinary cultivator and that he has no chance at all, starting to flee desperately, but Lin releases flames and says that this place is his, asking if he thinks he can come and go as he pleases. The flames intensify and surge forward, and the enemy feels something strange, looking back and seeing absurd flames approaching, asking what that is before an explosion occurs. Injured and covered in plasma, he asks what kind of power that is, and Tian replies that now he is the one asking questions while the other only answers. With no escape, the man falls, and the protagonist steps on his face, asking what exactly the Church of the Dawn is and who founded it. The hooded man replies that the Church of the Dawn is the will of God and that everything began when the inhabitants of the city of Zibai prayed for hope, explaining that at that time, Zibai faced a super mutant level danger, with the Spiritual Energy Association and the military being wiped out with no survivors, leaving everyone certain they were doomed, until a powerful figure descended from the heavens, wielding a strange red plasma and wearing a golden mask, declaring himself the high priest of the Church of the Dawn, and single-handedly eliminating the super-mutated creature with one strike of his staff. Since then, Zibai came to believe only in the Church of the Dawn because they consider themselves apostles of God and believe mortals have no right to question doctrine. Lin tells him to save those lies for children and not to delude himself, asking whether he even knows how strong a super-mutant-level monster is or has ever seen one up close, adding that he also accessed the Church of the Dawn's files, and that they act with extreme brutality on the streets of Zibai, committing arson, executions, and robberies, being nothing more than an evil cult that deceives the masses with lies to expand its own power, stating that these so-called divine envoys are nothing but dogs who oppress unarmed civilians using supernatural powers. The man says those were necessary sacrifices, because without absolute order, humanity would plunge into chaos, and someone had to be sacrificed. And the protagonist replies that indeed, someone always has to be sacrificed, then states that this sacrifice will happen now. Then Lin releases his final strike, a devastating and overwhelming attack. Afterward, inside the church, the masked figure asks if they are saying that even the White Yama they sent was eliminated by Lin, and the answer is yes, also confirming that the 3 church members who accompanied him died as well. The masked figure reflects that the city of Zibai is their territory, and that the faith built with so much effort cannot be destroyed by a despicable cultivator, stating that he cannot be allowed to remain alive under any circumstances, and commenting that, as expected, the vision of the prophecy was not wrong. One of the hooded figures asks about this prophecy and what exactly was seen, and the masked figure replies that it concerns a heretic shrouded in the power of lightning and flame, someone who will be exalted as a hero by all but who will mark the beginning of the collapse of the world, bringing disaster, chaos, betrayal, and destruction. He declares that, for the peace of the city of Zibai and for the glory of the dawn, they must act preemptively, completely eliminate this source of disaster, expel Lin, and protect the dawn. He states that he clearly saw the calamity of the future in which the cultivator called Lin will become the sin that leads to the ruin of the order of the human world, with his spiritual energy devouring the foundations of order and life, which is why he must be sent immediately to Zibei to receive the judgment of the dawn. The television is turned off, and the commander comments that this so-called prophecy has already been spread and that the internet has collapsed, explaining that the armed forces mobilized public opinion control teams to delete posts, ban accounts, and interrupt transmission chains, but they cannot eliminate everything. Shen asks whether those people have gone mad and if they really believe in such an obvious propaganda manipulation, while Yue observes that they do not believe in prophecies, they simply fear the unknown. The commander concludes by saying that, in any case, it is better for Lin to remain at home and avoid going out over the next few days, stating that he will arrange elite troops to provide personal protection 24 hours a day. The commander says that he is not only the main combat force at the moment, but also their primary target. The protagonist replies that he doesn't need protection, that he's just going out for a bit, and the commander asks if he's gone crazy, whether he really intends to leave the house, since the entire Church of the Aurora wants to eliminate him. Ling has just broken through the barriers and is looking for a place to practice combat, asking what he means by that. Lin comments that it would be best if that high priest really has the ability to eliminate super-mutated creatures, because otherwise the Church of the Aurora should be wiped out. Shen is holding a notebook and says that after the awakening of spiritual energy, there really have been many more idle people. Tian asks what happened since she doesn't seem angry. Shen then shows the notebook and tells everyone to look, saying that these people spend the entire day arguing online, asking whether they really have nothing more important to do. She says she is truly impressed and comments that if she had known earlier, she would have bombed the signal base stations and sent all those people to factories to move bricks, pull cables, and finally contribute something to the country. The protagonist tells her not to be so angry, saying that once they reach their destination, those people will fall silent. Shen replies that even so, the two of them still need to be careful because, although she doesn't know what abilities the High Priest of the Church of the Aurora truly possesses, there are rumors that his prophetic ability might be real. They say that he found talented cultivators who ended up buried by prophecies and entrusted them to build the Church of the Aurora. Lin asks whether he really has that kind of ability. Elsewhere, an airplane takes off. Inside a castle, a masked figure kneels and informs the priest that the cultivator called Tian has already boarded a flight and is heading to the city of Zibei. The priest thinks that he is already falling into a trap and that there is no reason to blame him, saying that he has just had a vision during his meditation in which that cultivator named Lin will bring disaster and destruction to the lands of the Northwest. The subordinates ask how that is possible and what they should do. The high priest tells them not to worry, saying that the dawn will illuminate everything and that God has already guided them on how to protect their home. He states that the children must rise with devout hearts for the Northwest and let Lin know that the city of Zibei does not welcome him with open arms. Everyone kneels and says that God has decreed this, declaring that they are willing to spontaneously fight the enemy for the Lord, making it clear to Tian that he is not welcome there. At the airport, several people hold signs telling him to leave the Northwest and calling him a demon, demanding that he go away. They say they cannot let this man enter the city, claiming that the high priest has declared that he will destroy everything they have and that, no matter if he has already saved someone, he is still not welcome there. One of the hooded figures declares that the dawn has already shone over the Northwest, the darkness will not invade, and that he must be brought to justice for his sins. The protagonist steps forward and asks if these people have been brainwashed, saying that manipulating people's hearts through faith and reversing right and wrong shows how skilled that high priest is. Yue asks what they will do now and says that all those people are ordinary civilians, that they cannot attack them. Lin asks why not, since they chose to believe in God, and questions what they see when that God of theirs can truly save lives. The people notice that they are there and shout that they must not let him enter. Tian releases his lightning power, making everyone stop, unable to approach. The hooded figures wonder whether that man really is Lin and how that spiritual energy can be so strong. The protagonist says that judging by their clothes, the three must be believers of the Church of the Aurora. Since everyone believes so firmly in the existence of God, he comments that it's best to see whether the God they speak of can save them from him, this demon. The hooded figures sense a power approaching and are struck head-on by lightning. The people watch in terror, and Lin asks who else is a believer. One of them says that he suddenly remembered he didn't turn off the gas at home, while another claims that her mother told her to come back home for dinner and that she can't be late. Everyone starts running, saying that they weren't there out of faith, but to look for someone, and that they ended up going to the wrong place. Yue comments that they were extremely fanatical moments ago, but after 3 people lost their lives, they changed completely. The protagonist replies that they were never fanatical, they merely gave themselves an excuse not to think and not to take responsibility, stating that true faith does not stand on fear. Yue asks what they will do next, and Lin replies that it is time to let that high priest know that his time is over. Inside the church, the hooded figures approach, and one of them kneels, saying that they have discovered a young girl who appears to have high spiritual energy potential, about 17 years old and possessing a rare talent. He explains that a subordinate brought her there specifically, hoping that His Eminence would examine her personally. The high priest asks to see her, and the girl is presented. He walks down the stairs, observes her for a moment, and comments that her spiritual energy is good, as is her appearance. He states that since God has brought that young girl before him, he cannot fail to fulfill the divine purpose, ordering that everything be offered to God. At that moment, stones begin to fall, and the elders panic, asking what is happening. A voice echoes through the place, speaking about manipulating people, reversing right and wrong, and oppressing the innocent, saying that this church should disappear from the city of Sibai. It is the protagonist. Everyone looks at the surreal aura surrounding him, and the high priest says that he has great audacity to invade the sanctuary in such a manner. Lin replies that compared to a sanctuary, the term terrorist would be more appropriate for scum like them. The high priest declares that since he has come to lose his life, he should not blame him for being merciless, saying that this will be the place where he is buried, and orders the believers to eliminate them. The faithful rush toward them. Yue steps forward, but Tian stops her, saying that she is here for training this time, and that he will take care of that trash for her. With a single attack, the protagonist defeats several of them at once with his overwhelming strength. The high priest watches in shock and says that it is impossible. Lin tells him not to worry and not to make any moves against a peak Quanshun expert like him, stating that his opponent this time is her. Yue advances as the high priest begins to release his magic. She attacks, but he blocks it with a magical barrier and asks whether she truly is at the peak of Quanshun, questioning how someone outside the world could cultivate to such a level. Tian replies by asking whether only the high priest of the Church of the Aurora can reach the peak of Quanshun, while others cannot. Yue advances again, releasing her ice power. The high priest tries to counterattack, but she uses the frozen cross strike. Both attack at the same time, and extremely intense lights are released, causing enormous pressure in the surroundings. The high priest thinks that without the help of that lord, it would be impossible for anyone to reach such a level of strength in such a short time, and wonders whether, like him, she also has the guidance of that lord behind her. The protagonist warns him to watch his neck. Yue appears behind him to strike, and the high priest reacts quickly, activating his barrier, but realizes that it is breaking apart. His eyes widen. Yue advances, hits him head-on, and shatters his mask. The high priest asks what kind of spiritual energy that is and whether it can freeze even his own spiritual energy. Yue continues releasing her ice power, striking him again with terrifying force and knocking him to the ground. The protagonist comments that it is not bad and that she is already able to face a specialist at the maximum Quanshun level on her own. Yue says that it is over and attacks again, using her ice spear skill. The high priest begs the Lord God of the Aurora to save him. A massive explosion occurs, and Yue asks what is happening. The protagonist watches as a gigantic and powerful beast is summoned. The high priest kneels before the monster and calls it the Lord God of the Aurora. Lin comments that this seems to be the true face of the Church of the Aurora. The Lord of the Aurora asks why it was awakened. The high priest replies that those people invaded the sanctuary and eliminated his followers. The monster calls him a coward for disturbing its sleep over something so trivial. Then, the Lord of the Aurora releases its magic against him, and the high priest screams as he is burned by an absurd power. The monster says that now it is their turn, and that since they awakened it, it will reward them with flesh and plasma. A terrifying aura emanates from its body. Yue attacks with her power, but the monster easily dodges. She stares at it and attacks again, but the monster devours her spiritual energy, leaving her shocked. It comments that her spiritual energy is quite delicious, and that it will devour her completely. The monster advances, and Yue responds by using the runic ice blade. The blade flies toward it, but the monster blocks it with its teeth and remains unharmed. Yue asks how that is possible. Flames are launched toward the monster, and it is the protagonist, who comments that his partner did very well today and says that he can now allow this farce to come to an end. Lin faces the opponent and attacks once more, releasing an absurd power. The monster opens its mouth and releases a magic circle. Around them, intense pressure forms, followed by a terrible explosion that pushes Yue backward. She wonders whether that strength of the Iron Vein realm might also be something she can reach in the future. Tian raises his hand and releases lightning, attacking once again. The monster roars as it is struck by extremely powerful attacks, causing a gigantic impact. The protagonist retreats and tells his partner to step back, A voice emerges saying that it smells so fragrant, and the monster states that his spiritual energy is extremely attractive, saying that it wants to swallow him and turn that power into its own. Lin replies that it depends on whether it has that fate and comments that he wants to see how many times it can still revive. Tian attacks again, but the monster remains intact, recovering in an instant. The protagonist, confused, wonders how it managed to regenerate so quickly. The monster says that this spiritual energy is truly delicious, and that after devouring him, the entire city of Zibi will become its territory. Lin reflects on this territory and wonders if that is really possible, realizing that throughout the entire fight, the monster never moved away from the area of the church. The secret of its resurrection is hidden beneath that place. An extremely powerful force is unleashed once more against the monster, causing another violent impact. Tian manages to see countless people being killed within a reddish space and says that it is exactly as he suspected. It maintains its immortality by devouring the spiritual energy of those people. The monster states that since he discovered what he should not have, he must lose his life that day. The protagonist smiles and tells Yue to freeze the altar. Yue charges forward. The monster reacts, saying that this is bad and that she dares to do such a thing. It tries to retreat, but Lin appears in front of it and asks whether it really thinks it can leave, ordering it to stay right there. The pressure continues to rise and the two attack together. Tian stares at the monster as it thinks it must find a way to escape as soon as possible. The monster lunges toward his partner, but Yue retreats and releases her power around her. Ice energy explodes, generating an overwhelming pressure, and the monster screams, saying that this place is its source of life. The protagonist advances and strikes it again, stating that turning one's back on an enemy is a fatal mistake. Lin raises his sword and delivers another strike, hitting it head-on. The monster falls to the ground and says that he ruined everything, swearing that he will pay for this. Tian remarks that it is about to self-destruct. The monster writhes and says that then they will go to hell together. The protagonist orders his partner to grab him, and Lin moves rapidly with Yue in his arms as the monster is struck once more and explodes into pieces. Tian leaps to the top of a building. Yue thanks him, but the protagonist warns her to be careful, saying that it is not over yet. The church is completely destroyed, yet the monster's energy continues to spread through the area, summoning numerous monsters. Yue says she will stop them, but Lin replies that she cannot do that. There are too many civilians in the city, and they cannot use large-scale spells. Any accidental damage would have worse consequences than those caused by the monsters themselves. Yue asks what they will do. Tian takes out his phone and says that it is time for the military to act. At the military base, a voice announces that a spiritual energy anomaly has been detected. Hundreds of units are approaching the city of Sibai. This is not an ordinary monster horde, and they ask whether they should intervene with force, since the city has not yet been fully evacuated. At that moment, they realize that Tian is calling. The protagonist says that he is in the center of Sibai, that the Church of the Aurora has been destroyed, and that a mutant beast, upon losing its life, self-destructed, releasing a large number of mutant monsters. He states that the situation is extremely urgent, as these creatures are advancing toward the city, and orders the immediate mobilization of all available combat forces in cooperation with the Spiritual Energy Association to establish defenses around the area and halt the horde's advance. The captain orders the message to be relayed. The entire Zibai garrison is to mobilize immediately, cooperate with Tian to surround and annihilate the horde within the city and ensure that absolutely no civilians are harmed. Meanwhile, in the streets, monsters chase people. Civilians flee in desperation, screaming for the church's priest to save them, but some are caught. A girl runs in panic until she trips and a monster approaches. She screams for God to save her until the monster is torn apart by the protagonist. The girl says that God has manifested and that a miracle has occurred, and Lin replies that no God ever existed, nor any savior. If she wants to stay alive, she can only rely on herself. Then Tian notices something wrong and Yue asks what it is. The protagonist replies that that guy caused too much trouble in the church to simply disappear through self-destruction. He does not believe the monster truly destroyed itself and thinks it is more likely hiding among the tide of beasts, planning to escape amid the chaos. Yue says that makes sense and comments that they will push into the uncontrolled horde to find it. Lin replies that the task of locating it should be left to him, and Yue states that she cannot let him risk his life alone. Tian says that he will be responsible for organizing the evacuation of Zibai's citizens and protecting them, while at the same time coordinating with the military that is about to arrive, informing them of the situation on site and ensuring that the rear remains stable. Yue says she understands and asks him to come back alive. The protagonist moves swiftly toward the zombies, and as the monsters approach, Lin releases his power, eliminating several of them with a single attack, saying that he wants to see how far that guy thinks he can run. Inside a building, a wounded young man is in a woman's arms, and she asks if he has gone crazy, saying that he is a weakling who only knows how to program, and questioning what he is trying to prove. The young man replies that he is doing this because she is his girlfriend. If they break down the conference room door, he will distract them while she escapes, and as long as she manages to get out of the company, she will be safe. The woman, crying, asks what he is talking about and how she could leave him behind. 3 men break down the door and say that they have finally gotten a chance to have some fun, commenting that they were already tired of dressing so provocatively every day. The woman begs them not to do anything rash, saying that she has already called the police and that they will arrive soon. The men laugh and ask what police could control them now, claiming that not even firearms managed to eliminate the monsters that invaded the city, and that outside it has already turned into hell. They say that in any case, everyone is going to die, so it is better to have fun before the end, without regrets. The woman's boyfriend rushes forward to attack them and tells his girlfriend to run. The woman panics as the men strike the young man and begin beating him mercilessly on the ground. She grabs a chair and tries to attack them, but one of them throws the chair aside and knocks her down, saying that the more she struggles, the more excited they become. The woman cries, calling them scum, until an explosion occurs and the 3 are thrown away. The protagonist appears, saying that this ends here, and the woman is startled, asking how he got there and telling him to be careful. Lin realizes that it is his aunt and asks what she is doing there. She replies that her company is in that building and asks if he forgot, reminding him that he had already worked there as a summer intern for her. Tian realizes that this is true, that her company is in the Northwest, and wonders how he could have forgotten that. He asks if those people are her coworkers and sees that the boyfriend is seriously injured, questioning whether that happened because of her. The woman tells him to leave, stating that those people are dangerous. The 3 men stand up, and the woman places herself in front of him, saying that he is just a child, and asking them to let him go. Lin replies that things do not work that way and tells her not to worry, stating that none of the people who hurt someone there will leave alive. The men sneer, saying that he is too showy and asking if he thinks he is some kind of savior, questioning what he is trying to prove and claiming that they will smash his head with a club. The woman asks her nephew to be careful. One of the bullies strikes Tian but fails to leave even a scratch. Without even moving, the protagonist sends one of them flying, defeating him with a single blow. The other 2 are terrified and immediately kneel, begging for mercy, saying that they were possessed for a moment, that they know they were wrong, and that they will never dare to repeat it. Lin says that they do not know they were wrong, they only know that they are about to be finished. At that moment, something approaches, and a monster appears roaring, releasing a terrifying pressure. Tian stares at the creature while the 2 men say that it serves him right, calling him a show-off. The monster charges forward, but the protagonist faces it and attacks first, releasing an absurd power and defeating the creature in an instant. His aunt is completely shocked, and Lin says that now it is their turn. The 2 men start running, begging for forgiveness, and saying that they will never dare to do it again. But Tian moves his hand and defeats both with a single strike. He calls his aunt and she asks if he has become a superhero. The protagonist replies that he will explain everything once the city of Shibai returns to normal. They leave the building and see monsters devouring people in the streets. The woman asks whether it would not be better to stay in the company and wait for rescue, but Lin replies that he still has other things to do and asks them to wait there, saying that he will be back soon. The monsters advance, emitting strange noises, while Tian remains standing still, watching them approach. The protagonist faces them and unleashes a terrifying attack through his sword, combining flame and lightning, destroying all the monsters around him with a single strike. All of them are annihilated, leaving only plasma scattered across the ground. Yue arrives with the military and asks if he is injured, and the protagonist replies that he is fine. He points to his aunt and her boyfriend and asks if Yue can help take them to a safe place. Yue answers to leave it to her. The aunt asks where he is going and tells him to flee together with them, but Lin replies that no, that the main body of the monster is still hidden there, and that he will find it and end everything once and for all. Another monster charges forward and Tian defeats it easily, then realizes that the spiritual energy around is flowing abnormally. Something is wrong. All the spiritual energy in the area is being pulled downward, and there must be some secret hidden beneath that church. The wall is exceptionally solid. The protagonist touches it and thinks that it is exactly as he imagined. Then Lin notices something and looks toward a dark spot, convinced that he has found the location. Elsewhere, a voice asks why he has become so weak. The Lord God of the Aurora replies that the church was destroyed, and that the source of his power also disappeared. The spirit comments that he possesses the power of the 5th stage of the Iron Vein, and asks who could have injured him. The Lord God of the Aurora, filled with rage, answers that it was a human called Tian. The spirit is surprised and asks whether he was defeated by an ordinary human. The Lord of the Aurora replies that Tian is not an ordinary person, that he is also in the Iron Vein realm and is definitely not below the third stage. The spirit says that this is absurd and questions how long it has been since Earth's spiritual energy began to recover, stating that only a very small number of humans can reach the Iron Vein, and that if someone had truly reached that stage, there is no way they would not know. Moreover, even if Tian were only at the third stage, he himself was a monster at the fifth stage of the Iron Vein, and being defeated under such conditions would only prove that he is a failure, something they have no need for. The Lord God of the Aurora says that his power was accumulated solely by devouring all the members of the Spiritual Energy Association in the city of Zibi, that Tian destroyed the church's altar, and that without the altar he is now not even as strong as someone at the ninth stage of the Spring Realm. He asks for another chance and states that he will definitely eliminate Tian, saying that Tian's spiritual energy is exceptionally pure, and that if he can devour him, he will complete his transformation, becoming truly useful to the organization and far stronger than he is now. The spirit says that in that case, it will grant him another opportunity. A powerful mana surges toward him, strengthening him, and the spirit orders him to listen carefully to what will be said next, hoping not to be disappointed again. After that, the protagonist approaches that location and feels that he has found the right place. The surrounding area seems empty until someone appears before him, emanating a terrifying energy. Lin steps forward and a voice comments that it seems the waste of the blazing disaster was right after all, since his strength has indeed reached the third stage of the Iron Vein. Tian asks who he is, and the spirit replies that he must be the one the blazing disaster spoke of. The protagonist asks about the blazing disaster, whether it was the monster of the Church of the Aurora, and whether he is an accomplice. The spirit questions the term accomplice, saying it is unworthy, stating that he is a member of the Royal Court of Eternal Radiance, and that he may be called Wen Suansha. He says that they are tired of this decaying world and determined to replace the ruins of the past with a new order. Lin asks whether the Church of the Aurora was one of those new orders. Wen replies that it was a failed experiment, but not completely useless. Tian says that he does not care about the experiments he is conducting, and that if so, he should not blame him for sending every one of them to meet the King of Hell. Shuanse responds that he can say that again if he manages to survive. Wen releases his power and says to let that thing play with him first. The protagonist looks to the side and notices a terrifying aura forming around an extremely powerful monster, the new form of the Lord God of the Aurora, who declares that he will tear him apart. Lin asks whether he has just woken up and is already looking for his own end. Elsewhere in the city, a child is sitting on the ground crying and calling for her mother. The soldiers notice that there are still survivors and decide to head over until a monster appears. They begin to fire, but the creature remains intact. They try to change their approach when one soldier rushes forward with a dagger, strikes the monster, and defeats it with a single blow. The soldier retreats, trembling, and says that it is a good thing he brought the equipment from the Spiritual Energy Association, because otherwise he really would not have been able to eliminate that thing. His partner tells him to go check on the child. The two approach the girl and tell her not to be afraid, saying that they are there to save her, and ask where her mother is. The child, crying, replies that she does not know. The soldier says that they should first send the child to the army and that they also need to resupply ammunition, commenting that it was thanks to Brother Tian, who rushed straight into the monster's core, that they had time to save someone. His partner agrees and says that he heard Tian can split monsters in half with a simple snap of his fingers, just like Superman, remarking how great it would be to be as strong as him and asking what Tian's current situation is. The soldier replies that he bets Tian is already in the monster's lair and that the city of Sibai should grant him the greatest credit for the entire operation. Ahead, an overwhelming power begins to approach. The two soldiers stop and ask what that is. A monster appears and they watch in shock, wondering what kind of beast that is. A voice announces that a high-level spiritual energy creature of unknown origin has appeared deep within the church's catacombs, that the detected fluctuation exceeds the third stage of the Iron Vein realm, and orders everyone to remain on maximum alert. The soldier asks if that means above the third stage of the Iron Vein, and someone comments that it is over, that the city of Zibai is doomed, and humanity is doomed. The Lord God of the Aurora lets out a deafening roar, and they wonder whether that is a lament, whether it is possible that someone is actually fighting against that thing, until the soldiers realize that it is the elder brother Tian, and they begin cheering for him, saying that the entire city of Sibai, all of humanity, depends on him. In the sky, absurd powers are unleashed, causing devastating, extremely intense impacts. The Lord God of the Aurora declares that he will personally show the true power of a third-stage Iron Vein. The protagonist clenches his fist and tries to attack, but is struck first and hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. The Lord God of the Aurora says that this is the power of a third-stage iron vein, and that Tian is no match for him now. Lin, upon detecting high-level spiritual energy associated with fire, realizes that he can absorb that spiritual energy and wonders how someone could waste such an absurd amount of spiritual energy. The Lord God of the Aurora asks whether he intends to fight until finalization, saying that this is sheer foolishness. He advances with his terrifying aura and grabs Tian, asking if that is all the strength he has and stating that he is far too weak. The protagonist smiles and begins absorbing his energy. The Lord God of the Aurora says that he will end Tian's miserable life until he senses something wrong and asks what is happening, why his spiritual energy is becoming so weak, and how it is possible that it is simply disappearing into the air. Lin asks what is wrong, questioning whether he did not say he would end his life and why he stopped moving. The Lord God of the Aurora asks in shock whether he is devouring his spiritual energy. Tian replies that it was a truly satisfying meal and that, as a form of thanks, he will accompany him to the next one. The Lord of the Aurora begins to scream, saying that he does not want to die. The protagonist, now enveloped by an even stronger and more violent energy, releases countless flames and asks whether he truly thought he could leave. The Lord of the Aurora says that since Tian is so determined to be finished, then they will both lose their lives together. He charges forward and Lin replies that he is the one who should die. Tian attacks again, leaving the Lord of the Aurora completely wounded. The protagonist says that the farce is over, and the Lord of the Aurora is finally eliminated. Elsewhere, a banquet is laid out on the table. Someone drinks and comments that it is refreshing, saying that alcohol tastes even better after escaping finalization. Lin tells his aunt to drink less and asks whether she does not plan to take her husband to the hospital the next day. His aunt replies that everything is fine and that he is not drunk, and Tian comments that every drunk person says that. He tells her not to dare lead Yue and Shen astray, or else she will not be able to deal with a house full of drunk people later. Shen tells him not to worry, stating that they cannot drink more than she can. His aunt comes closer and says that she almost forgot to ask, wondering that now that he is so strong, which of the two he intends to marry. Both women blush, and Shen comments that there is no need to ask, saying that of course it would be both of them together because times have changed and a strong man should have many women. The protagonist tells them to stop talking nonsense and says that, besides, the world is still far too chaotic, stating that they will only think about marriage when things finally calm down. At that moment, the phone starts ringing. It is the commander. Lin says he will take the call and that they can continue. Tian steps outside and answers the phone, asking whether he was looking for him. The commander replies that the battle in Sibei was only possible thanks to him, and says that he wants to thank him on behalf of the armed forces for saving so many people. The protagonist replies that there is no need for that he only did what had to be done, and comments that if he called so late, then it must be something important. The commander confirms this and says that he is calling because the military discovered a mysterious secret realm, and that the armed forces are inviting the captains of the Spirit Association to discuss countermeasures, asking whether he would be available to attend. Lin replies that he is already on his way. In the military conference room, someone comments that with spiritual energy recovering so quickly, who has not experienced a significant increase in mastery, stating that they, from the northern region, have the right to point fingers. The person beside him retorts that he is talking too big and that if things turn ugly, they will see how many blows he can really take. Another person comments that nowadays there is a revolutionary discovery every 3 days and a small breakthrough every 5 days, asking who is not considered a prodigy anymore. Everyone begins arguing at the same time until a young man tries to calm them down, asking them to stop fighting, saying that they are there to find solutions, not to argue among themselves. The protagonist approaches and comments that everyone seems quite energetic. Everyone looks in his direction and Lin apologizes, saying that he was delayed on the way. Then the protagonist says that since everyone is present, they can begin the meeting. In silence, everyone sits down and the instructor sighs in relief, thinking that it was to be expected that only the big brother could keep those people in line. He says that based on the monitoring of spiritual energy fluctuations over the past week, an extremely unusual resonance point has appeared on the edge of the southwestern desert. That area originally had no spiritual energy, but now an intense and stable current has erupted there. And at first they judge it to be a newly emerged secret realm. One of them asks about this new secret realm, and the instructor explains that not only them, but at least 5 regions around the world have also been recording similar increases in spiritual energy, and that, according to intelligence information, new secret realms have appeared in those locations. According to the first explorers, there is a spiritual fruit in that realm, capable of allowing someone to instantly access the Iron Vein realm. Everyone is shocked, and Lin thinks that this is an excellent opportunity for Leng Yue and the others to reach the Iron Vein realm. Later, in another room, the commander asks how the meeting went and whether everything proceeded without problems. Tian replies that that secret realm does not pose a great challenge for him, and that it would be a good idea to take Yue and the others there to improve their strength, asking whether he needed anything else. The commander says that, as expected, nothing can be hidden from him, and that, in fact, there is another matter he would like to trouble him with. The newly discovered secret realm is actually the second one. The first had already been reserved by someone a week earlier. The protagonist asks whether they did not control the first secret realm, and the commander replies that it is not that they lacked control, but that it was seized by force. The other party is a mysterious force that obtained enhanced spiritual items in the secret realm and created an Iron Vein realm expert in just a few days. Lin asks whether that person became the king of the mountain, and the commander replies that he directly occupied the city of Changtian, ignored the government, and imposed a blockade along with new laws. Lin says that he understands and that he will drag him out. The commander thanks him and states that this kind of divisive action against the country must be stopped as soon as possible. At night, at home, Tian says that the situation is exactly like that. Yue asks whether they will still participate in the mission in the secret realm, and the protagonist replies that they definitely need to go, but that this time, due to special circumstances, she will have to face the danger on her own. He tells both of them to be careful in the secret realm, and comments that he has already contacted Mo Chu, who will be with them. Shen asks that if both of them are going to the secret realm, where she herself will go. Lin replies that the warlord who conquered the first secret realm obtained spiritual energy associated with fire, so this time she will go with him. Shen becomes excited and says that she will train hard. Tian thinks that, if he remembers correctly, shortly after the eruption of spiritual energy secret realms in his previous life, the true catastrophe began. This time, he will not repeat the same mistakes and wants to become strong enough to protect everything that matters in the apocalypse. The two of them look at him and ask whether he is hiding something. The protagonist looks at them, remains silent for a moment, and then says that the outbreaks of spiritual energy in various places are intensifying now, and that they need to strengthen their power as quickly as possible, otherwise they may not survive the next phase. Yue asks about this next phase, and Lin replies that they should not think too much about it for now, saying that they need to rest well and prepare to go to the city of Changtian. Elsewhere in the city, an older man is sitting with two women on his lap. They mention corporations and the government, and he replies that none of that is worth anything to him. At that moment, someone at the door announces that they have caught a traitor. The man tells them to come in and explain. The subordinate shows a tablet and says that that boy was secretly contacting the military, and that he not only exposed the secret realm they possessed, but also intended to act as an intermediary to receive the spiritual energy cultivators sent by the military. The man says that this does not matter, because a mere military cultivator will not cause trouble. He states that when he fully absorbs the power of the secret realm, not only that city, but the entire country will be at his feet. The subordinate asks how they should deal with the military, and the man replies to find some people to pose as the contact, destroy the teams sent by the military, and give the bodies to the dogs. Later, at the exit channel for foreign guests, a car stops in front of them, and the young man recognizes Fei Fei, telling them to get into the car quickly. They get in, and the vehicle drives off. Inside the car, the driver comments that he did not expect the military to send such a beautiful woman to help them. Shen tells him to stop the frivolous talk and asks whether he was the one who contacted the military, also questioning what the contact ID is. The driver replies that the ID he contacted is chicken with coconut and cream. Shen asks where they are going now, and the driver says they will first head to an underground bar, where there are people willing to resist Wei Qingshan alongside him. The protagonist senses that something is wrong and says that he is not the young man who was supposed to meet them. Shen is surprised, and the driver, awkward, begins to stammer, asking what he's talking about. Lin explains that chicken with coconut and cream is left-handed and speaks with a southwestern American accent, while he is not left-handed, and his accent does not match either. Before making a move, Lin asks if he has any last words. The driver slams on the brakes and stops the car, saying that he is very smart, but that smart people never live very long. Shen asks if they have captured the real contact person, and the driver confirms it, saying that he will soon be reunited with that boy. Tian asks if he may be so bold as to ask about himself, and the driver releases flames, causing the car to explode. He is blown away, lands on the ground, and says that their 2 heads will be a gift to Lord Wei. Then, the driver looks on in shock. The protagonist says that this is a good opportunity for her to train, because she will have to face this kind of battle frequently from now on. The driver replies that they should not blame him for being ruthless. Shen says to let him show what he is capable of. The two charge together and Shen strikes first, making plasma burst from his face. The driver, clutching his face, wonders how this is possible since she is just a woman. Fei Fei advances again. The driver grabs her hand and speaks arrogantly, but Shen smashes him with her knee, sending him flying. When he hits the ground, Shen closes in rapidly. The driver widens his eyes as he realizes what is happening, but has no time to react before Shen strikes him again. He begins to beg, saying he was wrong and pleading not to be eliminated, promising to take them to eat chicken with coconut and cream. Shen says she will give him one more chance and warns that if he dares try anything again, she will rip his head off and kick it like a ball. The driver kneels and swears he would never dare do such a thing. Shen asks if that was incredible, and her partner replies that it was very good. Elsewhere, someone is sitting with their hands chained. It is a young man who wakes up badly injured and asks who they are. Shen approaches and asks if he is chicken with coconut and cream, saying that they were sent by the military to rescue him. He asks her to prove her identity, and Shen says that he once mentioned that that username was not something he liked to eat, but something his sister liked, and that his sister had already passed away. Chicken with coconut and cream says that it really is them at last, and that this is great. Shen begins to release her ability to free him, and tells him to hold on, saying she will take him to the hospital. The chains on his arms come loose, and he says that there is no need, because as long as he remains conscious, he will tell them everything he knows. Wei Qingshan was originally the vice president of the Spiritual Energy Association of Changtian City. About 2 weeks ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in the city, and the association's president took Wei to investigate it. However, inside the secret realm, Wei killed the president and seized the treasure within. Shen, shocked, asks if he really killed the president of the Changtian Spiritual Energy Association. Chicken with coconut and cream confirms it and says that Wei successfully advanced to the Iron Vein realm using the treasure of the secret realm, and then began wreaking havoc in Changtian City. He says that the two of them must leave immediately because they are no match for him. Wei is already in the Iron Vein realm, while they are only at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring realm, especially her follower, from whom he cannot sense any spiritual energy emanating at all. The protagonist asks if he ever saw what that treasure looked like. Chicken with coconut and cream replies that once he managed to glimpse it briefly and that it looked like a red key. Lin's eyes widen at this, and he wonders about the existence of a red key, thinking whether such a thing is really possible. Chicken with coconut and cream senses something and says that this is very bad, stating that that spiritual energy belongs to Wei and that he is here. Immediately afterwards, someone approaches, and it is indeed Wei, who asks whether legendary justice has finally arrived. Shen asks if it is really him, and Qingshan comments that the girl sent by the military has a beautiful body, and says that if she is willing to be his concubine, he can be merciful and spare her life. Shen replies that he is practically asking to be eliminated. Wei says that since she refused to toast, she will have to drink a punishment and that they should not blame him for being ruthless. Chicken with coconut and cream shouts for the two to run, saying that Wei is now an expert in the Iron Vein realm and that they have no way to defeat him. Qingshan advances, declaring that none of them will escape and that all of them must lose their lives right there. The protagonist thinks that Trash, at the first stage of the Iron Vein realm, is perfect for Shen to train against and tells Fei Fei to face him, explaining that if she wants to grow stronger, she needs to fight powerful opponents. Shen begins releasing her mana and says she wants to become someone who can stand by his side. The two advance and attack at the same time. Wei asks if that is all the strength she has and whether she came there just to tickle him. Fei Fei keeps attacking, but Qingshan grabs her arm and strikes her, throwing her to the ground. Wei says that by absorbing just 1% of her spiritual energy, he has already become this strong, and claims that once he fully absorbs the treasure, no one in this world will be able to stop him. Shen grumbles, and Chicken with coconut and cream says he warned them they wouldn't be able to beat him and that they should run. The protagonist asks whether the treasure mentioned earlier is with him right now. Qingshan asks whether he thinks he has the right to speak, and Lin throws the question back at him, telling him to reflect on it. Tian moves in an instant, clenches his fist, and smashes Qingshan head-on, sending him flying. Wei gets up in a rage and tries to charge, but the protagonist strikes first and asks whether a mere dog at the first stage of the Iron Vein realm dares to bark at him. Qingshan is left severely injured, collapsed on the ground. Lin approaches and Wei asks him to stop, telling him not to hit him anymore, saying that the responsibility is his and that the treasure is with him. Everyone is shocked when Qingshan hands over the key, calling him master and saying that this is what he found in the secret realm. Tian thinks that this is exactly it because this type of key can open the deeper secret realms within a secret realm. When those deeper realms are opened, the Earth will enter the next stage of spiritual energy recovery, and if even then there is not enough strength, only finalization will remain. He asks where the entrance to that secret realm is. Wei wonders whether he failed to completely clear that secret realm and what else could still be inside, and says he will take them there right away. Later, near the mountains, some people walk along and Qingshan points ahead, saying that the entrance to the secret realm is right there, in a partially destroyed location. The protagonist observes the door and the lock and thinks that it is exactly as he imagined. Tian uses the key to open the door, but stones begin to fall, everyone retreats, and an intense light is released. Shen, surprised, asked whether that really is a portal to a secret realm and whether that treasure is truly a key. Qingshan thinks that it really is the key to opening the secret realm, and that if he had known earlier that it was such an opportunity, he could have kept everything inside for himself, but now it doesn't matter, because as soon as he enters the secret realm, he will follow him, and when he lets his guard down, he will eliminate him and reclaim the treasure. The protagonist says that for today, they will retreat and report everything to the military. Shen asks if they are not going to enter now, and Lin replies that this type of secret realm is extremely dangerous, and that they need to be fully prepared before entering. Moreover, Leng and the others will likely encounter similar secret realms, and they will need to be reminded not to lose the keys. Wei feels that this is very bad, wonders whether Lin intends to hand him over to the military, and concludes that he cannot be captured. If he can escape, he will still have a chance. Qingshan starts running, and Shen warns that he is trying to flee. Tian tells her not to worry, saying that he cannot escape. The protagonist moves quickly, catches up to Qingshan, and asks whether he really never learns. Lin then slams his head into the ground, crushing his face, and Shen is shocked. Elsewhere, Yue and Yu walk together, while some young men nearby complain, saying they were told there was a treasure there, but that there is nothing along the way. Yue comments that the flow of spiritual energy in that area is extremely abnormal. One boy says, "It is not as serious as she claims," and believes that the secret realm is just an ordinary one, when suddenly a wolf appears and kills him in an instant. Everyone is shocked and terrified, and the other two try to flee. The wolf stares at them and leaps toward them as they try to escape. Yue begins to concentrate her energy and attacks with ice chains binding the wolf. Then Qing also takes an attack stance and releases ice, but the wolf manages to break free from the chains and charges again. Yue warns them to be careful. The wolf shatters the ice barrier and Yu leaps to the ground. Mo says that when she launches the ice spikes, she should aim at the sky because he will transfer them directly to the giant wolf's throat. The wolf charges once more, but they manage to dodge. Then Qing releases her power toward the sky, and Chu also uses his method, causing the ice spikes to be reflected by a barrier and sent straight back at the monster. The wolf's eyes widen as it is hit head-on, collapsing to the ground, completely eliminated. Yue comments that it was clearly very strong and asks why he always pretended to be weak. Mo questions the past 3 months, asking why she risked her life like that and saying that if her brother hadn't called, he would not have gotten involved in any of this. Yu observes the corpse and says there seems to be some kind of treasure inside that wolf. Yue notices that there are still residual structures within it and wonders whether it might be some kind of artifact until they notice something on the monster's body, a key. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.